Welcome back, aliens. My name is Arvind Reddy, and in this video, we'll talk about Claude Code. Now, we are in the agentic era, and we are using agents in different domains. Now, when it comes to coding, there are different ways of writing a code, right? Where in this era of AI and agentic, basically, we can write code as a traditional way where you can type everything and then you build the application. Again, that becomes very old school now. The other place is something like a chatbot. So normally when this boom started, we started using ChatGPT and other tools as a platform where you can write a good email, right? So email is not something which you like to write. So basically what you do is you take the help of the ChatGPT or other tools or chatbot in general, I can say. Same goes for the coding. Now, what we used to do is we used to give a problem statement and then we used to get the code and then we used to copy that code and paste it in your IDE and just hope that it will work. Chatbots are great. So when you talk about LLMs, they are great. They do their job perfectly, right? Hopefully. It depends upon what prompt you type. But when you build application, it's not a small thing, right? Because there are a lot of things which goes into it. First of all, you have to understand the business case. You have to convert that into a design. Then you write code. Then you write test cases. You deploy it. A lot of things goes there, right? And when you do it only with the LLM as a chatbot, you're not utilizing the full power of it. Now, if you look at LLM, they are like a brain. But if you really want to use that brain, you need the body as well. So even if I say I want to eat something and if it's sitting just there, my brain can't do that. I need a body, right? So that's what we call as a harnessing the power of your brain. In the same way, if you have this LLM models, how do I harness it? There are different ways of doing that. There are different tools available. So instead of just having a brain, using it as a chatbot, we can also use it to perform actions. So let's say if you're building an application, you're not going to your ChatGPT to paste, this is what I want to do, and then it will give you a code which you will paste manually. Of course, human interaction should be there. But then what exactly you're asking for, maybe you will not be able to give everything to the chat model. Now, when you have a big application, there are a lot of files there. How will you talk about your files to the ChatGPT? That's the problem. Now, what you can do is you can use some AI coding assistants. Now, this is where we got different tools available. Of course, you can go into that vibe coding way. Now, again, this course is not a vibe coding structure where we can simply say, this is the application which I want to build, and it will give you the code. I mean, everyone has done that at least once in our lifetime now, where you have taken subscription of something and then you start doing the vibe coding. There are different platforms available where you can also do no coding or no code platforms where you can just describe your problem statement. It will give you the application. But if you observe, there are a lot of work, there are a lot of repetitive things which you do. Basically, you get something, then you type, hey, this is not what I want this, and it will do the entire stuff again. And what you're losing in doing those things is you're losing your time, because I did that way back last year. I was all in the vibe mode where I said, okay, this is what I want. Ultimately, I was able to build it. But a lot of iterations went into it. I wasted a lot of tokens. Last year, tokens were cheap. This year, tokens are very costly. In fact, AI is costly. We were getting discounted price. I think even now we are getting discounted price. So we're not going to go for vibe coding. What we will do is, when you build big applications, normally you don't start your thing with writing code. What normally you do is you create the design, you create the specs, and if you follow these specs and when you build application, we call it as a spec-driven development. And this is a very old concept. We used to do that. I remember when I was in my college, in my second year, we had this subject called software engineering, and there's an entire chapter on how do you create specs, the specifications, and how do you follow that. I never took that seriously because for us, when you have to build application, we say, okay, what should be my first file? What should I write as a first line of my file? That's our main intention. But especially in this era where you can use AI and it is so powerful now, if you can provide proper specs, it will help you to build it according to your spec, and you can mention everything. What are the conventions? What are the architecture you want to follow? And that's what we are going to follow in this course as well. Now, Claude Code is basically a agentic tool. So in fact, let me just take you to the docs. So it says Claude Code is an agentic coding tool that reads your code base, edit files, run commands, integrate with your development tools. Now, this is important. Now, with the LLM, of course, it can't read your project files and stuff. So what you do is you basically, when you use Claude Code, you're giving the entire access to for your project, not just reading your project, writing it, editing files, running commands. That's what you do as a developer, right? So now at this point, any developer, doesn't matter, you are just coming to the industry, you're not a junior developer. You become a senior developer. Now, who is your junior developer here? That's your coding assistants. And in this case, when you say we are using Claude Code, they are your junior developers. They are smart, they are energetic, they are smart. They don't get tired, but yes, they have a token limit. They will not work beyond the working hours. That's what I can say now. But they can do all those things provided you tell exactly what you want. Okay. So that becomes very important here. Now, Claude Code is not the first tool to do that, right? So we got different tools available before. I used Copilot a lot, then Cursor we have. The problem with, again, these tools are awesome, but they have been built as an IDE first platform where you get the extension and then you work with the IDE. But Claude Code is a terminal native, and it's not not the only platform available, or not only tool available. There are different tools as well, but then it does its job very good. Okay, so just to highlight again, when you say Claude.ai, where you go and talk to it, imagine that's a brain which can talk and listen. Claude Code is basically a body, and you have given the keyboard access and the mouse access as well, where you can type and do the clicks for you. So that's Claude Code. Now, before I talk about the other aspect or some philosophical stuff, let me just show you what we are going to build. Now, we are going to build something called a content tracker, and how it looks. Okay, so I have deployed. Okay, so in this series, we will not just be building it. We are going to deploy it as well on GCP. So let me just log in now. So this is what we are building. So let's say I am a content creator, right? So I make videos, not just YouTube videos, but the courses as well. And when we do that, we have the entire team to do that. So we have a content team who helps with the proper content, maybe coding examples. Then as a trainer, I record the video, then it goes into the editing process. We have editors who will edit the video. Then once it is edited, we have to also upload it. And then before making it public, we'll verify it. So these are different steps, and there are different people working on this. So we have a separate content team, we have separate trainers, separate editors, someone who will do the upload, and then it will be verified on different levels. Now, normally we can do that on Excel file, or we can use some Kanban board available online, but I wanted to build my own. So this is the platform which is live. I just have to buy the domain now. So basically I can create task, something like this. I'm making a new video on Claude Code, one shot, and then there's a description for it. And then first it will start to the content team. And when I say save, you got a new task. And once the content is ready, I can just say move. It's getting recorded now. And when I say move, once this video is done, I will just move it to the editing, and then it goes to the editing. Then it will go to the uploading part. And once it is uploaded, it will be in the verified and publish. So this is the entire flow, right? And as an admin, I can delete the stuff. So we also have roles here. So you can see I'm an admin. I can delete certain tasks here. Let's say I want to delete this. And okay, there is some issue which I have to still solve. Okay, there's nothing wrong in accepting there are bugs in the application, but again, you can use AI to fix it. But you can log out, and now you can log in as an editor. So let's say if editor is accessing this particular page, they will log in, and they can't create a new task. Maybe they can as an editor, but they can't delete. Anyway, delete is not working. But you can see it says only admin can delete the task. They can only move things which they have access to. They can't move other things. So this is, we have security, we have RBAC here, everything is implemented. So, and we have built everything, I mean, most of it with the help of AI. And then you will say, okay, you can do this by vibe coding as well. Just mention the requirements and you are good. No, you're not good in this case, my friend, because when you do vibe coding, you specify and then there are a lot of iterations. But there's a concept which I normally follow. There's something called done versus verified. When you do something and when you think it's working, that's done, right? But then done is not exactly same as verified. Example, let's say you are buying a new house, or maybe you're building a new house, and you have given this to a contractor who's responsible to lay the foundation, build the house, do the interior, everything. And let's say after a few months, if you get a call from your contractor by saying the work is done. So when you said they are done, they're not going to verify it, or they're not going to again do something, but it is your job now to go there. Of course, you will not be moving entire stuff there and then do the housewarming and then settle. What you do is on day one, you will go there, you will verify each thing, you will open the door properly, you will check if the buttons, the switch are working, the lights are working, the faucet in your bathroom is working. You will check everything. And after checking, then you will say verified. In the software development as well, this is important. Don't just push the code just because it is working. It may be working now, but later on, you have no idea. And that's why verification is very important. Then you will say, hey, if you can build with AI, you can get it verified by AI. Yes, you can. But imagine this. AI writing the code and verifying the same code is like someone is verifying their own homework. So of course, you can use different AI to do the judgments, and you can use different models, you can use different sessions, but it's important as a human to be involved there, to verify everything which is happening, so that you can get someone responsible there. Right? If something goes wrong, you can say, that person, not AI. Right? So that responsibility is very important. And that's what we are going to achieve here. Now we are going to do this in different phases. Okay, so the thing is, I'm recording the last video, the first video last, all the recording have been done. So basically, I will show you what are the things we are going to work with. Of course, the first thing is we are doing the introduction of Claude Code. The next part is we are going to do this setup. Now, most of the developers, when they use Claude Code, they don't configure the way it has to be configured and use it the way it has to be used. And that's what we are going to do after that. So first we'll understand how Claude Code works, what is agentic loop. We'll focus on the permissions, because now we are saying that Claude Code has the access to your project, the file system. So you have to give certain permissions, what it can do, what should be restricted. Claude Code can also be used to put the checkpoints. So what if you want to go back? Can you go back? Then we'll understand how Claude Code manages the memory. In fact, in the entire course, we are going to focus on context engineering as well. How do you manage your context? How do you store whatever is happening? How do you specify the conventions? So we'll talk about the CLAUDE.md file. And then, since I mentioned that this is a terminal native coding assistant tool, basically you have to use a lot of slash commands. There are inbuilt slash commands, there are slash commands which you can create with the help of skills. We are going to learn those things as well. Then, when you say it is going to do certain things with your files, read, write, it uses something called agents. And that's why I say it's an agentic coding assistance. Now, agents are there, but you can create your own sub-agents. And then what if you are working on a feature branch which is very different from your project? How will you achieve that? There's also something called Worktrees. Now, once that is done, once you understand how Claude Code works, we'll start with having a front end. Again, front end is already ready, which you will get. So if you see the page here, you will see the main branch and before auth implementation. Make sure that you are in this branch and only take the front end part. Because after, in the main branch, the front end, if you see, the view has been changed. So start with this and you will get to know in the video which branch you have to work with. Now, the application is not a simple application. Of course, it looks simple, but there are a lot of things involved there, like security, deployment, those things will be covered. And while doing that, there are a lot of prompts which I'm going to use, the specs files. You can type the prompt by yourself, but I will give you a file. You can find the file in the resources. In that file, you will find the prompts which I've used. The specification is mentioned. Just copy that and use it. Again, you can create your own, but if you want to follow along, just copy it and paste it. Again, but read it properly what you're doing. Now, this is the project. Again, this is the completed project, which you will see. We are going to talk about how do we use Claude Code on terminal, different commands, which model to use, how do you save tokens and all those stuff. Then we'll talk about the .claude file here, where we have agents, skills. Then we'll focus on specifications. If you can see, it's here. And it will be fun, right? And we have also created a Docker file, again, with AI, right? Or with the help of Claude Code. And I enjoyed making this series. I hope you will enjoy. And let me know your thoughts in the comments. I know your comments always motivate me to make more videos. And hit that like button if you enjoy this. And let's get started now. It's time to do the setup. So if you want Claude Code on your machine, of course, that's what we want, right? To build it. So you have to go to Google and search for Claude Code. The setup is actually very simple, but there are certain things which we are going to see. So if when you search for Claude Code, it will take you to the website. So this is where we are. Now, it's easy to use Claude Code. The only thing is, when you download and when you execute, you have to pay the bill for it. Now, there are two options. One is the subscription way, and second is the API way. And I will show you both. So let's go step by step. Now, based on which type of machine you are using, Windows or Linux or Mac, it will give you different options. Now, for this machine, which is Windows, I can simply copy this command, straightforward command. And since Claude Code is going to execute on your system, it's going to change the files, this is how the command will look like. I was not sure about what IRM means. I just did my search and I got to know there's something exists like this. Anyway, so let's go to terminal and execute this command. And when you do that, it will take some time to download. And by the time it is downloading, we can do some other stuff. I hope it will not ask me for anything else. So I've entered the command, still waiting. Okay, so it says installing the native Claude native build latest. Let's do that. Okay, so let me just go to the pricing part. So since we are in this page and since we talked about the price, if you click on pricing here, you can see there are multiple options. You can go with the API way or you can go with the plans. Now, for me personally, I have the Pro plan. And if you use that, of course, see, in Pro, you will get, in fact, let me show you. So if I click on overview, so you can get it for free, but I think Claude Code will not work for the free version. You can do basic chat and it will generate the code for you. But now we want it to run on the machine and generate the code, generate the files, play with the files. And for that, you need to get the Pro plan or the Max plan. So in the Pro plan, you get Claude Code, but there's a limitation. You will hit that limit often. It depends upon what kind of work you're doing. And there's a way to also reduce the amount of token getting used so that you can do it for the longer time. Otherwise, you'll be having a session or some time where you can use it, then you have to wait for the reset. But if you are a heavy user, I would suggest a Max plan. But depends upon what you're building. If you're building something which will give you revenue, of course, Max works here. But I'm a Pro plan because I'm not using this that much at this point. For basic project, for basic implementation, it works. And anyway, it is going to reset after some time. But there's also an API way. So if you click on API here, so this is how the charging goes like. So $5 per million token, that's for the Opus. For Sonnet, it's 3 million. And for Haiku, it is 1 million. Now for basic task, if you want something fast, Haiku works. But if you're building a project where you need code, it should be smart. Okay, so in that case, Sonnet works. But if you are planning for your project, we will be using Opus. And don't worry, we'll talk about this later in detail, which one to use when. So which is better? I would say if you have a plan, that is much better because you don't have to pay for the tokens. Then you have to always think about how many tokens are getting consumed. But yeah, if you just want to learn this entire course, API should work only for this course. Okay, then you are not paying $20 or $30 in that case. You're just paying $5 to $6 if I'm not wrong, provided you're not using Opus there. Okay, so let's see our terminal and you can see the installation is completed and the folder in which it went is .local, so we can verify the setup as well. Now it might ask you to also add this in your environment variables, and if you don't know how to do that, it will give you a command itself here. So you can just go here and add the particular path. So you can see I've already done that because I'm not doing this for the first time on this machine. But it might ask you to do that based on which OS you're using. Now, once you have your setup done, the next step is to actually type this command called Claude. When you say enter, now, since it is going to change certain things in your system, and that is risky, right? Because AI is going to change the files and stuff. So you have to give the permission. So it will ask you for the root directory permission. So if you don't want to give for this particular folder, which is not actually the case, I will be doing that. But if you want to build something and if you want to give limited folder permission, then create a particular folder and do that. Okay, so I'm going to say trusted, and this is how it looks. Now you will be thinking, okay, we got a terminal. So we are doing everything in the terminal. Why not GUI? See, the thing is, as a pro developer, when you start building projects, there are a lot of things which happens on the terminal. So even if you're using the GUI part of it, there are certain things it will ask you to do it in terminal. So if you're anyway going to come back to terminal, why not? And don't worry, we're not going to use this particular terminal. We are going to use that in the IDE. Now you can use any IDE here. So we are going to use VS Code. If you're using for Java or some other frameworks, try different IDEs. For Java, you can use JetBrains IDE like IntelliJ IDEA and many more. So you can try in those things, provided extensions are there. Now, in fact, you can also check on which particular platform they have the extensions. So if I go back to the home page, so if you expand this, you can see you can get it on VS Code, JetBrains, and on the web as well. But these two are majorly used, so we'll be using that. So this is how it looks like. Now, before we open the IDE and show you something, I want to show you something here. Now, you can run commands. Now, let's say before running a command, I just want to check, how can you help me? Now, when I do that, so you can see it will give a lot of this type of messages. Transmuting. Okay. So you can see it can help me with the software engineering development task because it is specifically built for code, right? So it is research analytics specific. You can use it for API development, SDK development, multiple things. So basically for code. Okay. Now, since I executed this particular query, I created this prompt and stuff. Now, okay, there's one more thing which I forgot to mention. So basically when you do this for the first time, now since I'm not doing this for the first time, it will ask you for the login. Okay, so let me do that first. I will say /logout. So first I have to come out, and this is how you will see. So when you start for the first time, it will ask you for the theme. Okay, by the way, to log out, I'd say /logout. Okay, so there are a lot of slash commands which we're going to use, and don't worry, you will learn them one by one. First of all, you don't have to master all the commands, whichever is required, and we'll talk about those things. So you can select the theme. Let's prefer dark theme here. I will say enter. And now for login, you have multiple options. As you can see, we got a subscription option in which if you have a plan for Pro, Max, Teams, and Enterprise, you can use this. I'm going to use this, but I also want to show you the second option, which is the Anthropic console account. So let's try that first. So I will say enter. Now it will take you to the website, the Anthropic Claude, and this is where you have to authorize it. Even if you do that, it might not work. Okay. The thing is, you can see it says login successful. But what if I don't have credits in my account? And I actually have some credit in my account. So if I say Claude console, so this is where you have to go for the API part. So I'm on the Claude console now. You can see it says good evening and stuff. So you can create API. You can do a chat here as well. But first of all, you need a API. And I do have API. So even the Claude Code is going to use some of the API here. But the most important part is you need credits. And you can see in my account, I got $4.69. So if I click that, so there's my balance. I actually added $5 or 5.9 somewhere in Jan. And since I'm not using API part much, I'm using Google API or Google Credits or Google LM to be specific, and OpenAI. But I'm going to shift to Claude as well. It depends on the kind of project I'm working with. So when you add the balance, I did some mild work and there's the balance now. So if you want to use API way, add $5 and you should be good, at least for the course. But if you don't want to go in this way, now since, okay, I want to show you one more thing. So we know the credits now. I'm logged in. Okay, again, the same steps, you have to trust the folder. And now let's do something. I will say build a project for e-commerce using maybe some new language. Let's say Golang. It was suggesting that I have a pro plan, so I should use that, but I'm using this now. So let's keep refreshing and let's see if it is going down. Again, not much. Maybe you're not even consuming that much of tokens. Or it's asking me. So I want API and HTML template. Yeah, I'm going to use that. I'm a bit new to Golang, so I'll just select the default one. I'm going to use in-memory at this point. Which CRUD operation I want? I want product catalog. I want user authentication, cart, payment integration, something. No, something. Submit answers. Okay, so you can see this much amount of tokens have been consumed. Now maybe I will just stop it in between. And you can even change these things, the effort, and we'll talk about effort in some time. I think it will also ask us to install Golang. I don't have Golang on this machine. Yeah, you can see Golang is not set. So it will do that for me. Okay. And let's see if it is reducing the amount. Yeah, so you can see I lost my 9 cents. So that's the thing I was talking about, okay, don't proceed because I'm losing money there. So if you're using the API, you will lose your money faster than using the pro plan. But there's another way, so I will show you that. So if you click on models, you can see there are multiple models available here. So we got by default, okay, so it was default recommendation was Opus. So Opus is an awesome model to work with, very intelligent, got a good context window. But the problem is the charges are high. So you can see it is $5 per million token. That's huge. If you use Sonnet, you will not lose that much of amount faster. Same goes for Haiku. You can set the effort as well, but by default it's using Opus. So you can switch the model and you can go to Sonnet and you can use that. So it will not charge you that fast. So if I'm using Sonnet now, so it's to Sonnet 4.6, and whatever I do now, it will not cost much. Okay, but now I want to continue with the subscription way. So I will just click on logout. So if you want to come out, you can just say /logout and clear this. Again, go back to Claude. And now I'm going to use the subscription way. So I will enter that. Again, it will ask me to authorize, and that's a good thing. So done. Claude can make mistakes. We know AI can make mistakes. Okay, trust this folder. Yes, and we are back. Okay, now this time I'm not using the API. So whatever I do now, I will not be losing money there. Okay, so when you log out, you can also use something called login. Let me try login. What happens when you are already logged in? Yeah, so now you can switch. So when you log in, you can even switch. Now, if you want to come out, you can simply say escape and you will be coming out from that command. So login interrupted, but we are already logged in, so nobody's there. So we have talked about models. Let's say what models we have when we are using subscription. So even if for that, we got the same option. But if you see, the default one is Sonnet. So by doing this, they are saving their money, right? So when we were using API, they were saying, hey, use Opus by default. And that's crazy. They should have provided Opus by default when I'm using the subscription. But also, we will be running out of tokens soon. Yeah. So default recommended is Sonnet 4.6, and we'll be using that. Okay. And we'll discuss about this more later. The different models, which one you should use when. But now one more thing. Since we have not asked any question yet, how do we know how much we are paying? Right. So of course, in Pro plan or Max plan, when you're using these plans, subscription plans, you're not paying for it. But still, there's a limit of how much you can do in a session. So you can check that with the help of something called usage. Now, when I type usage, there are multiple options which we are getting. We're also getting extra usage. So what if you hit your limit? And if you still want to continue working, in that case, you can pay for extra. So example, if I say usage extra, it will charge me now. Don't charge. Right, so don't do extra usage. I mean, of course, if you're doing something important and if you want to get the work done, paying for it makes sense. At this point, I just want to check how much I have consumed. So when I click on usage, you can see this particular session, the current session, it is 0 used. Starting off this week, this is going to reset on 17. So in the entire week, I've not done much with the Claude Code. That's what it's saying here. But in the current session, it is 0 used. But now let's ask a question and see how much it is getting consumed there. So come out by escaping and okay, let's ask a question. Do I need to know Golang to build a project in Golang? Okay, so let's see what it answers for this particular questions. There's a tip as well. You can use skills to... We'll talk about skills as well, don't worry. Short answer is yes, at least the basics. This is important, right? So it doesn't matter if you're using any coding assistants. See, treat them as assistants. If you're just treating them as your main software developer, you will struggle. So this is what it is giving the answer, and I'm not going to go entirely there. But now when I check the usage again, so you can see for this particular question, 1% used. Now it depends. If you're using Opus here, you will get a higher number. Right, so this is for the week, and let me escape again. And one more thing I forgot to mention, when you're using the API way of doing it, and when you add queries there, make sure that you disable the auto add, or whatever they say. So yeah, auto reload is disabled. Otherwise, it will keep adding money. You will keep losing money. So don't do that. Now, since we are talking about this slash, let me also use one more command here, which is called config. Now, when I click here, you can see these are the configuration you can change. Again, we'll discuss about this configuration, which one we have to use. But there's something called compact. Okay, we'll talk about compact later. Maybe I can disable tips. I don't want it. You can reduce motion, thinking mode. You can, by default, is on. What else we can use? There are a lot of options here, and we'll see them one by one, or not everything, whatever is required. Now, there are a lot of slash commands. So when I say slash, you can see there's a list. Okay, they're not even showing the entire list. But there's something called status. So it will show you the session name. Again, we can change the session name. Then the command current working directory, which account I'm using. So this is the setup in the terminal. But I want to show the setup in the VS Code as well, because the project which I'm talking about. So if I go to VS Code, first of all, we have to get that project, right? And before we do that, we have to... Okay, let me update. I can't see there's an update and then not updating it. So the first thing you have to do is you need to get Claude extension or Claude Code extension in your VS Code. And we know how to do that. So you can just go to extension and search for Claude Code. It should be by Anthropic. So when I click here, yeah, this is from Anthropic. You can click on install. Okay, that's done. You can see now we got Claude Code here. So when I click here, so I did certain things before, but now I can click on the new session. Again, when to create new sessions, why to create new sessions, we'll talk about that later. Or can we just do everything in one session? I love that. But if you have used any chat model before, maybe Gemini or ChatGPT, we do that, right? We create new sessions for new questions. If you know the answer, good. Otherwise, we'll talk about it. So let's click on the new session here. And this is your prompt. And we got GUI back. We were so happy. We were working with command, the terminal, and now we got the window. So we can add a prompt here. We can execute some / commands. Looks better, right? The problem is, let's say if I try to do, what else? Where can I do that? So let's say if I try to do hooks. When I click on hooks here, you can see that what it says. It says continue in the terminal to configure hooks. And when you do that, it will open the terminal. So ultimately, we are coming back to terminal. Then why to take all this extra effort of using GUI? So I don't want to use that. I don't want to use GUI. Then what to do? In that case, you can switch to the terminal. So example, you can see the Claude icon here and here as well. When you click that, it will just open the GUI or it will open the terminal. Now, in case for you, it is not opening the terminal, in that case, you can just change this setting and make sure that this is checked. I was expecting it will open the GUI, but it opened the terminal. Then I recalled I'm not using Claude Code on this machine for the first time. I did all the setting before. So make sure that you check it. It will give you some prompt here to do that. Okay, so you can see on this side, I came back to terminal, and now you can do the same thing which we were doing there on the terminal. Okay, so we'll be using this, and the same thing, the same account, I can do usage, still 1%. It's not like for new session, it will just renew it. But again, when I check that after some time, it will be renewed. So I'm safe. Next step would be, once you have your Claude Code setup done, in fact, I would also recommend you to go to the docs. And it's important, what doesn't matter from where you're learning, always stick to the docs. So this is for the Mac, this is for the Windows, and this is for the PowerShell. Okay, so these are the steps, setup steps, but there are different things here. You can see it says how Claude Code works, the entire thing. Again, we'll talk about it, but I would also encourage you to go to the docs once. So that's done. Setup is looking good. The next step would be to get working with the project. So we have seen this setup for the Claude Code, and of course we can use the Claude models. We can use Sonnet, Opus. The only thing is you have to pay for it. But what if you have a machine which can run a local model? And again, I'm repeating this, your machine should be able to run the local model. So there are a lot of open source models which we can use, and you can run it locally. And you can connect your Claude Code, or basically you can have Claude Code using the local models. Now, at this point, if you're doing that, you don't have to pay for the Claude services. The only thing is it will be slow. But if you can manage with the speed, you're good to go. Now, let me show you what are the options. So one of the best options for running the local models is Ollama. So when you go to the ollama.com, this is the official page. And there are a lot of models available here. So if you click on models, you can download and use all these models locally. So I have tried Gemma 4 and most of the models here, Qwen and different Gemini option. I have also tried Llama, but you need to check what is your system configuration to do that. So if you have a low configured machine, so specifically if you have a GPU, you need a GPU here. There are some models which works on CPU as well. So if you look at here, I'm using the RTX 4080. This is a laptop GPU. And it has 12 GB dedicated GPU. So if you have, or GPU memory, if you have that, you're good to go for the models which I'm running. Otherwise, you have to look for the models and maybe the lower version of it. So example, if you look for Gemma 4, there are different options here. So we have Gemma 4 latest, but if you can see the size is 9.6 GB. Not sure if you can fit in that. This will fit 4B and even 12B works. And if you're using Mac, you can use any MLX version here based on the size. Okay, now if you look at these models, not every model is capable of working with Claude Code. So even if you click here, you can see we have Claude Code model Gemma 4, but I was facing issue using that. It might work for you, or maybe you have to do some tweaks. What you can also do is you can use some fine-tuned models, which you can try it on. But before you do that, the first thing you have to do is you have to install Ollama. So when you go to Ollama website, this is the way you can download. If you're using Windows, for Mac, depending upon which OS you're using, you will get the option here to download. Now in my machine, if I open terminal, I already have Ollama, and the way you can check that is by saying Ollama version, and you can see I do have Ollama installed. Now once you have Ollama, it's not like you'll be having the model access directly. So if you want to work with a particular model here, so let's say if I go back to the models, and if I want to work with, let's say, Gemma 4 here, and you can pick up any models. Example, let's say if I want to pick up E4B, so this is the command to run it. But even before running it, it will download on your machine. So I've done that already, and I have few models already downloaded. So if I say Ollama list, so these are the models I already have in this machine. So you can see a lot of options here. And I found this particular model, this fine-tuned for the Claude Code, and it works. So you try with Gemma and see if it is working or not. Quen is also suggested by Ollama itself, but I'm going to use this. And let me search about this here. So on Ollama, you will find the fine-tuned model as well. So this is what we are using here, which is for E4B. And this is the context 64K. So you can't do much with this locally, but you can manage. And it also run full run on 16 GB. Okay, it was working well on my Mac. That's why it was working fine, because it is tuned for Mac. But you can try different models. You can test it out. Okay, now how do you run this? So basically this is the command. So you can see it says Ollama launch Claude, and then you can pass the model name. So there are different options of doing this. Let me just go back to the Ollama page. So the first thing is you have to download that. And the way you can do that is by going here, and there's a command. You can just run this, and this will download and run this particular model. Now, since I already have it here, I can directly run this. So I don't have to download again and again. So that's one. Next, you need to get the Claude. So you can just scroll down, and you can see there's multiple options here, which is automate your work. And OpenClaw also works here. If I click on see more apps, one option is Claude Code. Just click on that. It will give you some steps to do that. So I will just zoom it a bit. And if you go down, you can see it will suggest Quen 3.5. You try it out. I was happy with the fine-tuned model of Gemma 4. And this is how you do it. So you can say Ollama launch Claude. I will just copy this. And where should we do it? Of course, I can do it in the terminal here, or I will open the VS Code, and randomly I have selected one of the package from the project, which is frontend, and you can open any folder, or maybe in the same project which we are going to work on. And here you just have to pass that command, which is Ollama launch Claude. Okay. Now, when you do this, it will launch it, and it will ask you for which model. So basically, there are a lot of models available in this machine. So I'm going to select this one, which is Gemma 4 E4B Claude Coder. I can go with this as well, but let's see if this system can handle it. But there's also option of Quen 3.6, Agentic software engineering model with multi-model capabilities. The only thing is it is 28 GB. My VRAM will die there. And in this case, if you have a higher version, it will directly start using CPU. And of course, we don't have good CPUs available to run these models. Now let me try this and run. So you can see my Claude Code is ready. You can even connect with this extension, which you can download. So you can connect the extension. You just have to do some configuration, and you can use this. But I would suggest go to their website and do the remaining configuration by yourself. So if you scroll down, you can do a manual setup here. You can set the environment variables, and then you can run. So you can use that chat window as well. But terminal works. So if you are in the terminal, now you can start working. So let me try. So first I will say, explain the project. And while I do that, I will also show you my task manager. Let's see how much GB power it takes. So it's just going to kick off. Also, my camera, or the recording is happening on the same machine. So even that itself is consuming this. And picked up, you can see GPU is going a bit high. I hope it is not affecting the recording. We will talk less. Okay, tokens per second speed looks good. Not bad actually compared to the local models. Additionally, you need a good amount of memory as well to run this type of models because it is going to load in the memory as well. Okay, so it is explaining the project. You can see this is what we have, right? The get task, create task, that looks good. But now if I ask it to create a JS file for calculator. Again, when you are working on a big project, it might struggle, but there's a workaround as well. You can manage your context, you can manage your specs, create a new session or clear the current session to achieve that. Or maybe you can work with a specific method or a function at one time. So when I say create, this is going to be a long run. And sometimes it fails, okay? So it thought for 13 seconds, but no output. Let's try once again in the current folder. You can set your thinking level as well. Okay, this time it is doing something. Okay, so you can see it has created a file. I will just minimize this now. So we got the entire JavaScript file, which has the code here, and I will say accept. You can also add the test cases for this. So at this point, you got the entire code. So it's your choice if you want to use the Claude models or if you want to run it locally. But yes, running it locally also has some advantages. You don't have to pay for the models, but this will be slow. Also, I would encourage you to explore other models as well. Maybe you can try some other fine-tuned models which you like, and let me know your experience with the local models. Now, as we are not doing the wipe coding part, so of course you can use Claude Code for doing wipe coding, but if you want to build amazing solutions or a solution which you can run in production, wipe coding is not a way, and we know that. Okay, so how we are going to build this? The step one would be to get a project. Now, there are two ways of doing it. One, you can build it from scratch, or we can get a project which is already built and we can make the modification. So here we'll have a hybrid approach. So we're not going to get entirely from scratch. In our application, which we're trying to build, the content tracker, we have our front end ready, and then we'll be working with the backend. So we'll build the entire backend using Claude Code. Of course, I'll be involved as a developer, but also we might do some tweaks for the front end part as well. So the step one would be to get this project. Now, from where you're going to get this project, it's very simple. You will find this link in the description, the content tracker, and we'll also give you a branch if I change it later, but make sure that you only get this code. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get this in the VS Code. Okay, so we got the project here, so which is you can see content tracker, and in this we got multiple files. So if I open the front end part here, so there's some front end here, and again, I'm not going to run this, or maybe we should run this, right? And to run this, I'm going to use Claude Code. So how do we do it? Of course, I can run it directly. This is a simple HTML page. I can just open this and find a way to run this, or I can just run this using some extensions and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Claude here in the terminal. And let me, okay, so it will open Claude in some time. It's taking some time. Okay, so do I trust this folder? Yes. Okay, so I will say run this front-end code. Okay, let's see if it is able to understand. Maybe kind of wipe coding here, but somewhere we can do that. So taking some time, it is checking for the app.js. And I ran this before. The UI looks pretty good. Okay, so it says now it has to execute the bash command. So the thing is, when you use this window, it's not just for chatting, right? We can also execute the bash commands or the shell commands. And either you can do it, and if you want to do it, I will show you later how it works. But your Claude Code will also execute the bash commands. So this is what it says. It is going to use the start command, and I'm okay with it. Never use start command like this, but I will say yes and don't ask again for the start. Okay, so I will say just once, and this is where we got our beautiful design. So basically this is for the content tracker, where if I'm recording a video, I can just have different teams working with it. And maybe first I need to get the content ready. Once the content is ready, I can just record the video and it will be here. Once I record the video, I will say move forward. It will go to editing in process. Progress, and then once the editor has done it, they will move it to the next section, and once it is uploaded, they will just move it, and then once it is verified, it will be done. So that's how it works, right? So maybe we could have one more here for the verification. This works. But at this point, if you see, when I click on move forward, nothing is working because the backend is not built. Only the front end part is there. There are different roles here. We got admin, editor, content team, uploader. Again, even this UI is generated with the help of Claude Code, but I don't want to show the how I made this. I've used all the techniques, which I'm going to tell you later, but this is the front end ready. So there's the Telusko workflow engine, just a content tracker. And now let's go back here. So that part is done. Now, since we really want to understand this, how Claude Code works, first you have to understand the agentic loop. See, the thing is, Claude Code will be using different agents to work with it. So when you say you want to edit some file or you want to add some new features, it is going to use certain agents to do that, right? And then it's not like you will ask for something and it will do the task and it's done. Verification is very important. When you ask for something, even you have to verify and your Claude Code should verify. And that's why we have to understand the agentic loop. See, when you hire a developer, it can be a junior developer or a senior developer. And when you give a project and say, okay, fix this problem. So there's something wrong with the login page or there's something wrong with the dashboard. What they will do is, as a developer, what I will do is I will first try to understand what is happening, right? So maybe I will just do the planning first. And then once I understand what is happening, then I will start making the changes. And once I do the changes, I will verify it. And if everything is well or good, I'm happy. But if something goes wrong again I have to go for the planning phase or maybe the thinking phase, what's going wrong. And then I will act and then will verify. That's the loop I'm talking about. And to explain that, let me go to the drawing page. So basically what we have here is something called agentic loop. Now, whatever marks you can see on the top or here, just ignore them at this point. Just focus on this part. So what you're focusing now is something called agentic loop. So as a developer or as a Claude Code now, because Claude Code is also your coding assistant, or you can say junior developer, or some people call it a senior developer. Again, that's debatable, but let's get back here. Now, the first thing you will do is think. In think, Claude basically reasons about the task. So what is going wrong with the task? Once it knows, once it analyzes everything, different code files, it will go in the act phase. Now, in the act phase, it will use different tools to read the file, edit the file, execute certain things, right? So it will do all those things and it will try to make it work. And once you have done with the act part, the next is to observe. This is where Claude Code will make the changes, see if things are working or not. So Claude will read the tool's result, and if everything is going good, that's task done. Simple step. But that's not a loop, right? That's one way. But we know, as a developer, we have done that multiple times. It never happens in one go. You think, then you make some changes, you observe, and then you realize, hey, something on the other hand is not working now. And then you'll go back in the thinking phase, you will act, and then you will observe. And the beauty is you don't have to mention this to Claude Code, that you have to go into this loop and then keep doing it. It will do it by itself. When you ask it to act on something, it will check if things are working or not. So if the task is not done, go back, think about it again, act on it, and observe. Now, the most important part here is, of course, all the steps are important. Thinking is very important, because if you don't think and act, you will make mess. And that's what we do most of the time. So when you go to, I remember when I was in my college, when I used to go for the competitions, coding competitions, I've seen a lot of people, once they get a problem statement, they start coding and they open their editor and they say, let me just start doing it. At least in the C++ language or C language, the first two lines of the imports or the hash include, you do that. And then you think about the problem statement. On the other hand, if you really want to win a competition or if you want to build a product, the first thing you do is you understand the statement, you take a paper, you draw your thinking, you think loud on paper. And then you have a picture in your mind, this is what I want to do, and then you act. That's what Claude Code is going to do. And then once you have done the task, you will be observing, right? That's important. But what is scary here is the act part. So let's say you have built a project which is 50% working and you have done a lot of hard work, and now you're asking, hey, Claude Code, help me with the project. Claude Code will be having the superpower, right? They can read the file. I don't have an issue with reading the file. Maybe the privacy issue would be there, where it will read your files and it will try to send this data to their servers, but Claude Code says they don't do that. I trust them, maybe. So I don't have issue with the read. What I have issue is this two, the edit and bash. Edit is they edit your files, not just editing one line or two line. They can edit the entire file, entire project, delete the file. Okay, that's risky, right? When they do this. And also the bash commands. These are not simply running a project or something. This bash command can be anything. So this is scary. And the question is how much permission you want to give to the Claude Code to do that. So that's what we're going to talk about. So, this line going here, this is where, so every action which you took, every act passes through these permissions. And we'll talk about the permission. I'm going to hide it for some time, but I will show you that in some time. So go back to the project now. Now, once we understand, Claude Code can do that and it uses this agentic loop. So let's see how that agentic loop looks like. Now, in this project, this is a front-end part, right? But still, I want to add certain files. I will say create 3 files or 3 JS files, one for calculator. Again, I'm not going to use these files. That's why I'm using this random features. So one for calculator, one for checking prime number, and one with random JavaScript code. Now, this is a simple prompt. Again, meaningless prompt. No one will do that. But let's say if I do this prompt now, and when I say enter, and I'm not sure which model I have selected. By default, it was Sonnet. So let's see. So when I do this, it will start acting. Okay, it is giving you a tip when you're working with HTML, CSS, install this plugin and something. But you can see we got a file here which is calculator.js. Other files are still in waiting. And it says it has open VS Code, calculator.js, save the file to continue. I could have manually done that, but it says, do you want to create this calculator file? Yes. Now there are 2 options. In fact, there are 3 options. Yes, I can accept. So basically, every time you do these changes, it will give you this prompt where it will ask you for the permission. Okay. And since it is doing the changes, it's good that Claude Code is asking for the permission. So by default, it is in the auto mode. What are the other modes? We'll talk about it. So we got in the auto mode where it is asking you for every changes. So, but I will say allow all the edits during this session on this file. Okay, and I will say yes. Now that's done. So you can see we got one file which is calculator.js. Again, we are not going to run this and test. There's just a simple calculator with a lot of code here. And now it will go for the next one, which is the prime.js file. So it's taking some time. And again, we have not talked about the slash commands yet, but we'll talk about it later. So here, it is trying to execute this bash command. Okay, so for creating a file for bash command, is asking for the permission. Again, a good thing. So this is the command. Okay. Yes, I want to continue. Similar commands. Yeah. So next time for the similar commands, I don't want it to ask again. So I have given you that permission now. I will say yes, enter. And observe this one thing here, which is by the time it is doing that, you can see accept edits on. Okay. So this is not a mode which is by default enable. I can switch to it. But why do we have those things? We'll talk about it in some time. So you can see we got 3 files. We got calculator.js, we got JavaScript concepts.js. This is for the random file which I was talking about. And then this is the prime.js. Again, I'm not sure if the code is right or wrong. We can just write the test cases, test it. And even you can use Claude Code to write the test cases and do that stuff. But that's not the main intention. I just wanted to create these files and lose some tokens. Random files. Okay, so some random JavaScript code. Now I got these 3 files, right? Now the agentic loop, basically if you read all these things which is happening here, you will understand first it thinks what you want to achieve. So there's a thinking mode going on. Then once it thought about what we need to do, it will act. And then once it is acting, it will just go into that observe phase. And then if things are not working, it will go back and think, act, and observe, right? But every time it acts, it's asked you for, it has certain permissions to work with, right? And that's why we want to talk about this accept edits now. Now there are different modes available here. So example, if I just, you can see that there's an option here, which is shift tab. So when I do that, you can see things are changing. So accept edits, plan mode, and then we have a default mode. So there are other modes as well, which you can switch to. But let me show you different permissions here. So every time you act or the Claude Code act, basically it goes into these permissions. So Claude wants to edit a file, run a command, or delete something, that's going to the permission mode. Because what happens is if you write a prompt where your intention was not to delete something, but then Claude Code thinks that we have to delete certain files. Sometimes to fix a bug, you can delete a file, right? But what if Claude Code does that? We don't want it. And that's why it should ask for the permissions. So the default mode is it will ask the human every time. Okay, so you are there somewhere. And this is the safest option. By default, it will be default mode. It will ask you for everything. But then while you're doing this, it will give you a prompt, yes, but then allow for this particular things, or don't ask for this particular location or file. At that time, it will not ask for the next time, right? But it's a good thing. It will ask you for things. Then we have the next option, which is accept edits. So all the edits are accepted, but the commands, so if you want to execute certain commands, it will ask for it. And this is good for productivity. If you want to pick up the speed, it's good. Will I use it? Not sure. I will maybe stick to default mode because I want it to ask every time. But if you want to believe, or if you want to trust Claude Code in this case, you can just enable this. But what if something goes wrong? What if you give this thing where Claude Code is editing a file, and then after some time you realize, hey, I want to go back? That's where you can use Git. So every time you make some changes, do the commits, and then you can roll back. But what if you don't want to rely on Git? Do we have other option? We'll talk about it. Just wait for some time. So these are the two permissions. Then we got a plan. Now, planning is very important. See, when you are building a project from scratch, or maybe if you are building a new feature, before you start building the feature, the first thing you will do is you will create a plan for that. Now, in this phase, basically, you're not going to write something. You're just going to create a plan. Okay, no code files are changing, or it is not executing any commands. It's just planning phase. Now, in this planning phase, when you do that, it will create a plan which you can follow. Now, this is very important, and we are going to talk about this later. When you are building a feature, how do we use a plan mode? But there's an option of plan mode. Then we also have an option of auto, where Claude Code, since it's an AI, it will use AI features, and it will basically say, let me decide when to ask for the permission and when to not ask for the permission. And if you are doing certain things experimentally, auto looks good. So if you are doing certain things for long autonomous runs, you can use this. And the last option, and never do this, never use this. This is an option, but never do this, which is bypass. It will bypass everything. So just do it, no questions. And if you are doing it certain thing experimentally, running it on a sandbox, and maybe you want to show some demo, the power of Claude Code, you can use this, but I will not use it. Bypass is never an option. So I would suggest use the first three, default, by default. If you are okay with the edits, and we do that, right? So every time it will ask you for a prompt, you give that permission to a particular file, you can do in this mode. And plan, of course, for planning phase, we are going to use this. Other two, I would avoid. Let me know what you think. Will you avoid that, or do you have a workaround with this? Now, going back to the code. So we have done these changes, right? We can remove these files. I can ask Claude Code to remove one of the files. I will say remove, or maybe we can say delete the JavaScript concept JS file. Let's see if Claude Code deletes it, or it says, we're doing something wrong. Now it says there's a PowerShell command which you can execute, which is remove item. It will delete this particular file, and accept it. But if I say don't ask again for removing item, no, I will not do that. At this point, I will say yes, not don't ask me again. Okay, so it will delete this file. Now you can see the file is gone. Now we can make some more changes. Maybe I would just want to change certain things here. From this file, I want to change this calculate function to calculate. So I will say change calculate function to calc function. That's one change. And the next change I want to make is in the prime.js, I want to add one more function. Add one function in prime.js file to add two numbers. I don't know why you will do that, but wipe coding works sometimes. So let me just do that. Let me just make these changes. Now, when you do this, of course, Claude Code will ask you for the permission. Do you want to do that? And since we have given the edit access before for these files, it will do it pretty quick. So you can see it has added this particular function, and in the calculator.js, it has changed the file name to calc, and things are working out. But what if you messed up here? This is something which you don't want to do. What you will do now? and I have not even did the git commit. So manually, I have to go back and look at the number of files it has changed, number of lines. So 6 lines added, 6 lines removed, 1 change there, and 1 word change. But let's say if there's a big change, how will you manage that? In that case, we have to understand the next part. So there's something called checkpoints. Every time you make edits, Claude Code will have a snapshot of it. So just before the edit, it will have a snapshot. Next edit, it will have a snapshot. Next edit, it will have a snapshot. And all these snapshots are saved. The advantage of this is, what if you want to go back to one of the prompt because of which you made the changes? You can do that. Okay, and that's the beauty about this. And every time it changes here also, it will do the auto snapshot. It's not like only on your prompt, but if Claude Code is changing certain files continuously, it will have these snapshots. Now, if you want to go back, what you can do is you can just say escape 2 times, and this is where you will get into this rewind mode. Now, in the rewind mode, you can go back to a certain prompt. So on this particular prompt, you can go back here as well, where it has added this 3 files. It will delete those 3 files. Or maybe you can just go back here, where it will just make the previous changes. It will remove the code of add, and it will just make these changes. So let's see if that works. So the moment I say enter, it will give you certain options. Do you want to restore code and conversation, or do you just want to restore the conversation? You want just code to be there. You want to restore the code, or there are multiple options. But let me just go with the restore code and conversations. I'll say enter, and it will do the task now. And done. Oh, there was an error removing it. It says it is deleted. That's why we went back, but it's not making the changes. Oh, let me do that once again. It failed here. Let me try with this. I don't know what went wrong. Yeah, it says that this will restore 79 lines. It should do that. Okay, I don't know what went wrong before, but sometimes it fails. So these are the things which I want to talk about. But I also want to check which model I was using before. So there's one of the / command, which is model. And you can see by default I was using Sonnet. Okay, that's fine. I was happy with Sonnet. And I also want to check the usage. So it's 7%. But that's fine. It is going to reset in some time. And cool. So yeah, that's about this. And now let's move forward. So when you're building actual application, there are a lot of things which you have to consider. And we are going to look at those things one by one. And we have to also look for what Claude Code provides you here. Now, one of the thing is, so let's say if I open this particular terminal and I'm in Claude Code now. So let's say if I ask a question and just observe what is happening when I'm asking this question. And maybe we have done this before. So I want to know, what is this project about? Maybe we can also ask for the tech stack and what it does. But let's say if I ask this question and see how Claude Code is behaving and also how I'm losing my tokens. The moment I do that, so it's taking some time, and look at this. So basically I can also press Ctrl O to understand what is happening. So it's going through it is searching for these patterns, and then it is reading this particular file, package.json, to understand what are the imports are there. And is it completed? Okay, so it went through this file as well, which is app.js, index.html, and styles.css. Of course, it has to understand each file to give you a summary. And based on this research, we got a summary here. So basically, it will take some time, go through the content of the project. Of course, this project is very small, so it was a bit faster. But imagine it's a big project. So it will take a lot of time, plus it will take a lot of tokens. And then you will say, of course, right? You are asking this question, so Claude will take some time. And of course, it should take some time to do that. And we got it here. But the problem is, okay, before we talk about the problem, let's go through the content once to check if Claude is able to understand the project properly. So yes, it's a Telusko workflow engine. It's a front-end only Kanban board. Not exactly, we also have a backend for this, but nowhere we have a backend code. So maybe it's not able to find it. So it tracks the videos in 4 stages. These are the 4 stages. Then these are the different roles available here, like admin, content team, video editor, uploader. Then there's a drag and drop board for the admin only. Okay. I think others can also move. And then it's only front end exists. That's correct. No backend yet. That's important. Backend is going to be built, but it's not only the front end only Kanban board. Okay, so when you try to move, it is not implemented yet, so it should give an error. Data is held in memory. That's right. the repo has one commit. And then there is also a file which is a mockup at the root. Okay, that's almost correct. Now, the first problem is, what if I close this particular session? So remember, every time you start, it creates a new session, right? And now if I close this and if I say terminate, let me open a new session and it will, okay, I want a terminal, not the GUI. So in this terminal basically, and I don't want this particular space, we'll use this. Okay, I will ask the same question now. So what is this project about? Same question, I hope. And now let's see what's happening. Now, in my mind, when I look at AI tools, of course, it should know what it has done before. We have the same question. It should have saved that answer somewhere so that when I ask this question, it should give the same answer, right? Something like caching. But the moment I do that, see again, it is doing the same thing. Thinking using tokens, and if I just say Control O to expand it, it's reading these files. Is it done? No, it's still happening. So again, if I say Control O, it is reading this file, this particular file, and then a different flow this time, but ultimately doing the same thing, right? So it went through all these files, giving the same output, not exactly the same output, but similar output. But we are wasting time and we are wasting tokens. Again, for a smaller project, it was faster, but imagine for a bigger project. And even if I see the usage now, the thing is we can't compare the usage. Current session, okay, but I can't specify exactly for the current session. But you got the point, right? So if I say escape, so what is the solution here? See, the thing is, when you say certain question like this, what is this project about? It will give you details, and AI is smart enough. Now imagine you are hiring a junior developer here, and then you're asking the junior developer to work on this project. The first thing they will do is they will try to understand this project, and maybe you have to give the KT. So you have to explain the entire project. Maybe it will take 1 or 2 hours just to go through the entire project once, and then they will do their research by going to each file, connecting different documents, what's happening here, what's happening there, and then they will have the entire idea. And now imagine next day they come back to you by saying, okay, explain me this project. Maybe you will do that, but imagine the problem. Every day they will ask the same question. Of course, human mind doesn't work that way, but Claude is working in this way now. Every time you ask for it, it will check each file again and again. We don't want that. So how do we store this? So the problem here is a cold start, right? So every time you open the project, every time you open the session, it's a cold start. It has to just do that things again and again. And to solve this problem, we can use something called a Claude.md. And the moment I say this, so recently I read this on Reddit. Personally, I've not went to the files and stuff, but Apple accidentally left the Claude Code MD files in today's Apple support app update. And you can see there's a file here. Again, people went through it. It's only 1 KB, nothing very important. But it's good to see those files there. Normally, we don't put that in the production, but the file is there. So this file is important. Okay, so even Apple is using it. They are using Claude for the development of Claude Code. But yeah, these are the things. So let's talk about the Claude.md file. So what is this file? Now, this is a very simple file. So you can write all these things. So maybe, from here to here, you can write all these things in that particular file in a plain text or a plain markdown. And your job is done. So next time when you start this session, you don't have to, or your Claude Code don't have to go through the project again just to understand what's happening. And it's not like only you can add this part, you can add more reference to it. So different coding style, different flow, different security restrictions. You can put everything in this Claude.md file. So basically how it works, the moment you start a new session, it will go through the Claude.md file, it will try to understand what's happening, and then it will just keep that in the context so that you can use it. So we'll create that file. In fact, there are 2 options to do that. One, you can create this file manually, or you can create this file automatically, and I will show you both. Okay, but before we do that, let me also talk about this particular folder here, which is .claude, very important folder. And by default, when you install Claude Code and when you run your project, this file will not be there. This folder will not be there. In fact, this type of folder .claude is not just there in this particular project. When you go to your user, you will also find there's something called .claude here as well. Now, when you open this, there are different files here. So this is where it stores all the important information for this particular machine, right, the setup. But if I go back to the code for the project level as well, we got .claude. And by default, not by default, but when we did certain things before, it has added those permissions here. Remember when we said permission for start star, we said yes for the entire project, do that. We have given the access for the node to run these files. Again, these files are not there. They should have removed this. In fact, we can remove this manually. I don't need these things now, and I can remove this. Or better, let's delete the entire folder. Right? Why not? Okay, so we don't have that folder anymore. But remember, we'll get that folder. But how that folder looks like? What is the importance of that folder? To understand that, let's go to the diagram. So before we head towards .claude, let's also talk about the things which you talked about .claude.md. So basically, there's a problem of cold start, and every time you have a new session, so let's say for the first session, you say Claude explore, it will just read files, figure out the project, and work done. Second time, for the new session, again, it will do the same thing. There's no memory, right? So the fix is you will be using Claude.md. Now, how it fix? So the moment you open Claude, the Claude.md reads first, every session loads it into context, and the session starts, and then you have the entire context. Now, in this Claude.md file, what are the things you should have? Normally, you will have your project context, the same thing which we asked Claude Code to give us, which will have your architecture, your tech stack, your coding style, your commands, and then certain things which it should never do and always do. Maybe you can also add the testing type, what kind of testing behavior you want. Maybe you want it to run test cases every time you make the Claude Code make the changes. And you can add your coding styles. Normally, I prefer certain coding styles. Some people don't do that. So you can put all those things here. And the question now in your mind maybe is, see, when you work in a team, everyone have different preference, right? So I prefer some coding style. My team member will prefer some other coding style. How will you come to a conclusion? Maybe everyone will have their own Claude.md file where they will decide what coding style they want to prefer. But what happens when you merge it? Okay, that's a problem, right? So Claude.md stays on your machine. Also, when you create a Claude.md file in your project, that goes in the Git. So the entire team will be sharing the same Claude.md. But what if you want something different? What if you want a different behavior, at least for your project, the coding which you are doing? In that case, you can create a Claude.md file for yourself. Okay. What if you want to have a Claude.md for the entire organization, a common one, where you can specify, see, different companies, different domains, basically they have different limitations, there are different security protocols, there are different flow of deployments. Those things you can mention in the Claude.md of the organization level. So we'll talk about those things as well. Okay, just hold on. Yeah. So before we talk about Claude.md, this is also important. So .claude folder. Now, this is a folder where you will be having a lot of stuff. In fact, one of the things which we have seen is the settings.json, where you can mention your permissions, you can mention the configuration. We have only seen the permission yet. In future, we'll look at the configuration as well. Apart from it, we can also have a Claude.md file. Now, this file can be in the .claude folder or in your project folder. So this is the alternate location. Then we can also have sub-agents here in the agents folder. We can also have hooks, rules, skills. And we'll talk about skills, hooks later. But you can see these are the things which you can have in your project or in your .claude folder. Just to give the description, basically the same thing. The .claude folder can have settings.json, it can have Claude.md, agents, hooks, and these are the things it will do. Now coming back to Claude.md. So on which level you can have this? So basically you can have this on the organization level. So where the entire organization, doesn't matter which team, which project they're working on, they will share the common description, common rules, right? So that's one thing. But you can also have it for your machine. So let's say for every project, doesn't matter if, let's say if I work with 5 projects. For every project, I want to have certain preferences. I can put that in the .claude folder of your machine, the location which I specified here. So this is the .claude folder of my machine. I can have my Claude.md file here, and it will also read that. Then you can also have the Claude.md in your particular project. Now that's a project root, right? Now this is only applicable for this particular project, but then this will be also shared by your team members. So this will be committed to Git, and they will be sharing the same Claude.md file. But what if you want to work on a personal level? So you have certain preferences which you want to work with. In that case, you will be using Claude.local.md. And you have to make sure that you put that into git ignored so that this will not be pushed. Of course, if you want to share with your team members, you will do that. But again, this is for the local one. So let's say I have defined on the project level, but every particular folder. So let's say there's one folder for the front end, there's one folder for the back end, there's one folder for the testing, and each folder should have their own preferences. When I create the test cases in test folder, I will be having different preferences. For the backend, I want to have different preferences, maybe different tech stack, different casing for the names, the name standards. Those things you can mention on the folder level as well. But the question is, let's say there's a conflict. What you are saying on the organization level, what you're saying on the project level, what you're saying on the folder level, which one it will prefer? Now it goes in this sequence. So the highest priority will be given to the subfolder. So if whatever subfolder is saying, only in the case of conflict, it will prefer the subfolder. Then the priority goes to the local one. Then the priority goes to the project one. Then the priority goes to the global one, which you set in your machine. And then the priority goes to the organization level. So the ideal situation would be, on the organization level, of course, you will specify the guardrails, the security part of it, the flow of the project. Don't change those things in your project. But yeah, there's a very specific project which you're doing internally, which will not be getting deployed anywhere. And if you want to bypass some security, you can do that. Okay, but in general, don't do it. Don't cross or don't bypass the organization part. But there's one important part here. Let's say you created this Claude.md file. Normally it will be shorter, but let's say if you decided to put everything there, you kept that file which is 1000 lines. Now what will happen is, the more lines you have, your session is going to load that file, right? So you're wasting so much of context. So the ideal situation would be target under 200 lines per Claude.md file. And again, since you're doing that in a subfolder, don't put everything in the main folder, right? In the main project, the root level. So you can put the things in the root level for which is specific to the entire project. And then for each subfolder, you can specify what are things you need there, right? The thing is, the subfolder will be loaded only when it is required. So let's say you have a Claude.md file in one of the folder like testing. It will be loaded when you're working with the testing part. So you're not filling the entire context. And now question arises, how we are going to create that Claude.md file? It's very simple. Just go back to your project, click here and say Claude.md file. And in this file, I can just put all this thing once. Let me just copy this and paste it here. So you got your Claude.md file. My job is done. Let me close this now because this file is there. And let me terminate this session, okay? The moment I do that, let me just create a new session. And we'll be asking the same question now. And let's see if it is scanning all the files. So what is this project about? So the moment I say enter, so now you can see it is not basic, it's not scanning all the files. So this is a Telusko project, front end, and certain things are missing here, but maybe, okay, let me try once again. Let me terminate this. I just want to be very sure. If I say, okay, you can see it's using this. So, okay, so confusion is solved. It is using it, the Claude.md. And we don't even have the option of Control O here to see if it is scanning the file. It's not scan the file. So based on the project instruction, this is what it is. And yeah, we got this detail. Perfect. So this is the power of Claude.md file. But this is not the best way of doing it. Of course, if you know about your project entirely, it's good to create this file by yourself. You can type different things here. You can add certain details. But anyway, if you want to do this, then why to do it manually? You can just delete this. And now I can ask Claude Code to create that file for me. And the way you can do that is by saying /init. And also observe we don't have .plot folder here. So the moment I say init, let's say it is what it's doing. It's basically scanning these files and searching for one pattern. Okay, taking some time, but it will create ultimately. Okay, I want to tell you one more command here, which is /by the way. So let's say if you're doing something, and then if you want to execute a command, so you can use something called, or if you want to ask a simple question, you can say by the way. And also it will not add this in your context. So let's say if you're doing something and if you want to recall certain parts, or maybe if you want to read something about one particular term here, you can just do that with by the way. Okay, so it says we want to create this file, which is Claude.md. I will say yes, allow edit for this particular session. It is also saying no existing Claude.md file on the disk. So Claude.md, I will write from the scratch. Okay, do that. And you can see we got this particular file here, and now it is writing in that file. And let's open now. Same thing, right? But more structure. So it's a markdown file where it is talking about the project. We're talking about running locally. This is a file, then the architecture, mock API layer. Yeah, looks good. So roles and permissions enforced in JavaScript, but not trust boundaries. This checks UX only. Okay, it's a good file. Okay, I'm just thinking why we don't see the the dot Claude folder there. Weird. Anyway, it's not coming, so let me just create that folder. And then we can also put this particular file in the Claude folder. See, the advantage is this file is there, it's hidden from you. So you can just only focus on the project. If it's there, then you have extra file to take care of. At least look at that every day. So that's how it works. So there are two ways of creating this file. So you can create this file with a manual approach where you can write this, and then if you know your project well, you can do that. Okay, you can type everything, or maybe you can take help of the AI assistants to create that markdown file. Or you can just say /init, it will scan the entire project and it will give you that. So it will read the project structure, it will read the existing files, find the patterns and convention, and then it will generate this file. And then always edit, add what. Yeah, so if something is missing, you can add that manually. So if I can go back to the project and I can add certain details of my own here, right? And maybe we'll do that in the upcoming part. So just to show an example, let's say if you talk about the architecture here, this app is single file vanilla.js file with this. I also want to mention the tech stack. I think I'm not able to see the tech stack. When you're recording and focusing at the same time about this, it's tricky. But if I want to manually specify the tech stack here, I can do that. So I will just paste this here. So tech stack is Fast API, this particular version. Again, randomly I pick this. SQL Alchemy, this version, Python take this version, and goes on. So this is the entire tech stack which I want to add. So this is how you can add the things manually. And maybe you can also add your coding style. I know where I'm seeing the coding style. So let me just paste a coding style which I already have in my machine. So these are the coding style. So Python, snake case for the functions and variables, always use type ends, never put business logic in the routes. I mean, of course, AI is smart now, they will not do it, but you never know. So use the service layer for the business logic, and schemas in the schemas folder, models in the models folder. So these are the things you can mention in the Claude.md file. In fact, if you remember, we can also put rules, always and never, something like this. So you can specify rules. Never modify files in the front end, because front end is fixed, so don't touch that. Maybe because if you are changing something in the back end, it will check, hey, there's something wrong with the front end, let me change that. You will say, don't touch the front end, okay? Just change the things in the back end. Never commit .env files, that's also important. Always run test after changes. And maybe I will just remove this because we are into that learning mode. It will just keep testing every time I run this. So I will just remove that. Always create migration when changing models. Okay, let's put that. And now if you ask the same question with a new session, let's see what it says. Let me close the previous session. And now here, what is this project about? And what coding style it prefers. Let's see. Okay, this is the project, and you can see backend plan and the coding style. So now it is reading the MD file to get this data. Perfect. And now with this, since we have the front end, we can directly create our backend, right? I can just write build a fast API project or the fast API backend for this particular front end. And since we have the details in the Claude.md file, it will do that. I think I'm not sure if we have specified the endpoints here. If you want, you can do that. Okay, now there's one important point which I want to highlight here. So when it comes to environment files, where you specify your API keys, maybe you have some database passwords, and you have that in some files. Normally, what you do is let's say if you don't want to commit that to Git, and we always ignore those files, right? So we said .git ignores, and you put everything there. What are the files and folders it should skip? But what about Claude? Because the moment you run this file, Claude is going to scan the entire project. And when it scans the entire project, it creates its own memory. That's right. See, the Claude.md is your memory. So what you want to specify to Claude. But Claude itself, since it is working with the project, it will have its own memory. Not exactly tech stack and other stuff, but maybe the commands which you are working with. So those things will be storing somewhere. And we'll talk about the memory as well. It will also scan the .env files. And now that's risky. Two scenarios. One, it will store those things in the memory. And second, it's a cloud model. Basically, we are taking help of the cloud. Data is going up. So how will you ignore those files? So two things you can do. The first thing is never keep those files in your project, okay, where Claude has the access. But even if you put that in that scenario, one of the common thing people uses is something called .claude ignores, something like .git ignores, but that's not the standard way of doing it. The standard way of doing it is with the help of these settings files. Remember, we have the settings files before. So in that file, you can do something like this. So in the permissions, you can have allow, you can also have deny, in which you can mention what are the files it should not read, right? So that's one thing you have to remember. And now, since we're talking about memory, let's talk about memory. See, Claude.md, as I mentioned before, it is your file, right? It is what you want to specify to the Claude. But there's something called memory. So when I type memory here, and if I say enter, look at this. There are different memories here. One is this, which is Claude.md, which you have created. But apart from your things, there is something called user memory. Again, that is stored in this .claude folder of my machine. So if I go to .claude folder, and when I look at Claude.md, it's empty, so there is no user memory. But let me see what is there. So when I say enter, it's empty. The file is not there. What's wrong? It's not working. Some bugs. Let me just open this session once again. It's time to update VS Code. Okay, let's go back to memory. Oh, maybe I was in the empty file. Oh, let me just try that once again. No, I'm not even able to use the vim commands here. So slash memory. So this is the user memory. Then we also have the project memory. And then we got this auto memory folder. Now where this goes to, so when I say enter, it's not opening, but I checked about this bug. There's some bug here, but let me show you where it is. So when I go to projects, and I got different projects here, one of the projects which we are working with now is this. In the memory, we have this data. In fact, in memory, it's empty, but this is where it will store everything. So the more you start working with this, it will store all the data in the memory. But the question arises, when you are writing Claude.md, which is for the memory, why Claude Code is using its own memory? And to understand that, let's go here. So basically, there are two types of memories. One is what you are creating, and one what you have in the auto memory. So basically, you can use this to see the data of the memory. But when you create a file which is Claude.md, you write this table project rules, architecture decisions, and team conventions. The auto memory basically stores the commands, discovered commands, patterns noticed, and edge cases found. So when you specify don't do this next time, it will store all those things in the memory. But what if you manually want to add something in the auto memory? In that case, you can use this shortcut as hash. So you can say hash and type something. So that will go into the memory. So now when you start a new session, it will load data not just from the Claude.md file, it will also load data from the auto memory. And it's not like it was going to take everything from the auto memory. So let's say we specified the Claude.md file should not be more than 200 lines. In the same way, in the auto memory as well, it will pick up the top 100 lines or top 200 lines. So Claude write this discovered commands and patterns. Okay. So Claude knows the project instantly every session. So Claude will pick up the data from this too. Now, certain aspect, who writes it? Claude.md, you write it. Auto memory, Claude's write it. When it changes, rarely, because once you do that, you don't continue to keep changing it. But auto memory will keep changing based on your interactions. Content, this is what you'll be having in the Claude.md, the MD file, and this is what you'll be having in the auto memory. The commands, edge cases, patterns. Scope, stable foundation, and accumulated experience. And that's why, since it is accumulated, the bigger your project, the more interactions you have, it will be very huge. And that's why it should pick up, or it will pick up the top few lines. So yeah, that's about this particular thing. We have talked about Claude.md, which you create and you store everything there. Then we have talked about the auto memory. We have talked about .claude folder, which you will be having different stuff, and we'll explore different things in that later. And with that, time to move to the next part. Now let's talk more about the slash commands. Now basically, see, when you work with the coding assistants, any coding assistants, basically you can talk to it with the help of prompts. And the better your prompt would be, the better it will behave. And we have seen that before. And day by day, the AI models are getting improved, and then you are getting new features. You can even work with the bad prompts. But the thing is, if you want to be more efficient, prompt matters. And as a developer, if there's activity which you do often, so instead of writing prompts for that, what if these tools can provide you certain commands to work with? Now, these commands ultimately will be converted into prompts for the AI, but they'll be fixed. So you don't have to worry about the prompt to do that. And that's where these commands work. And most of the coding assistants provide you these commands. Now, in this term, if I go back here, the moment I say slash, you can see there are a lot of commands here to work with. And by default, we have used few of the commands before. Yes, we have not talked about what are commands, but as a developer, we get used to it. So we know there's something called commands, and one of the command which we have used is init. Now, what it does is it initializes your project, and it also creates the Claude.md file, and we got that file before. Now, apart from this command, there are multiple commands here. And again, it's not like you have to remember all the commands. Maybe you will not even use all the commands. 2 or 3 commands will be enough for your project. So that depends upon how you are working. It's just that Claude Code says, I'm giving an option if you want to use it. So let's only focus on those things which will be needed for the beginners. And maybe later on when we require certain commands, we'll talk about it. So at this point, we talked about init before. Then we also have something called agents, using which you can manage the agents. Then we can use something called, by the way, now when we talk about, we'll talk about it when we talk about the context. Okay. Then we got an option of clear. Again, we'll talk about this. We got an option of compact. Again, we'll talk about this. Then we got an option of context. This is a part of it. So when we talk about context, we'll talk about the other commands as well. So you can see there are so many commands here. I think we have used exit. So if you want to exit this particular session, you can use exit here, and there's so many commands. Now let's look at those commands one by one. And to go in a proper sequence, let's follow this diagram here. So we are talking about these slash commands. Okay, now the thing is, there are a lot of inbuilt commands which we can use, and also you can create your own commands. So basically, if you want to pass a command, you have to use slash, and then there are a lot of commands available. So there are some built-in commands. You can use clear to clear the entire session. You can use compact, model status, all these are inbuilt. There are many more. Then there are bundled skills. So these are the kind of prompts which are pre-built. And again, you can use them like review, simplify, batch, debug. And then you can create your own commands if you want. And if you are working on a complex project for a longer time, you will do that. So there are different options. Now, we have used certain commands before. So we have used init, which will generate the Claude.md file. We can also use memory. I think we have talked about memory as well. So we have Claude memory, which is Claude.md, and then we got auto memory. We can access there. And when you use that, so if I go back here, and if I use memory here, you can see it will show you the different options. Now we got Claude.md file in the .claude folder. And let's say if you have a memory inside the user memory, if you want to change it, you can say enter, it will open it, and then you can make the modification. At this point, we don't have any there. But if I go back to memory, and if I open the project memory, okay, we don't even have content here. Where do we have all the content? Let's open this. Here we have a content. So we can make the changes, we can refine it, and we can submit it. So that's how you can use the memory part. Then you get something called permissions. Now, if you remember, when we were doing certain things, it created this setting file where you can set the permissions, you can set allow and deny. One thing I found, so basically when you work with memory and when you open it, remember I said my Claude is freezing? That's not the case, but you have to close this to access your prompt back or your terminal back or the Claude Code back. So when you try to work with the permissions, it will show you the permissions which you have allowed when you are doing certain things. So if I execute a command, or if I do something and then if it is asking me for the permission, should I run npm command every time or this time? When you say every time, don't ask me again. It will set that permission. If you want, you can also set the permission by yourself. You can add a new rule. So at this point, the only permission which is there is web search. You can also set at what point you want it to ask every time. You can add a denial list. What command should never be executed? So those things you can set in the permissions. At this point, we don't have any, and that's why you can see everything is empty. But once we start working with it, you will see the options here. The next command we can talk about is the context. Now let's go back to context and let's see what it says. So when you hit context here, so you can see what it says. It's visualize the current context usage as a color grade. Okay, so at least we'll get something in color. And okay, we also have a logo in color. Let's see, it's taking some time. Now, since we have not done much with this, and maybe I have cleared the conversation before, this is the context. Now, if you remember, whenever we talk about any model, every model have their own context window. What's the size of your context window? At this point, for this particular model, which is Opus 4.7, the context size is 1 million tokens. So you can have 1 million tokens. And it's not like just because you have 1 million tokens, you will be using the entire context. It will start hallucinating if you use more than 80%. So it's better to clear the context before you hit the 80%. Now, how this context is increasing. So every time let's say if you open a chat window, maybe on Gemini or Claude or maybe OpenAI, and if you keep chatting with it, so it remembers what you have discussed before, and all this thing goes into a context. So every time you talk to the AI model for a new chat or maybe a new message, it will send the entire chat history in the context, and that's how it knows what you're talking about, right? So context is important. It's good that you can send everything, but the problem is, since you are sending everything, you are filling up the entire space, you are filling the entire context, and then at this point, it will start hallucinating. And that just happened in the morning. So I was talking to Claude, and then I realized I had a lot of conversation with the Claude before in the same chat. And then I was basically doing some research on a topic, and then I realized it is hallucinating because it was giving me wrong answer. Initially, I was not knowing that it is giving me wrong answer. When I read it, something was fishy. So I did my research on Gemini. I went back to it and said, "You're wrong here, because this thing does not exist." Oh, sorry, it was different. It was saying that this exists and this is getting deprecated. And I said, no, it is not getting deprecated. It still exists. It still exists there. And we had a good chat. We had a good debate. He was like, I know why you're doubting me, but I'm very sure that this is getting deprecated. I was like, no, it's not getting deprecated. Even in documentations, it's saying it is not deprecated. And you're saying it's deprecated. So it was hallucinating. And then I got to know I had a huge chat with it before. So don't do that. And at this point, this is the occupied space. This is the empty space. You have a huge space available here. But just because you got 1 million token doesn't mean it's all available to you. This number of tokens is already occupied. So system prompt. So by default, Claude Code will send its own system prompt to the model. 9K is consumed there. Then system tools, 19K is consumed there. Memory files, including your .claude file or the Claude.md file. Skills, not occupying much. Then messages, since we have not done a lot of talking, it's only 402. This free space is available. So the moment I start talking, this will fill up. And maybe we'll keep doing this. We'll keep checking the context, how much is occupied. Now, what if it is 80% filled? Now what you will do? So the idea is, see, when you work on a project and you will say, hey, when I work on a big project, of course, the context will be full. Yes, it will be. And that's where you can have some good practices. The first one you can do is, instead of using the same chat window or the same session for the entire project, what you can do is you can break down your project into small chunks, right? The features. For each feature, you can have one session. So let's say you're using a session, you build the feature, and now you want to move to the new feature. At that time, you will have to go for a new session. For the new session, you will get the empty context window or context usage. Now the thing is, empty means does not entirely empty. This will be occupied, but the other part will be empty for you. So it's better a new session for a new feature. That's one. What if you are in the same session and now at this point, 80% is done? Okay, so I have a solution for you. Let me go back to the diagram. So let's say usage is about 80%. For me, I would prefer to get it at least 75%, not 80%. I will not even wait for the 80%. I don't want hallucination. So at this point, if it is the same task, of course, you can't open a new session just because your context window is full. You're still working on that feature. So if you're working on the same task, you can use something called compact. Now, compact, what it will do is, it will look at the entire conversation and it will create a summary of it. And then that summary will be saved. So let's say you have consumed 10 units, and after summary, it will take maybe 2 or 3 units. But there's a problem with this. What if, while creating a summary, it has no idea what are the important parts, and in the summary, it has not included 1 or 2 important points? Now you're losing that, right? So what you can do is, look at the conversation. You can ask Claude Code to do the compact, it will summarize, but you can also mention, you can write a message there, something like this. I can go back here. So let's say I want to use compact now because 80% is full. It's not, but then let's do it. Not enough message to compact. So it says you're doing it on empty. But let's say I'm going to just show you. So you can use compact here, and then you can pass a message as well, which is an optional custom summarization instruction. So in this, you can mention these are the important points. Please include this in the summary. Okay. So whatever important APIs you want to talk about, the flow which you want to talk about in the conversation, which you think might be lost in the summarization, do that. Mention that here, that include this. So these are you can use compact. But only do this when it is same task. Okay, so if you're summarizing, the session continues and the context is freed. But what if you hit 80% and now you want to work on a different task? In that case, I would suggest to open a new session. Or if you don't want to open a new session, you don't want it extra work. Sometimes the work is done, but you want to stay in the same session because maybe you have named the session, and yes, you can also name a session. By default, the sessions will not be named. It will be named with some initial text. It happens with the chat model as well when you use Gemini chat or Claude chat. On the left hand side, you will see the messages, and the first few words are the first few words of this message itself. But you can rename it. You can change it. So in this case, you can simply say clear. Now what clear will do is it will just clear the entire context. So you're freeing up the space. But remember, even if you free it, Claude.md will still be there. And one more suggestion, I think we have talked about this before. What if you are in this session and then you want to ask a question which is not related to the project? Maybe you want to understand a particular API or maybe a particular class which you're working with, and you don't want to include that in this session or in the conversation. So you can say / by the way, and then you can type the message. Now in that case, that part will not be saved in the conversation. So you're not consuming the context. Okay, so context management is very important. Then we can talk about the next command, which is model. So if I go back, and I think we have talked about model before, but let's do more. So when you work with the model, you can see you will get different options here. For Claude, you will get the Sonnet option, which is by default. And then we got Opus and Haiku. Now, every model have their own importance here. Of course, the best model is Opus 4.7. No one can beat it. The problem is, it will consume a lot of computing cycles and the tokens, okay? And we have to take care of tokens now because AI companies are charging like anything now. So tokens are very important. So the moment I say that, it's not like you will not be using Opus anytime. You will always be using Sonnet. In fact, what if I say Haiku is the cheapest one, less number of tokens, and it's very cheap. It's also very fast to answer. But will you use Haiku just because it is cheap? The thing is, everything has their own importance. When you want to build an application and when you are architecting it, when you're creating a plan, the best thing to use is Opus. Once you got your plan ready, once you have the entire instruction set ready, once you know which module will have which features, once you know everything and now it's time to generate the code, then you will be using Sonnet. And now maybe you want to test your code. In that case, you can switch back to Haiku. Okay, so that's how you can do this switching part here. And how do you switch now? It's very simple. Just say /model, come back here and switch. There's one more thing here. Just because you're selecting a particular model, in that model as well, there's different things here called, if you can observe, when I choose Opus here, it says X high effort. So now if I use my right and left arrows, I can change it. So there's something called high X effort. It will take maximum efforts and maximum tokens. Then you can use max, which will take less number of tokens compared to high X high. Then we got low and medium, high effort. So we got different options. In fact, it goes in this sequence. So left hand side. So X high, medium, low, and then max. I think max will take the maximum one. We'll see the chat. You will get these options in Sonnet as well, but I think high X is not in Sonnet. It's only in the Opus. And when you go to Haiku, it says effort is not supported in Haiku. So by default, whatever you work with. So I'll stick to Sonnet, and that's how you can change the models. So let's go back here, and you can see we got different models here. Haiku, simple edits, quick tasks, cheapest. Sonnet is default, daily work, balanced cost. Opus only for the complex architecture. And if you want to run multiple agents, orchestrate, that works. Then there's something called Opus plan. You can also write this one, but you will not see that option anywhere. So it's not a model basically. So model is Opus. But what you can do is when you're typing model, you can write Opus plan here. Now it will get into the Opus mode for the plan, and for the rest of the session, it will go for the Sonnet. So this is a good option. When you know that you're in a plan mode, it should be in the Opus, and in the other type of work, it will use Sonnet. But let's talk about the cost as well. Yeah, max is higher, my bad. So it's low, it's short, scoped, latency sensitive task. If you went for medium, it would reduce the token usage compared to high. I would prefer high because it's a balanced token usage and intelligence. You will get both. X high if you want it to work on a complex task or a complex code, and max if you have a demanding task. I never tried max when actually working on it, working on the project experimentally multiple times. Now let's move to the next part. So let's say if you want to plan a project, in that case, you will be using /plan. Again, since we are going to use this use this after, I'm not going to execute that, but you can use plan. Then if you want to see the difference between what changes you have made, okay, let me show you the diff. So when you say diff, it will view uncommitted changes, and there are 2 changes and both are untracked. So if it is tracked, then it will show you the code as well, where you have made the changes. Then we have a review and security review. This is good for the code review and security reviews. And these are different commands. Out of this, I think we have talked about init, memory, permissions, context, compact, clear, by the way, plan, model, effort. Oh, we can change the effort here as well. We can change it from here as well. Perfect. Then we got usage, diff, review, security review. Maybe we'll reuse this later. Yeah, rewind. Rewind is remaining. So let's say if you want to, you made some changes in the Claude Code and now you want to go back. I think we have talked about this before. So when you say escape, it goes into the rewind mode. But if you don't want to use escape, you can also write rewind. You will get into the same window. So /rewind goes for that. Then resume. Okay. So before I show you resume, let's look at this particular session. Or maybe let's open a new session and close this. Now we are in the new session. Okay. Now every session should have a name, right? So if I just say hi here, there is one session started, but we don't have a name for it. Or maybe it will pick up the default name hi. So when I say rewind, it will just show there are not multiple changes. That's why it's not working. But it will show different messages, right? But we want a name for it. So in that case, you can say rename and you can name it. So I can say front-end design. Now, this particular thing will have a name. So you can see it says front-end design. And now, when you do the changes, you can just go back to a particular thing, which is front-end design. I think it's not there because we're in the current, but you can go back to rewind. Since it was not having a name, it says rewind. So it's good to rename it. So let's say you come back tomorrow, and then you want to resume a particular session. Since we have multiple sessions, how can you resume a particular session? So in that case, you can say /resume, and you can mention the session name or the conversation ID. Then you can also use goal. Let's say if you want to complete a testing. So you can say set a goal, test the entire application, and make the required changes. So it will just start doing the testing, it will make some changes, and it will make it work. And what if your Claude Code is not working properly? You can just check by saying doctor. It will analyze the Claude, maybe it is updated or not, which version you are working with. So those things you will get from doctor. Yeah, so many commands. So session management commands, we can use resume, pick up where you left. Rename, you can rename a session. Rewind, you can just go back to a particular thing. And goal, set a condition, Claude works until met. Yeah, that's about /commands. Now slowly, we will be building our backend. But then there are 2 things. One, you can wipe code the entire backend by saying, look at my front-end code and give me the backend for this. And that can be done, right? Claude Code is smart now. In fact, Claude, the model which we are using, Sonnet 4.6 or maybe Opus, they are very smart. Of course, they can give me the entire project. And maybe I can say I can set a goal here by saying just do complete that work and it will just complete it. I can give some permissions and all done. But then vibe coding is not a plan here. The plan is to actually do things step by step, create spec files, and so that we will know what Claude Code is working on. What are things it is going to build, and we can verify it is following the standards or not. And for that, the first thing I want is if you go to your Claude.md file, which is already opened here. Now in this, we are specifying what are the files we have. We are specifying the things which we want. Example, we are specifying the states we are going to work with, the role config, there are different roles available here. But I think we have not specifically mentioned the rules properly. And the endpoints. Now that's concerning, right? Because there's no endpoints mentioned. Even if it is mentioned not properly, we have done that. So we need to mention the endpoints as well, because the backend will be using this file to get the details. Or when we are building the backend, it is going to use this. Now, instead of relying on Claude.md, this thing, I mean, of course, Claude.md should not be that huge. The specs I want for the backend, there are two things important. The first one is the API extractor. So basically, I want the API endpoints. The second point is, or the second one I need is the seed extractor, the seed data. See, when you work with the databases, doesn't matter which database we have, I want some seed data there. So when it creates this schema for us, of course, I'm not going to manually create this schema, the table, the columns and the table names. There should be someone who will migrate it. But then even for that, I need to provide some seed data. And we do have the seed data here. So if you go to app.js, you can see there will be some seed data where it is getting the data from. And that's how you can see this data here. So based on the seed data, it should be able to create the tables and the database. And we want those things before we head towards the backend. And to achieve that, I can write a simple prompt here. And I do have a prompt ready with me. And let me just share that with you. So this is a prompt, and let me read it out. So before we build the backend, I need three things. In fact, actually, I need two things. We can merge the two requirements in one, and I will tell you which one. So one, go through the app.js and document the exact JSON request body and response shape for all the 4 API methods. Okay, so that's one thing I need. Second, go to the app.js and extract the seed tasks array, validate every record against the states order and role config rules. Give me a clean JSON file. Now that's important because that's how you can create a database. And third, also pull out the error handling pattern so that I know what status code the front end expect, and do all three. Actually, I need two, where I can merge the first one and third one because they deal with the API endpoints and what it will return. The second point should be separated. And if you see, I'm saying do all three and put that in specs folder. It can do that. And I'm not going to run this is because I'm going to lose the tokens, or maybe, who cares about the tokens? Let me just do that. So the moment you do this, it's going to understand the entire app.js file. And if you see the number of lines, so approximately 495 lines, if I remove this, 495 lines of context will be there in this particular thing. That's one. Okay, so we are in the main agent. So basically, whatever development we are doing, it is happening with the help of agents. So the main agent, in their context, it's going to hold this number of lines. It's not like it's not capable, but every time you talk to your model now, it's going to send this context, the entire app.js, CLAUDE.md file, and when required, these specs as well. So it will create the specs folder for you. It will have all this data, whatever we're requesting for. So you can say it is creating a new item in the specs folder, and I will say allow for this particular session. And now it will create the specs folder. It's empty because it is still doing its task. Taking some time. Okay, by the time it's doing that, let me tell you what problem we are going to face. See, we are asking it to create those three things together, and it will do that for you. So you can see it is doing certain things. It will create that file for you here. One is done, which is API contract. But since it is working on them at the same time, it might mix up the thing. It might put certain things in the API contract, which should be there in this seed extractor, and it might put something in the seed extractor or seed data, which should be there in the API contract. And that might happen. Second problem is we are filling up the entire context here in the main agent, right? We're running in the main agent. And maybe because we are talking about main agent, you might know the concept I'm going to talk about. But if you don't know, I'll just keep it suspense. So it's going to work on that and it will do all the tasks. But let me talk about the thing which we're going to discuss in this video. So let's talk about the main concept for this particular section. So we're going to talk about subagents and Worktrees. So this is what gives Claude Code the power, right? So when we say Claude Code is great, it's because of these things. And again, there are other things as well. Now, the main problem is when you work with the Claude session, which we were running, the prompt which we have written, it's one Claude session, and it will have one context window. So whenever you do certain things, it will go in the same context. We are doing in the same session. Now, in this particular example, we were doing this, right? So we have a task, extract 3 things from app.js, JSON request response shape, then seed data and API contract. I think API contract is a part of the first one. There should be other handling. Not important. Important is we are doing multiple things at the same time. Now, Claude will read the entire 497 lines or 495 lines, whatever we have, and that will be loaded in the main context. So every time you send the request, that will be a part of it. And because of this, because of switching of different tasks, it might load details. So what is the solution? The solution is to work with the subagents. Now, how exactly subagents can be created? So basically, whatever you're doing with the main session, of course, those things are important. Now, when you have this type of task where you can delegate those tasks to someone else, and that someone else will create or complete the entire task, and in return, what you will get is a summary. And the advantage is in the main context, you don't have all these things which we are doing now. You can see it has completed task by creating these 3 things. And now if I check the context, taking some time. So look at the context. It's filled with these things, and majority of this part will be the thing which we have done. So we can reduce that. So the way you can do that is by creating subagent. So now main agent will create the subagent, and you don't have to worry about the context size because subagent will have their own context. So you can see subagent own context window. They have their own tools, and they will read the lines. Okay, whatever lines they want to read, they will read the lines, and they will have that in their own context. And when they complete the work, what they will give you back is the summary. Right, so once you get the summary, you go back to the main agent, and the main agent will have the summaries. So still clean, but it will have summaries. And then you can focus on the real work. So important point to remember is whenever you create a subagent, it will have its own context. It will have its own tools. But again, just because you have you're creating an agent, it's not like it's not going to burn the tokens. It will. Whatever tokens it's burning, it's their task, right? Ultimately, you will lose tokens, but the main thing is your context. The main context will not be filled. So the question is, whatever we have done till now, have we used the subagents yet? And the answer is yes. So there are built-in subagents. Of course, you can create your own subagents, but there are built-in subagents which we have used. Whenever we use explode, that's a subagent. Okay, so when you say explode, it goes to the entire project, it explores. So explore is one subagent. So next time when you're trying to explore something, observe it is creating a new subagent. And by default, it is going to use a model called Haiku. Reason is just understanding the project, right? Why you have to burn so many tokens. So we can use a smaller model, Haiku. It is fast and cheap, read-only tool. It will only use read-only tools, and it will skip the CLAUDE.md file. Then we have the next subagent, which is inbuilt, which is plan. Now this, whenever we use a plan, it will use a model. Now it will use a model which is already we are using. It will not change the model. So if you are using Sonnet, you will use Sonnet. If you will use Claude, it is going to inherit the Claude. It will do the same thing. And then we have general purpose agents as well, which will do certain things. Maybe we'll focus on this later. At this point, not required. Only 2 things we have used, explode and plan. But you can create your own subagent. The beautiful thing is when you work with subagents, of course, you can create your own subagents. You can call the subagents. So from the main agent, when you're calling a subagent, you can do that, right? You can create subagent. But subagent will not be calling another subagent. I mean, they cannot spawn a next subagent. And that's good for us so that you will know what's happening. Imagine if subagents creating subagents, it will be an entire tree and you will never get the output. So only a main agent is going to create the subagent. Now question arises, how do you create a subagent? So at this point, we'll not be using these files. So I can just safely delete this file. Okay. And what I'm going to also do is I'm going to clear this entire session. Otherwise, it is going to use the earlier context and it might mix up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new agent. Now, how many agents we need? So basically, I have 2 tasks which I want to give to the agents. One task or one subagent is responsible to create the API extract, and the second subagent is responsible for the seed data. So one for the backend API ends and one for the database. But again, we can do those things from the main agent as well. But we know now, I don't want to waste my context. I can give this task to the sub-agents. Now, the way you can create agents is by saying /agents. So simple. So when you say /agents, this is what you will see here. Running and library. So you can see there are two options. Now, in the running, you will see all these sub-agents which are running. Okay, at this point, there are no sub-agents which are running. Then when you go to the library, at this point, there are no custom sub-agents created, but you can use some inbuilt sub-agents here. So when you say explore, those are part of these sub-agents. In fact, we can create our own agents like this for the code reviewer, for code simplifier, for the tech lead, for UX reviewer. But we want to create a sub-agent now for the other task. So we can simply select create a new agent, and we can select in which way you want it to be. You want the sub-agent for the project, or you want the sub-agent for the personal. Now, when you say personal, it is only applicable for you. But when you say project, even your team members can use it, and we want it to be in that way. I want my team members to have the access for this. So I will say project, and then there are two options. You want to do the manual configuration, or you want to generate with Claude. Recommended, so let's go with that. Now, it's not like if it is getting created by Claude, you can't change it. You can still customize it. So I will do that. And now you can just write a simple text using which it will create the agent for you. I'll say API extractor. And anyway, I'm going to change this entire document later, so I'm not going to focus so much on the good prompt. I will say API extractor, read the app.js and produce API contract.md file. Again, it's not descriptive, but it will create the agent for you, and we are going to change the configuration. So let's go with the default one here. And I'm going to show you both the ways. How do you create them? How do you create that in a manual way? So generating agent from the description, which will take some time, and that agent will be available in the .claude folder. So at this point, you can see there's no agents folder, but once it has done its work, it is going to come back here, or it will create the folder there. Okay. Now, it has given a prompt to us, which is what tools you want here. So at this point, I'm just going to, we don't need MCP tools, and let's have access to them. Anyway, I'm going to customize that later. So remove MCP, click on continue. And now model determines, okay, so basically this sub-agent should use which one? So one, you can use Sonnet, Opus, or Haiku, or you can inherit from the parent. So whatever main agent is using the model, it is going to use the same one. At this point, I'm going to select, let's say, for the API extract, I need Sonnet. Maybe for the seed extractor, I'll use Haiku. So I will say, maybe I will show you inherit first. So I will say inherit from parent. And then you can also give a color to it. So you can choose automatic, or what you can do is, if you are creating multiple agents, you want to differentiate if their sub-agents are running, which one is what. So you can give colors to them. So let's say for the API extractor, I'm giving purple. Select. And so agent memory should be project scope, that's recommended. And that's it. You got your agent. If you can see, we got agent memory. And inside that, we got API contract extractor. Perfect. We got only one file. That's how you can see it in this way. And this is your agent. So I will say save, enter to save, and we got an agent created. So this is the MD file which we want. So when you run the agent, it is going to use this MD file to understand its purpose, right? And now, if you can see in the library of agents, we got API contract extractor agent. Perfect. And the model is inherit and the project memory. So if you look here, it's not that readable, but let me just highlight certain things. So this is the API contract extractor, the name. Next is description. Now this is very important. So these two things, name and description, is very important for the agent creation. So it also uses a YAML front matter. So basically, you have to make sure that you start with these 3 lines or 3 dash, and then you specify name, description, which is very important. Other things are there, tools, models, colors, memory. These all are optional. What is important is name and description. This is compulsory. So you can add a description, the entire stuff here. Again, this was created by that one line. I'm going to replace this because we don't have enough time to read the entire stuff, find mistakes, and do those stuff. Of course, in the project, you will do that. But since I'm recording, I'm going to replace the entire stuff with my text. So select all, replace. Now this is my agent data. So it has to start with this. This is the agent information and some extra information here. So we can have a different name. So instead of payload extractor, I can say API extractor. Used proactively when scaffolding or modifying the Telusko backend, reads this file, produces the API contract file. At this point, you can see there's no API contract file here, documenting the exact request response and also the error handling contracts. Now we can give some tools to it: read, grep, glob for the file searching, and write. These are the tools. Model we are specifying is Sonnet. Again, I think I selected init here, but let's change it to Sonnet, and the color is blue. So when this agent runs, it will show the blue color. Perfect. And then there are multiple information here for more details. Okay, now I want to create the second agent. Now for the second agent, of course, you can go in this sequence which we have created before. You can go to agents and then you can go to library, create a new agent. This is one way. The another way is in the same agent file or folder, I can create cdata.md, and the format it should follow is these three dots, and two things. Name is, let's say, seed extractor. Maybe I can say seed data. And the next one is the description. And the moment you do that, we have not specified anything else here, just these two things. Now let's check in the library. So I will say agents, library. Okay, it's not coming yet. So what I will do is I will just restart Claude. So when you do it manually, there are certain things which you have to do. Let's check agents, library. Okay, can you see that? We got seed data. So we got two agents. It's so simple, right? If you want to create agents, in the agents folder, just add this seed data.md, and this is the format, your job is done. But again, this agent is not useful, so I have a text with me. I will just paste it. Okay, so this is the new thing. Again, I have to restart this, and I'll just have the same name, seed data extractor. Now, in both the files, if it is correct, it was going to create a file for you. But if it is not, it's not going to create a file. Okay, somewhere it is mentioned. Same goes for this. So if you get the file, that means everything is good. If not, something wrong which you have to recreate. Okay, now once we have this too, I think I have to restart my Claude once again. And let's check the agents in the library. That's right. So the name is correct. And if you observe, for seeded extractor, I'm using Heiko is because it's not going to use much. So there are two agents, one with blue color, one with green color, and now it's time to run them. The actual fun begins now. So how do you run the agents? Now there are two ways of running these agents. In fact, three ways. The first way is you can write a plain text. So you can say run API contract agent and run seed data extractor agent. So Claude Code is smart. It is going to run those agents for you. Second way is you can run the agents like this. You can say agents, and then you can select an agent to run. So when you say API extractor, you can say enter. You can just run the agent from here. Or you can, again, this is one way. Or you can mention the agent names. This, or you can mention run the agent. Okay, so there are different ways. I'm going to use the plain text way because that's how we are working now, prompts. So we got a prompt. This is a prompt. So use the payload extractor. In fact, I have changed the name. I should be changing it as well. So it's API was the name of the thing. It's API extractor. So use API extractor and seed data extractor agent to produce both spec files for the backend to work. Okay. And now when I say enter, and observe, okay, it's very important. When you say enter, and there are different tools available to monitor this, but let's see that here in the console. So it says running the two agents. One is API extractor, second is seed data extractor, and look at the colors. One is green and one should be blue. Okay, seed data work done because it was using Heiko and it was very fast. So, okay, but it has not created a file. That's weird. The API extractor is taking time. Let's look at what API extract is doing. Taking a lot of time for the API extract. Okay, so both are done, but I think looks, let me verify what actually returned in the seed data extract. Okay, so I think there was some error. Now it will check what's wrong. It is storing that data in the Claude.md file of the .claude, in its own. Both agents reported success, but neither actually wrote files. But why? Now, ground truth, both agents produce incorrect content. They confused fields. Okay, now we got it. Okay, so you can see we got C data JSON. Yes, I will allow. So one file is there, but I think the second file, API extract, is not created. Let's explore the seed data. So these are the seed data which we have, and this is what the backend will use for the database. So one thing is sorted, but we are not got the API contract yet. So it's working with the API contract now. Root pipe tasks. Okay, let's verify. In fact, after the video also, I'm going to verify. It's difficult to verify the content in this video, but I will verify that. But we got the API contract. And ideally, once you get the contract, go through the entire content once just to understand this is what you want, so that when you work with the backend is going to rely on this file for all the endpoints and what format we have to return, what format you have to accept, and what should be error codes. Everything is mentioned here. So verify this content properly once you get this API contract. Okay, or maybe you can ask AI again. You can just ask the model to verify API contract with the app.js and see if the things are working or not. But we got these two files, and to create those two things, we have used the subagents. Perfect. And now if you check the context of the main agent, and after doing all the work, it's still almost empty. And that's the beauty about this. Oh, I was using Opus 4.7. That's why it was taking so much time for that. Let me switch the model and go back to Sonnet. So let's get back to our board and see if things are missing. So basically, the way you create a subagent is you need to have a YAML front matter. So you need to start with this 3-, and the name is required, description is required, but tools are optional. So you can say description is something which triggers the condition, and use proactively keywords. So basically, the keywords are important. Tools are optional, models is optional, but you can mention Sonnet, Opus, Haiku, or by default is inherit. Then color, optional, but it's good to give that for the visual indicator. And you can give the system prompt as well. And you can put that after the front matter. So we have done that here. So if you see the agent MD file, after this we have added this content, which is your system prompt. And this is how the sub agent ran before. So basically you will start with the main session, and since we have two agents, it will start with the payload extractor, which is in this case API extractor. And then we have this seed data, different colors, and they will do their task, complete this file. It will do its task, complete this file. And since they're not interdependent, they can do this with the help of subagents. And at the end, you'll get your main thing back. Now, when you say you want to do two things parallelly or multiple things parallelly, there are two options. One which we have talked about, which is your subagents. The other option we have is Worktrees. Why we have two things when you are going to achieve the same thing, right? When you want to achieve parallel things, can we just do that with subagents? Why we have Worktrees? See, a thing is, if you are doing certain thing and suddenly you want to create one file or two files in the same session, then you can create subagents because you're going to work with the same session. But now I want to do some experimental stuff. You know, when you work with Git and when you're working on a project and now you want to create something new, you want to experiment a new feature, of course, you're not going to do that in the main branch. What you will do is you will just do that in the feature branch. In the same way, if you want to experiment certain things, you can do that in the parallel session. So instead of creating the session manually by yourself, you can create a work tree. Okay. And let's see an example first, and then we'll come back here. Now, in the backend, of course, we are very sure that in the backend I'm going to use Fast API, but I'm confused with the database which I want to work with. Should I go with the SQLite or should I go with the Postgres? SQLite is good, it's lightweight, but Postgres provides a lot of features. Sometimes it is getting difficult for you to decide, and even for Claude Code. What if you just go into that vibe mode by saying, create database for me? And it will select its own. Maybe it is smart to select SQLite for this kind of project. It's not a very complex project. And after a few months, if you are questioned why you have used SQLite, why not Postgres, you should have a written document somewhere. The first thing I have to decide is, should I use SQLite or should I use Postgres? And whatever is decision based on, I want that data to be there. So how do we do it? So what I can do is I can ask Claude Code to create a new branch and experiment with the project with both the databases. And you tell me the report, right? And since I don't want that work to affect my main project, we can do that in the separate branch altogether. And that's where you can use something called a work tree. Now, what you can do is to achieve this, open a new terminal here, and I will just put that here. That's one terminal. And I will need one more. So we got two terminals. Now, one for SQLite and one for Postgres. What it will do is it will create the entire project with Postgres, entire project with SQLite, and it will compare. Okay, when I say entire project, not the backend part, okay, not the Python part. It's just that it will understand this project and it will try to analyze is SQLite is good or Postgres. Now, how do you create this? So you have to open Claude, but when you're doing that, you just pass a option which is -w, which is for the work tree, and then you can give a name to it. So in this case, I will say SQL Spike, like a branch, work tree branch. So it will create a new work tree for you. And when you say enter, so this is a new Claude, and the model which I'm going to use, okay, first of all, I want to change the model. I want to use Sonnet. So I'm using Sonnet high effort. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so you can see we got work tree created for SQLite. And look at the files. In the front end, we got the same files. So that when you give a prompt, it is going to use these files, not your main files. Later on, you can delete this. That's the benefit. Agents have been not carried, but there's a workaround as well. If you want to copy the entire stuff with agents, you can do that. There's some configuration for that. By this point, I'm just going to hit this with this prompt. So scaffold a minimal fast API in the backend folder. Okay, it will create a basic backend, not the entire part. And it will use SQLite as database, create the task, model matching with the specs and initial fixture, then write the short decision notes, documenting what was easy and what was hard and what production trade-off SQLite has for our use case. So now let's say enter. Now this will create for SQLite parallelly. Okay, it's taking the entire space here. Now parallelly, let's do it for the Postgres. So -w, this is for the Postgres Spike, and I have a prompt for it. And you can see we got Postgres Spike as well, and it started working. Taking so much space for the names. Just renaming the tabs here. Okay, for the first one, it has done some work, and now it is creating new items. Enter. In Postgres, it will take a lot of time. And I think I forgot to change. It is still Opus 4.7. This will take a lot of time. And I'm going to lose all my tokens today. So you can see for the SQLite, even the backend is, for the folder is created, it will do its task now. And I should have changed the model here. Yes. So now if you can see the backend, it is creating files. This will take a lot of time. So by the time it is happening, let's go back to theory and let's understand where it is useful. So this is what we have done with the work tree. So from the main repo, we have created two work tree, one for SQLite, one for Postgres, and both are scaffolding. Now we have to read those files manually. We'll do that. Or we can use AI to read the file and find the difference. Now, which one you should be using? Because Worktree also does the same thing, right? It runs things parallelly. So when you're working with the small investigation or if you are in the same branch, it makes sense to use the subagent. But when you have a divergent work, when you want to run two different realities, this is important here. In that case, normally that's what we do in the branches. So in that case, you can use the Worktree. And is this done? Okay, asking for it. Permission. I know we are losing a lot of tokens, but this is important. This is where you can decide which one is good. This kind of architecture decision which you're taking now. Compound command containing cd path. Okay, proceed. It's going to take a lot of time. In fact, the Postgres thing is done. It was faster than the SQLite one. I was thinking Sonnet will be faster. But anyway, proceed. Yes. Executing a lot of shell commands to test it. Now let's look at the decision of the Postgres. Now you can just read this document, and I think it's more about this setup. So for a small project working with Docker, a lot of issues, right? For a small project, I think it will be SQLite which should we select, and I've done this before, so I know it will say use SQLite. That's good. Or maybe you can just write a prompt here by saying read both the decisions and tell me which is best or which one I should use for this. This for the SQLite. This is important, zero infrastructure start. But again, once you advance this project, once you add complex things, this will struggle, SQLite. But for a normal project, it's very good. But at least you have decisions here. And the main thing we have done this is to understand what are Worktrees. Parallel stuff, great there. And now once you have done, you can simply stop this. You can say exit from here and even exit from here. Okay, first I have to complete this. Doing some changes till now. Okay, I will say no. I will just stop it now. Exit. Keep the workspace. Okay, I will remove this workspace, which is SQLite, and that you will see gone. Now, if you want to remove the Postgres as well, of course, you can just right click here and delete, but you can also execute a command. So you can run a bash command, git worktree list. It will give you the entire list of worktrees. There's only one worktree here, and I can delete that now. So instead of list, just mention remove. So I can execute this command. I'm running a shell command here, enter. Okay, so I think I have to use force. Some files may be getting used somewhere. And done, removed. So now we know how the worktree works. So yeah, that's it from this part of subagent and worktree. So we know we should use subagents if you're in the same branch and if you want to execute certain things parallelly. But make sure that you're not changing the same file. So both the agents are changing the same file, it will create issue. And if you want to have a new idea, if you want to create a new branch, Worktree is the way to go. Now it's time to move to the backend part. So we have done most of the hard work till now. So we have our front end ready. Maybe we'll tweak something in there. But the most important part is we have done our specs ready. Now, based on these specs, I want to build my backend. We could have done the wipe coding part here, do everything by yourself, but we want the control. That's the entire point here. So our specs are ready. And then we have created some agents before. We'll not be needing that now. So I'll just minimize this Claude folder. And I'm going to add certain things here. I just want to make certain changes, which I'm going to do in some time. Okay, we also have a work tree, which we are not going to use now. Front end is ready. You can see we got 3 files and we got 2 specs. Okay, looks good. Now it's time to do the main part, which is connecting this two. Okay, so what is the strategy here? So we'll basically go in this step. So we have our main branch. Okay, so of course Git is always there. When you say you're a developer, Git is there for you. So we are in our main branch. Now this is what we are going to deploy, right? So whatever happens in the main branch, that goes into the staging area or production. But then to build this entire feature, we are going to break down into multiple parts. And normally what you do is every time you build a new feature, you create a new branch, you make the changes there, you test things properly, and then you merge it so that you don't put anything which is not working in the main branch. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to do the backend setup. Now this is not the actual project. This is just a scaffold or the skeleton of the project. And this is where you'll be having the skeleton and stuff. So that's what we are going to do first. And also we are going to change our package manager. Now, if you see here, we are not using UV as a package manager, and I want to use that. And I realized that later. So this should be our first step, right? So when you created that Claude.md file, you should have mentioned, or I should have mentioned that I want to go with the UV package manager. But it's never too late, right? Okay, the next thing I want to do is once we have this thing is ready, once you have your backend setup ready, which is your skeleton of the project, you will merge that to the main branch. And then of course, we know the hygiene, right? Git hygiene, which is once you're done with your branch, delete it, save space. Okay, then we are going to work with the task models, because when you want to store data in database, the first thing you will do is you will create models for those entities. At this point, we just have one, which is task. So we'll be working with that. And to achieve that, we are going to use SQL Alchemy. And for the migration, we are going to use Alembic, if that's how we pronounce it. Okay, once we have done with this feature branch, again, the same thing, we're going to merge it and we're going to delete it. And we are going to do everything in step by step. Then next thing is we'll finally have our endpoints ready, right? This is also important, right? Otherwise, the front end will keep saying, get the data or save the data, nothing is happening. So we need to get this grid of endpoints, and that will be your fast API endpoints. And again, merge and delete. Then we are going to work with our seed data, because whatever data we are using now, it's hard coded in the front end. And that's what you can see on the screen. But what we want now is we want to connect with this database. So our front end will be connected with the back end and back end with the database. And the problem is when you work with the database, it will be empty. And what you see on the screen when you run the application is nothing. So I want to have some seed data. Of course, when you start working with it, you're going to delete the dummy data and you're going to work with the real data. But to start with, I want my seed data to be there in the database. And once that is working, we'll test that with Swagger. If that is working, then we'll move towards the actual integration of the front end and back end. It might create some issues when I was testing it. I basically connected my front end and back end, but the method was still mock fetch. So this is for me. Okay, replace the function name. And to just give you the entire flow, this is how it should behave. So I'll be using my browser, maybe on different port number. I think I will stick to 8080. So this will be talking to the app.js, which is the front end again. Then it will talk to the back end, which will be built in Fast API. Then that will be connecting with the database with the help of SQL Alchemy. And we are going to stick to SQLite, as discussed in the previous section. So let's make it ready now. So let's go back to our code and let's do things one by one. But before we do that, I just want to highlight one more thing which we have talked about before, which is the context engineering. See, the thing is, when you work with the context, and just to reiterate, basically when you talk to LLM model, every model have their own context window. And the way you can see that is by saying /context. When you do this, it will give you the size of the context based on the model. Now, here I'm using Opus 4.7, and I'm not going to use that for the coding part. So normally, when you have these beautiful models available for you, let's say Opus 4.7 or Sonnet, every model have their own strength. Now, if you want to plan something, Opus makes sense. When you want to work with the implementation, Sonnet. It's not like you can't do implementation with Opus, it's just that it's costly. You will run out of the tokens. Okay, so this is the context window for 4.7, and you can see it supports 1 million tokens. That's huge. But the thing is, not everything will be available to you. So just because it's saying 1 million tokens available, it will be using certain things for system prompts, system tools, custom agents, memory files, skills, messages, and that is already occupied here. What is available here is for you, and we are going to fill this. But since I'm going to use Sonnet, let's switch the model. So I will say switch the model, go to Sonnet, and now let's do the context once again, and let's see how much space we have now, or how much context is available. Now for Sonnet, the context window is 200K. So we'll be using this. And out of this is already occupied and this is free. So every now and then we are going to look at our context window. Now why this is getting consumed? Because we have all these things. It's similar to something like when you buy a RAM. So let's say if your laptop has 16 GB of RAM, it's not like 16 GB is available to you. Certain things will be used for different purposes, maybe OS or system files, and it will only give you, let's say, 12 GB. I'm just giving some random number here, but you got the point, and we have seen this before. Also, keep a watch on the context window. It's more like when you use your phone, you keep checking the battery indicator, right? It's not like you will wait for your phone to die. Now, why managing context is important? See, Claude Code will help you here. So the moment it sees that your context window is going above 80%, it is going to run auto-compacting. And you will see that somewhere. So if you just keep doing this, and unfortunately we'll not be able to see that because we are going to use new sessions every time, but try by yourself. Keep doing something in the same session and keep a watch on context window. After some time, you will see a pop-up here or a tag by saying auto-compacting, or auto-compacting will start for after some time, maybe 10% remaining, 5% remaining, and then it's doing something. Then you will say, why we have to worry when it is doing those things for you? See, there are two problems. One, auto-compacting will start after a percentage of usage of context. it's not good. So if you consume, let's say 60-70% of the context, basically every time you talk to the LLM model, it is consuming that context. For us, of course, you're losing your tokens in that. Plus, it can lead to hallucination because when you send huge amount of data, it has no idea which one to focus on. So that's one. So in fact, there are 2 points here. One, you're wasting tokens. And second is when you do auto compacting, when you compact something, like when you compress something, there's always a loss there. Of course, there are lossless compressions as well. But in this case, when you're compacting, you are losing data. And we can only pray that it is not going to remove the important information. So what if while compacting, it is losing certain important details? We don't want that. So if you want to do compact, do it by yourself. Don't rely on auto compacting. That's fun for the Claude Code, but not for you, not for the project which you're building. So keep a watch on that. Now, how we are going to solve this? Very simple. Every time I build a new feature, since we are going to build 5 branches, every time I build a new feature, I'm going to use a new session. So you can create a new session window, or you can use this amazing command called clear. What clear will do is it will create the entire session, a new session. Basically, you can just click on Claude Code, create a new session. I will just use clear. But if you want to maintain the records, and that's recommended, create a new session, name it, so that you will know the history. When you say clear, you are clearing everything. Just for the sake of tutorial, I'm going to use clear, but I would suggest you to create new sessions and label them so that you will be having the history. What happened? Whom to blame? Is it you or is it the Claude Code? Okay. So I'm going to use clear, but you just create new session. But let's say if you decide to do compact, you can do compact here and it will just start compacting the conversation. It's just that there's nothing much in my context. So I don't know what it will compact. I'm not just going to stop it because it doesn't make sense when you have the context window almost empty. But I want to show you one thing. What if you want to do compact manually? So you're doing a session, you're working on a branch, and your context window is almost full or even half full, and now you want to do compact. You don't have a choice. You can't create a new session because when you create a new session, you will lose the history. What to do now? So in that case, you can do compact manually. But here, you can see it says optional customer summarization instructions. I would suggest put important details here. Something like what are things you don't want to lose? Maybe the fast API port number, maybe the security protocols which you want to implement. Of course, that should go into the specs. But in the conversation, if you have done something which you think is important for the further implementation, put that string here, important. Okay, so once we have done with the compact, let's get started. And I'm going to do a final clear before we start. Okay, now there are certain commands which we're going to execute. Okay, so of course, you can execute the command using Claude. So let's say if you want to execute a git command, you can ask Claude to do that for you. And maybe somewhere we are going to do that. But let's say if you ask Claude to do the git operations, and if you know the command for the git, which one you will choose? For a beginner, you can use Claude. Claude will help you there. They're expert in these things with the git commands and the native instructions. But the problem is you're wasting tokens there, right? Because you're saying, hey, now do it for me, and then the Claude will talk to the model, and then you're losing token there. Otherwise, if you want to execute the git commands, you can just say you can execute the bash commands basically or shell mode, and you can do that just by saying exclamation. And you can see the moment I say exclamation, it goes into the shell mode. And now I can execute the git command, git status, and now it will give me the status. So at this point, I'm in the main branch, and changes not staged yet. So we need to make sure that there are untracked files which have to commit. Okay, so I can do that. I can just say git add dot, and it will add everything. And I can do the git commit. The problem with me is I don't like, I mean, of course, git is important, but commit messages, that's headache. Because you have to understand what you have done till now, and then based on that, you will pass a git message. So what you can also do is you can write a prompt, something like this. Commit all the stage changes with the message explaining this in the initial project setup, including Claude.md. I'm also going to change something in the settings file, settings.json, and the subagents definition, which we have done here, and specs file generated by the subagents. These are the specs files which we have generated, and we are going to commit this as well. Maybe you can also say, do it for the other changes as well in future, but let's see if it is doing that automatically. Otherwise, we'll tweak that. Okay, let's do that, and I will make the changes in the settings.json. And let me show you why I need this setting change. So let's see what the commit messages create, because that will be interesting. And of course, before committing, you should have done /diff to check the changes. Okay, now this is the files it is going to add, and also there will be a commit message. You can see there's a huge commit message, which is good. You can actually go through what happened and what are the things we are going to do. But look at this message here. It says it ends with co-authored by Claude Sonnet. It's good that, as a developer, you should know you have taken help of the Claude Sonnet, but I don't want to put this message in my Git commits. It's good for some people because some companies are tracking how much they're using AI, but I don't want it. So for the next commit messages, I'm going to change this. So let me just say no. Or maybe let's commit this particular one and then later on we'll change it. I don't want to include this. So what we can do is in the Claude, and this is my local settings, but I want to create a setting file for the entire team. So I'll say settings.json. This will be for the entire team. And I'm just going to add this JSON setting here. So basically this is for the schema settings.json, and include the co-authored by, make it false. Otherwise it will just keep adding that next time. So when you do this, next time it is not going to add the auto or the co-authored by, hopefully. And then we are also denying these things to read, the environment variables and the secret keys. Again, this is not compulsory, but it's a good to do things. So we are denying it. So close this and looks good. So we have changed the settings.json file. And just to reiterate, we are going to create 5 branches. And if you know the steps, let's go step by step again. The first step is to create the backend setup, but this will not be having the entire code, just a skeleton. So the steps would be, again, I want to, okay, so it is also saying, do you want to push it to the Git repository? Let's say I don't want it now. Let's do it at the end. At this point, I just want to execute a git status and to check if everything is good, everything is committed. Perfect. Okay, there's one untracked file, which is settings.json. Let me add that git add dot. Okay, I made one mistake. Instead of using this shell mode, I'm asking Claude to do that. Stage ready. Yes, commit. And interesting to see what commit message it is going to use now. Oh, it is still following this. Okay, this is weird. Maybe it is not reading that file properly. Let's say read the settings.json file and don't add co-author in the commit message. Let's see. Configure to suppress the co-author line. I also see it now. We'll stop adding it manually to, okay, perfect. I told it. I don't know why it was still adding that. Okay, so now it's time to move to the next branch because we are going to work with it. So, and to do that, I'm going to say git checkout, create a new branch. It will be a feature branch. And in the first branch, let's have for the backend setup. Checkout and checked out. So we are in the feature branch now. Okay. One thing I want to change is I want to put a thing in the Claude.md file. So maybe at the end, before the code style here, I want to add this line. Package manager. Okay, so I'll be saying use package manager for the UV package manager for other stuff. Don't use pep install and other stuff. So this looks good, but still I will say let's use UV package manager from now. Do the setup. Okay, so I'm going to use this Claude Code to use UV manager now. UV version. Okay, do it for the UV. I think UV should be there in this machine. And yeah, initialize the project. Yes. So there should be some hints of the UV here. Yes, proceed. Okay, it will change because UV supports 3.12. Yes. So it is going to use 3.12 now, the Python version. Okay, it's going to add this number of packages, Fast API, UVCon for the running, SQL Alchemy, Alembic, Python-Take. Okay, I'm okay. There's also for cryptography and bcrypt. Perfect. So it's adding a new directory and it is going to create this path. Okay. Is it creating this skeleton now? Let's see. Okay, backend is ready now with this skeleton. Okay, it has reduced some of the steps, but there's no task.py. There's only the package, only the backend part. Okay, Just look at skeleton of skeleton. Do you want to proceed? Yes. The parenting settings. Yes, I want to use Alembic. Alembic is basically a migration tool. So if you have a model ready and if you want to create tables, you don't have to create database tables by yourself. Alembic will take care of it. It's adding the code as well. Okay, UV run Python. It's going to import. Okay, it's important to keep checking the files, what it is creating. Is it something which you don't want or remove? So it is using SQLite sets code, the Telusko DB database name. Then in the models, it has not created the task yet, the task files. So it looks like a basic skeleton. And I can just run this with run UVCon. Everything looks empty. That's good. This is what we want. Service is all empty. So the skeleton of skeleton is ready. The Python version mentioned is 3.12. Just make sure that you have this. And now let's go for the next step. So basically, I want to create the backend structure, which is almost there. But then I want it to read the specs to understand what are the files we have to create. So there's a structure it is created, right? But there's no model files and all those stuff. So let me just write a prompt file just to show you the prompts which I'm working with, and that I'll be doing. Okay, so this is the prompt which I'm going to run. So basically, I will ask it to go through this specs file. This is important, right? It has to build through the spec file, which is API contract, and design the folder structure for the API backend. Folder structure is created by UV, but I had my prompt ready. So let's rewrite this and or just use the same prompt. So the service layer, schema, folders, model folders, no business logic in routes. That's important. Use UV for the project setup, and we have done that. And dependencies. Okay, it has done most of the work, but still it will verify now if you are done properly. So I'm just going to use this prompt. Enter. I don't know why it is pasting 2 times, but that's fine. I think it will figure out. And just observe the steps it is doing. So basically, it got all the clear picture of all the endpoints, and it is going to change based on that. Also, there are some camel kissing wiring format, which it will take care of. 3 things to fix in project.swap. Okay, so it is going to swap SQL alchemy with async IO. That's what we have mentioned here. And okay, that's the changes. UV sync, yes, sync for the entire project. Okay, so it's writing the file now. So this is where it will create the task.py file in the model. So if you see the model file in app, in models, we got task.py and there's empty, and we want it to be empty because that's what the code which we're going to write later. I hope it will not write the code because you never know when AI will give you the code as well. So it's creating a new directory for the test. We're not going to use test, but let's have it. So let's see what test will return. Okay, so done all the changes, looks good, and everything is available in the task. Task is empty, but you got most of the files here. So if you see in this service, there should be task service, which is again empty. This is what we are going to fill later. And now I want to check the git status. So I will say git status, changes not staged yet. Is it committed? There's only one untracked file, which is the prompt.txt, and I think that's good. But still, okay. Looks like there are more files which are untracked here. So I'll just paste one of the prompt is this. So commit these changes, and message should explain the initial backend folder structure with your configuration dependencies. So let's paste that here. Again, it is pasting 2 times. So let's say enter, and now it will do the commit. Git add, yes. Oh, we should have done the diff. So this is the entire message, and okay, nowhere it says co-authored by Claude Code, and that's good. It's reading that settings files. And looks like everything is committed. Perfect. And now, once you have done the commit, it's time to merge it. So I'll say git checkout main. So we are in the main branch now, okay, and it's time to merge it. So git merge feature branch, which is backend setup. That's the feature branch which we have created, and merging done. There's no merge conflict. That's good. And once you have done that, it's time to delete the branch. So git branch delete feature backend setup. Delete the branch. Perfect. We could have done that with Claude Code as well, but here we are. So git checkout is time to work on the next feature. So I'll check out a new branch feature, but not backend setup. the next step is to work with the task model. So that's the task model. We are in the new branch. And this is the prompt. So basically, you have to read the API's contract and the seed data and create a model which is task.py. The file is there, but you have to add code there. Field match exactly with the snake case in the seed data. Okay, and it should have a parentic schema of task create, task update, and task response. Okay, set up the async database engine. Okay, looks good. So now let me just paste that here. It is getting pasted 2 times. Enter. So this is your prompt. Okay, so one thing I forgot to do. Since we are switching the branch, I forgot to do clear. I should have run the context first. But let's see. I think for a smaller commit like this, we can have 2 features in one context, in one session. So if you can see, it is reading the API contract.md file and see data.json. So it is changing the task.py file. It has added a task response and task update and task create. Okay, now it is running these files, doing these codes. So contains, command contains malform syntax that cannot be parsed. Okay, so all 3 schemas behave correctly. It's going to commit now. Git add is adding all the files, and there's a git commit message as well. Perfect. So there goes our first commit. But I also want to do one change in the Alembic file. So if you go to Alembic in the env.py, you got this code here, but I'm not sure if it is working with SQL Alchemy version 2. Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to run this command. So configure the Alembic env file to work with the SQL Alchemy 2.0 async, and then generate the first migration for the task model and apply it. Use UV to run Alembic commands. Enter. So what it will do is it will create tables for you. So basically, you don't have to create tables by yourself. Alembic will take care of it. It's a migration tool. So it will look at your model and create a table. Now, in future, after let's say 1 year or 6 months, you want to add a new column. Don't do it manually. Just make the changes in the model and ask Alembic, do the migration. Okay, so it will run this create table task. Yes, do that. Upgrade head, yes. Okay, next it will set the location. Okay, it's going to import these things to check. Okay, so it's verifying now if the database has the right schema, and that's your commit message. I will say do commit. And now let's also check the diff. So changes in the environment file, database. Okay, what things have been changed in task? Yeah, okay, creating these things. Cool. Okay, looks like everything is committed, and now we can just do it manually. So git checkout main, git merge task model. Okay, merging done. There's no much conflict. And git checkout. It's time to go. Okay, first you have to delete this branch. So that's the branch. Delete the task model. Okay, now once we have done with this particular feature, next is we have to create the CRUD endpoints. So let's do that quickly. I want to create a branch, not delete the branch. Checkout branch feature model, not task model. It should be CRUD endpoints. Okay, now we're in the new branch. Now, if you see your task.py file, so we are working with the routes now. There's no code here. I want to generate these endpoints, and that's what we're going to do now with the prompts. So this is the prompt for that. So basically, you have to read this specs API contract, and then based on this, create these 4 endpoints, and also return. We have also mentioned the return code here. And business logic goes in the service package or service folder, which is the task service. So let's paste that here. Enter. In fact, let me stop here. I just want to add one more line here, which is this, or maybe two to 3 lines. So response shape match exactly what in this spec. Handle errors with HTTP exception using the status code from the spec, because that's what we have mentioned in the spec, but I was not using it. And via the router into the backend with cross enabled for this request. So let's put this now. Okay, so there goes our new prompt, and now it should behave the way we are expecting. So it's building the endpoints now in the route and also in the task service. So all the business logic goes in the task service, and that's what it's doing now. And now it's writing the API. And again, we missed to do the clear part. I don't know why I'm not able to remember that while recording the video. Okay, so it's going to check this. So it's running the live end-to-end test with this now. So we don't have to do that manually. Let's see what it returns. Every case passes. Now commit. Okay, if it says commit, let's do that. Okay, commit done, everything looks good. But again, I want to test it before we go for the next part. So first I will check the diff files, the changes. Okay, a lot of changes in this. 3 files have been modified: task, main, and task service. Okay, good that is not touched any other file. But I will say run the UV server. I want to test it. So server is hub, you can use the endpoints. Okay, I was expecting docs, these Swagger docs. Oh, it's there, it's there. So when you go here, okay, it does open in the same thing. Let me go to the browser and paste. Now this is the docs which we got. So that means the backend is actually running. But I want to see the data here. So I will hit the get request, try it out, execute. And okay, we got some data here. We got 2 records. Oh, that's good. I was expecting either 0 records or all records, but I'm not sure why it is only sending 2 records. No issue, we'll put all the records in the database later. So looks good. I'm just going to say merge this branch with main branch and then delete the CRUD endpoints. It's very important, otherwise it will delete the main branch. Scary. Check out main, merge, and get. That's right, this is what I want. Okay, no conflicts, main is now merged, and now we are in the main branch. Okay, so now we can just go to the new branch for the next step. The next step is to have our seed data. Again, I was not expecting it will add 2 records, but we have missed some of the steps maybe. But anyway, I want to add all the data. So I will check out git, and this will be for seed data. And the prompt is this. Okay, now this prompt says read the seed data, write the seed script in the backend seed, and reads the file, insert all the records, simple stuff. But make sure that it is idempotent. The problem is, sometimes what happens is when you keep a seed file and if you reload the environment, if you restart the application, it might add the same data again and again. So when you say idempotent, that means it doesn't matter if it happens 10 times, it will not insert the same data again and again. So this is what we want. I'm only concerned we already have 2 records. Let's see how it handles that now. So it wrote the file in the seed.py file. I will say yes, and then we'll check out this seed.py. It will insert the record, run this. Okay, it says 5 records have been inserted. Okay, do the commit. And the way you can verify that, let's go back here and just try it out once again, execute this. And now we got 5 records, perfect. So these are seed data. The good that it's not inserted the first part again, but looks good. So our seed data is done. So you can see it says 2 already existed from the curl test. Okay, that looks good. So again, we can say merge this branch with main and delete seed data branch and verify the commands. So it will check out the main, it will merge this, and it will delete the seed data branch. Looks good. And now it's important to check the context because we have not done that. I told you that I will do that after every feature, and you should do that. I forgot. While recording, my main focus was, is the recording happening? Is the things are working fine? But again, we got a good learning here. So you can see 44% is already filled. We could have done that at 50, but we should always check the context, and I have not done that, my bad. But now I think we are good to clear it. So I will just say clear. And after doing that, if you check the context again, looks good. It's time to go for the next feature. So I will say git checkout -b feature, but not seed data. This time it is the front-end wiring. So finally we are wiring the front-end part. This is what we are waiting from a long time. Finally we are going to do the connection between these two. Okay, now this is a prompt. So basically in the app.js, there's a mock fetch. So we were returning the mock data, but now we want to connect with a real backend. So replace the body of mock fetch with a real fetch, call it to this particular URL, and strict rules: do not change the API layer, do not touch any other code in the app.js, the function signature returns shape, and call side stay identical. So only the inside of the mock changes for rejecting a stub to real network. Okay, looks good. This is a prompt, and let's do that. So I think by doing this, we will be having a working application which we talked about. It looks like the changes have been done. So in the app.js, it is now sending request to the real network. That's great. But the function name is still mock fetch. That's weird. Looks good. I would say run front end and backend. I want to check if both are connected or not. The backend is still running, I think. The backend is still working. The front end is not. So DB is already migrated. Now let me check the seed script. Okay, it's verifying everything before running it. That's good. Fast API is backend, UVCon will be used, front-end is static files. Let me check if the migration need to be run first, then start. Okay, it's good that it's verifying the stuff before running it. And that's what we do, right, as a developer as well. Or sometimes we just run it. And it is running the seed data once again. I hope it will not add again. That's what we have written in the code. We don't want duplicate. So 5 already present. Now launching both the servers in the background, and let me know which port I'm using. Okay, looks like the front end is running on a different port apart from 8080. This is a backend health. So backend is up. It's doing the smoke test. Time to run the front end. Okay, so I can run my front end on this. Okay, looks good. Let me just go back to the browser, the external browser, and it's running on 5500. Okay, looks good. This is what it is, but I'm not sure if it do this operation, it's not moving. And I've seen this bug before. It's not moving. Let's try to create a new entry, not created. But is it happening in database? Let's verify that. Maybe only the front end is not moving, but maybe it's happening in the database. Yeah, in database it got created. Okay. Maybe the clicks which I've did also changed here. So let's say the Spring Boot intro isn't recorded. Let's try with what button I've not clicked. Maybe Spring Security. This isn't uploaded. Let's move it to, it wasn't uploaded. Yeah, those changes were there. So things are happening. It's just that the front end is not moving. Let's verify why. Let's refresh once again. Let's try to click move. It looks like there's some mistake. The board will load task live in the from the backend via the real fetch call you wired into mock test. Logs are returned to the backend in the project root if you need to inspect them. Okay, let's define the problem here. When I move the cards, it's changing the status in backend, but not visible in the front end. Cards stays old layout. Also, when we create a new task, it's not visible on the board, but created in database. So let's define our problem and let's see how that solves it. Because the backend is changing when we do these things, when we create. In fact, when I try to delete as well, if I delete this particular card of REST API, okay, failed to execute. Okay, there is some problem with the casing maybe, or the function name. Okay, there's a bug here as well. Bugs are everywhere now. Okay, so it's testing it by itself, and that's good. We could also use the browser tool to test those actions. Okay, drop handler, files. Okay, looks like it made some changes. Let's verify. It is now deleted. Let's move. Okay, now things are working out. Maybe some problem with the matching. Okay, new task is getting created. Perfect. I'm happy, but I'm curious what other problems it has faced. Updated the front-end code, added the async, hard-coded. It was using the hard-coded problem. Okay, perfect. So by doing this, we have built our things, and now it's time to say Is it committed? Commit the changes, merge with main and delete the branch. Okay, so it will check out the main, merge the front-end wiring, and to delete the front-end wiring. So commits, main has now 8 commits ahead of main. Okay, I'm not going to push now, maybe later. Okay, still working. Or maybe I will just push it and make it public. So let's verify the flow here, what we have discussed. These things have been done. And this is the ultimate folder structure which we got. So just have a look on this, maybe pause the video, understand this. So finally, the front end and back end is merged. Let's go to the next part. Now let's talk about two things. One is the custom command, and the second one is the spec-driven development. And let's go step by step. The first thing is when you look at the commands which we worked with till now. So the moment I say slash, you can see there are a lot of commands you can work with. And we have used certain commands till now. So maybe we have used init. We also have a command, in fact, it's a skill itself, which is run. So basically, if you want to run the project, you can simply say run. Now, before this, when I was running the project, I was manually typing the command by saying, or the prompt by saying, run the front end, run the back end, or run both. So instead of doing that, I can simply say /run. Then we have used init. Then we looked at agents as well. So there are a lot of commands which can work with. We have used, by the way, then we have used clear. So all these commands are available. But what if you want to create your own command? And that's what we call a custom command. Now, initially, before the current version I'm using, we were having two different things. We were having custom commands and we were having skills. Now, how do you create a custom command? It's very simple. You just create a skill. Now, what is a skill here? So let's go back to the code which we have done before, or the prompt which we have used. Now, specifically this particular prompt. Now, if you remember, when we created the endpoints, this is the prompt which we have written, which is rig this API contract file. Okay, so it will do that. And then we have written this particular part, so that it will create 4 endpoints, one for the get, one for post, put, and delete. And then we have written some business logic here. Where should be you writing your business logic? Then some restrictions, which protocol to use and all the stuff, right? So we have specified a lot of stuff here in this particular prompt here. And that makes sense, right? If you want to get this done, you will write this prompt. But say going forward, you will be adding some more endpoints, maybe for login purpose, maybe for doing filtering and all those stuff. So there are different options which you can work with. Now, when you want those endpoints, you will be writing the same prompt again, because you can't simply say create a new API. You have to mention what are the things you need, your restrictions, your rules, and all the stuff. Now, everything goes in this prompt. Now, the thing is, whenever you have certain things which you're going to repeat multiple times, then why to type the same prompt again and again when you can make that as a skill? Because you're doing something, right? Instead of writing this prompt here, I can simply say create endpoint. Now, that's my command. So if you can see, it says no command matches, but this is my command, and I've not created this command yet, but this is how you will do it. You will say /create endpoint, and then you can mention for which particular request. I'm going for the get request, and then you can specify the endpoint as well, how exactly you want your endpoint to be. Maybe I want to create an endpoint for login, right? So this is how you do it. Again, get login doesn't make sense, but let's say get user. So something like this. I will have my custom command, and then I can pass the arguments as well. Now, if you want to create this custom command, you have to create a skill. And what you do in skill, basically, whatever repeated thing you want to do, you can put that in a skill. Something like if you want to run the application, you can do that. In fact, since we are talking about that, let's do that. So when you say run, there are two options, run and run skill generator. So basically, if you want to run the entire application with certain steps, what are the environment variables you have to choose, what is a production environment, everything you can mention in that particular skill. And next time, if you want to run this, you can simply say run, and it will follow those steps. It's a proper documentation for your project to run. Normally, we do that on GitHub, right? Or when you push your project for everyone to see, you write these steps. How do you run this application? That's what you can do with this. So you got the point, right? We can create our own skills, and you can run this as a command. And we're going to do in multiple steps. I will simply show you how do you create a skill. Maybe it's not useful, but let me show you how do you create a skill. Now, to create a skill, you have to create a folder called skills inside your .claude folder. So we have .claude here. in which you will be creating a folder called skills, and you will be putting your skills here. Now, what's a step? So the steps are, first, you need to have skills folder in your .cloud folder. And then inside this, whatever skill you want to mention, just create a folder for that. Now here, I want to get the status for the Telusko project. Now the git status, or is it running or not, all those things, information I need from this skill. So if you want to get a skill, create a folder. Okay, important, not a file, folder, which is Telusko status in this case. And inside this folder, so I'm in this skills folder, inside that we have Telusko status. And inside that folder, you have to say skill.md, okay? Not plural, singular. So you have to say skill. Now it should be in capital, skill, and then .md. And that's how you can create a skill. So simple, right? Now it also follows a front matter, and you have to start with these 3 dashes and ends with 3 dashes. This is where you will put your description. Now a skill, okay, there's some problem with the editor, so you just have to say enter. It normally works, but I don't know what's wrong with my editor. Whenever I skip that in first line, it has some issues. And that's how you can get a skill. Now skill can have multiple things, but then description is very important. Name is optional. Now if you remember when we did spec, or when we did agents, not spec, we did the same thing. We had a name, we had a description. But here, name is optional, description is compulsory, because the name will be picked by the folder name or the skill name, okay, which is Telusko status in this case. And in this, you can add a description, what you want to do with this skill. Now, I have a skill ready with me. I'll just paste that here, and I'll put that, enter. So description shows the current state of the Telusko workflow engine, Git branch, recent commits, content of the specs, whether the backend is responding, use when you need to have a quick situational awareness before starting work. So basically, this description also tells a human what this skill will do, and also it will tell the Claude what this skill is about. So whenever it wants to do other work, it will just run this particular thing first. Now in this, you're specifying the thing which you want to do. So current branch, you can get this from this particular command, recent commits from this, specs in this repo, and then backend health by using this curl, and summarize the above in single paragraph status report. So you can pass the instructions as well, how you want the output to be. Flag anything unusual, uncommitted work, missing specs files, backend down, and keep it under 5 lines. So it's good if you want to read it quickly. Now all these things are optional. What is compulsory is description, because that's how it will know, or the Claude will know what this particular skill does. Okay. Now you can even mention name if you want, but that is optional. Even this name will be picked up. Okay. Now one important thing, when you see all these commands here, this is a bit weird, right? First of all, whenever I write a command, there is exclamation and then there's a tick. Now exclamation makes sense because we have seen this before. Whenever you want to run a shell mode or the bash command, you will use exclamation. But there's also a tick here. This is what makes it different. Now the thing is, when your Claude is trying to read this particular skill, and when you try to read the skill, it will read the description, and then it says, okay, there are certain commands, and now should I execute the command? No, that's not the flow. It's not going to start reading the file and then it will say, okay, there are commands I want to execute. What it will do is, the moment you want to use this skill, even before reading the skill, it will first execute these commands and get the actual value. So when you say git branch show current, so it will show the current branch. When you say this, it will return the value. So when your Claude is ready to read this file, all these values will be available for the Claude to read this. And that's how it will understand what's happening. Okay, so this is how you get a skill. So simple, right? And how do you use this skill? Now, as I mentioned before, skill is just a custom command. So I can just come back here, say slash, and hopefully this Telusko skill will be there. And it's not there. Also, there another way to check, you can just type skills. It will list out the skills available. And it says skills not found. It says if you want to get a skill, just create that in this folder or in the main repository for the system. Okay, basically you can put your skills in your project. You can also put that on the project level, or you can also put that in the enterprise level or as a plugin. Okay, but here, anyway, we got a skill ready, but we're not able to find it. See, what happens is when you add this skill folder for the first time, this is important. When you add this skill folder for the first time, at that point, you need to restart your session or you need to restart your Claude. Okay, that's one thing. But later on, when you try to add more skills, you don't have to do that. And now I've restarted. It's using Opus. Let's switch to Sonnet. Okay, and now let's try to see the skills. Now, when I go to skills, you can see one found. If you see here, I know it's at the bottom, but you got Telusko status. You have your skill ready. It's time to check if it is running. So it's a slash Telusko. It will also give you solution now, autocomplete. And now let's say, there's an error. It says shell command permission check failed for pattern, multiple operations, please require approval. So how do we give the permission? So let's go to settings.json and let's give the permission for this particular command. So I'll say allow. So you have to pass the list. These are the permissions for the read. I will add one more. So this auto suggested, and that will be for bash. But which command in bash specifically? It is this command. Or maybe I can say for all the request for this. Copy, paste. Not health check, but all. Hopefully, by doing this, it should solve it. Okay. I've given the approval. Oh, my bad. It has copied the exclamation as well. Okay, not working. Let's see what solution you get for this. Or maybe I should just restart and try. Slash models. I don't know why it is not going with Sonnet. Oh, I've updated my package. Maybe that's why it is going with Opus by default. But now I want to say Telusko status. Okay, still the same error. Let's see. Do we get any solution for this? But contain multiple. Telusko skill is hitting a precision block of cold health. Let me fetch the project manually. We have allowed here as well. Let's see. Modified unsaved setting changes. Is it unsaved? It is saved. New skills untried. It's a working tree. Okay, now it is working. Hitting a precision lock. That was weird. Let's try once again. Okay, to allow it, run this particular command and add task. We have done that, right? We have said start. And it's already there here. Okay, it's not SF, it's S. Okay, let me just repeat that. Or maybe let's do it for this particular thing. So again, one command, update config. And inside this, I will be adding update config. Okay, that's new learning now. Okay, so anyway, reading that particular file, I could have just added there. Copy and okay, it has added the same thing. I was about to do that, but that's fine. Oh, finally it's doing something. Okay, that's how you can create a skill, and now you can see you will get the entire detail in 5 lines. Perfect. So it's easy, right? So you just create a skill, and of course you will get some roadblocks, and we know how to solve it now. Now let's create another skill which is useful. Now the skill which we're going to create is for the scaffolding of your endpoints. So whenever you want to create a new endpoint, for that I need a skill, and that's what we have discussed before. So let's go back to skills, and again the same steps. Inside these skills, just say scaffold endpoint, and inside this folder, just create a file which is skill.md, and your job is done. This is how you create a skill, another skill. But again, you have to follow different matter. In fact, creating the skills is also a skill. So basically, you will get used to it. Now, it's not compulsory to have exactly the format which I have, but again, description is compulsory. So if you can see the description, scaffold a new fast API endpoints end-to-end for the Telusko workflow engine. Read the existing API contracts. Okay, that's important. Read that file and then add schema, service method, route handler, generates a curl smoke test. Use this whenever a new endpoint need to be added to the backend. Perfect. Now, more information. So argument hint. So basically, when you try to run this particular command, once it is built, or when you try to run the skill, it will give you a auto hint, probably mostly, which will ask you for the verb and the path. So verb is your HTTP method. So let's say get post, and then the path. What is the endpoint path? Then disable model invocation true. So by default, this will be disabled. It's not like it will be executed by default. It will execute only when it is needed. And then you are also giving some tools which is allowed. So we are allowing read, write, edit, grep, glob, bash UV run, and for the diff. And then the path where it is going to impact, which is your backend. Okay, it should not change anything else. You are scaffolding a new endpoint for the Telusko workflow engine, and then these are the inputs. So whatever arguments you will get, the arguments will be these verbs and the path. You have to work in the current branch. Then the prompt which you have written, the same prompt is here. Read this file, understand the logic from this, the structure of the project, or how we are, or the conventions we are following, and other rules. Okay, so you can just go through these files once it is available. And yeah, that's how we have written the skill. And now once this skill is ready, you can just go back here and say slash, and you should be having that now, which is scaffold. Okay, not coming. Is that some problem here? Yes, there's a problem, if you can see. So just say enter, save, and now let's try. Yeah, we got it. So we got the scaffold endpoint. Okay, the hints should be coming. It's not loading up here, but that's what it says. It should load the hint as well. Okay, so it will say scaffold endpoint, and now you can mention the details, what method you want and what is the endpoint. So maybe I want to get the tasks by the role of editor, by the role of admin. And for that, I can provide the endpoint, which is /API/task/by role / and of course you have to pass the role as well. So whatever role you pass, it should give you that role or the task based on that role. Let's see if this works. I will say enter, and now it should create. So you can see it is reading the API contract. So adding the service route smoke test. Okay, so you can see in the task service.py, it has imported assigned role, and now it will also create some other code for us, which is required for that particular endpoint. Let me close other files here, which is not needed at this point. Okay, it's doing the smoke test. Gone. So it added this particular method in the task.py. So you can see now the endpoint is ready. Perfect. Doing the smoke test. So by the time it is happening, let's talk about the next thing which I want to do, and that will be interesting. See, whenever we want to add a new feature now, and whatever steps we have followed, basically we were giving a proper prompt, right? So what exactly you need to do, and follow the contract and follow the seed data. That's what we have done. But I want to just automate this workflow. So something like this. Let's say if I want multiple features, what I can do is I can just write those specs as a feature and put that in the specs folder. Okay, whatever features I want to build, not just one, multiple features, and I can create different files for that. And whenever I want to implement a feature, I should create a skill to implement that feature. So I will need two more things. One is a new skill whose job is to implement these specs, and the second one is writing the proper specs. See, that's what we do in the software development, right? We always write these specs, these specification first, and then we try to build the project. I'm talking about the real life, okay? Not if you're building a simple application where you just start coding. In real life, when you want to build a bigger project, you always write the specification first, you design it, and then you start implementing. Even with using this code assistance, what we can do is, and of course, that should be the path, always write this specification first and then try to implement it. And since I want to use Claude Code here to do that, what I will do is I will write the specification in the specs, And then I will create a skill whose job is to implement this spec. Okay. And that should automate most of it. So let's try. But let us just complete everything. I think the problem is the backend and frontend was not running before this, and it is failing somewhere. It's updating the code. It's struggling to get it. This is what happens when you do coding, and there are three things running here: the coding, working from AI, and that's a different thing, right? When you code, you know what's happening, but when you're getting the code from AI, it's important to verify each file and each step what it's doing. Otherwise, you're losing token, you're losing time. Yeah, I think that there's a problem with the running status. It will stop the earlier running, it will start the new one, and the entire loop it will go now. And that's why, creating a separate skill to run the project is also useful, where you can write all the steps to follow. It got stuck in the smoke test. I hope that's what it's doing now. It's not able to find which particular port or the process ID it has to kill. Is it? I should have checked the context size before doing this. The process is running reload, but new code isn't loaded. Write a retrieval comment, change to the task. Okay, so by the time it is doing that, let's check the file once. Let's check the API, let's check the v1 task.py, and there should be a endpoint for by role. Perfect, looks good. It is also calling this service get task by role in the service layer, and that's implemented properly. Looks good. And finally, it's running now, hopefully. It took so much time to find the process. And let me know in the comments, have you observed anything it is struggling with? Because my focus was talking to you. Valid role with no task. Yeah, because it's empty, right? No, we do have data. Work as unknown role get. Okay, perfect. So it worked, and I don't want to verify now because we have taken so much time. Let's work with the next skill. So there are two things we want to build. One is a skill which should run, which should implement this spec, and second is we need to build specs. So first, let's build a spec. Now, for whatever new feature, we can just write that in the specs folder, and that should work. And to do that, for different features, I can create a feature folder here, and let's create features. So the first feature I want to build is maybe task filtering.md. Now this is where you can have your specifications. So I have the entire spec ready with me here, which is task filtering on get API's task. So basically it will add a query parameter support this for front end, so that you can filter something like this. You can add a state for editing, maybe filter based on the assigned role. A different option. So apart from this, what you want to achieve, you can also write the acceptance criteria, and this is important. And sometime, in fact, you can write in your skill without acceptance criteria. Don't try to build, right? Otherwise, what's the use of building something if you're not following the right approach, which is working with the acceptance criteria. Out of scope things are also mentioned here so that it will not work on these things, and we have also written how do we do the smoke test. Okay, perfect. So now I think it will face issues with the code, because let's verify the model once. So backend app model. Okay, it is small. I thought all are capital here. My bad. Yeah, but the admin content is capital. Are they checking anything with the admin content? Invalid editing? No. Yeah. Video. It should be editor, not video editor. But let's see how it able to do this. That's really interesting. Okay, let's create. So we have done with the specification. It's trying to create a skill which will implement this particular specification. And to do that, let's go to skills and create a new folder, a new skill. And we'll say this is implement spec. And in this, as usual, we'll create a skill.md file, and this is where you will put your skill. So this is the skill. Again, I have to say enter. Now, again, as I mentioned, creating skill is a skill. Of course, you can take help of AI to build a skill for you, but make sure that you read this skill properly before executing it or before using it. Since I have tested this before, I made few changes, but it's working now. Hopefully, this will work on the same project. So implement a feature described in a Markdown spec file, and that should be under this particular folder. Read these specs, build the feature end-to-end across schemas, service, routes, and run the smoke test for spec. Again, we are not testing we are not changing the front end here. Then we are providing the inputs as well. So basically, you will be passing the arguments, something like this. You will call the implement spec and you will pass the arguments. So which particular feature you want to implement. And then, okay, steps. These are the steps it will follow to do that. Again, since we are saying extract the acceptance criteria, what if you don't mention the acceptance criteria? I want to reject it. So see here, if the spec has no acceptance criteria section, stop. Tell the user the specs needs acceptance criteria before implementation. And this is important if you want to be a good engineer. It will also say they extract the out of scope items, and then your skills like this, where we are going to implement the feature, should match with the feature. So build the skill first and then build the feature according to it. Run smoke test, report, and hard rules. Something you can follow. So we have built the skill here, and let's verify if the skill is available. So I can just say implement spec. Yeah, it is there. Okay, stop it. Implement spec, and then you can pass the argument. The argument is you have to go to the specs folder. I don't know why the specs folder looks wrong. So the spelling looks wrong, but yeah, that's specs. Inside that, you will go to feature, and then the feature is task filtering.md. So we have built the feature and we have built a skill. So next time if you want to build a feature, just write a new feature and just run the same command. Let's see if it is implementing. I think it will just get a loop of the smoke test because there's a spelling, the capital, small, have an issue. Okay, looks like a bug in VS Code. Okay, I don't know what happened. It just crashed. So let me just open Claude once again. A lot of bugs. Whom should I report to? Of course, it looks like a VS Code problem here. Switch the model to Sonnet. First, let me just check the context. It should be empty. We have opened the new one. Okay. So / implement spec / feature / task filtering.md. So by the time it is doing this, let me open a new window here and let me show you some inbuilt bundled skills available, which you have not seen maybe. So one is the code review, which is also a skill. Then there is something called debug, which you can use. And there's one which we have discussed before. And there's also verify, which you can't see. It's so weird. I'm not sure what is going wrong. Is it the VS Code? Or is it my screen recording software? Okay. It has read the entire specification. It looks good. And it starting the code. Good. Let me check if the backend is running. Yes, check. Backend is not running. Starting now. So doing the smoke test. Next smoke test. It will fail, right? There's no editing state, is it? I think we do have editing state. Editing is there. There are 6 tasks in a DB, none is editing. Okay, so we have moved the data, right? Maybe that's an issue. Perfect. I think more time is going because of the smoke test which we are doing. And that's important, right? Testing is very important. We should also write some test cases, test the backend part of it using unit test. I think it has created a folder as well, test. But we are not doing much. There should be a separate agent I should run or a work tree which will implement all the test cases. The video could be much shorter if I have skipped the testing criteria. Okay, spec note requiring human review. Okay, the spec is section as it is would return filter, but is not a valid assigned role. That's right. Or the spec on validation rule. Okay. It has implemented, but then it is saying that something went wrong because in the task we have editor, not video editor. So the smoke test itself is wrong. So maybe I could just go there and change it. But at this point, now we know how it works. We can just verify the code once. What are the changes it made? So I can just say def. There have been changes in the implementation. Okay, changes here. Let's see what it added. So list tasks filter by Stadia. So it has implemented it. It's just that because of the wrong spec, it is failing. But that's fine. That's my problem. Right? I have to change it. I should have written properly. But that's fine. Things works out. So the important thing is now you know how do you build your own skills and how do we do this spec-driven development. So basically first you write the spec, then you ask the coding assistants to work on it. Don't just get into the vibe coding part. So that's it from this part. Let's see the next one. So we got what we wanted. So we wanted to build this front end and back end, and the dashboard looks good. I mean, of course, I'm not a great designer, and I'm not even asking Claude to just design it very beautifully. It works for as an internal tool. And the option which I wanted, I got that. I can just go back and I can move things. I can delete things. Now I can do all those things. Example, if I want to delete any of this, if I delete this part or this particular task, and if I say, okay, why I can't delete this? This action can be done. Okay, there's some issue with the delete one now, but we'll fix that. But if let me try deleting something else. Okay, the delete API is not working now. So before this session, I was doing some experiment, and maybe because of that, it went bad. But we'll fix it. Just one prompt, and this will be fixed. But what's important is we are able to move, and okay, where that part went. These are the bugs we have to solve. A lot of bugs. But when I try to move, as an admin, I can move everything. I can even delete. That is not working, but imagine that is working. It might be working for you. Weirdly, I was doing some experiment. I was just avoid testing and those stuff. In fact, I wrote one of the prompt by saying, don't do smoke test for every changes, because while recording is taking a lot of time, but you don't skip that. But the moment I move to content team, something is changing. Now I can't, so as a content creator, I can't move these cards. Yeah, if the card is there here, I can move it. But if there's some cards on some other lanes, I can't do that. But as an editor, now I can move this too, not this part. As an uploader, I can move this one. So these are the access which we are giving. Only admin can drag back. Okay, as admin, I can drag back. So I can do this as admin. But the problem is this particular level of security is fake security. And it is not even a security, it's just a UX thing where you are changing. In the ideal world, if my team is working with me as a content creator or content team or editor or uploader, they will be having their own username and password. Of course, right? They will log in and then they will do this stuff. So how do we do that in the backend? So this particular section it's totally on security. Now, how do we do it? Of course, you can apply a simple username password, but that will be a very simple example. In real world, we use JWT or some other type of authentication or authorization. Here, we are going to use JWT. Now, how this works, just to give an example, and then I will explain what will happen is, so let's say you go to a adventure park. Now, basically, when you go there, of course, you have to pay for it. They will check for your government ID card or maybe your age proof, depending upon what kind of activities are there. Now, once you pay the amount, once you have provided all the details, so let's say you have entered into the adventure park. And even after that, there are certain rides where they will verify if you are suitable for that age, for that particular activity. Not all the rides are available for everyone, right? So some are age specific and some are weight specific, some are vision specific, and a lot of things is a part of it. Now, ignore all the other criteria. It's just that, can you do this activity? And second, have you paid for it? Now, every time you will not keep paying, right? There should be some way so that when you go inside, you can access anything based on some token. And that's what in the earlier days you used to get those chits or receipt. Now they use a band, right? So when you go to a pub as well or any other place where you have to pay and then you can just re-enter the same place, you get a band. And if you have a band, you can access. So that's the idea here. once you are logged in, once you authenticate yourself, they will basically give you a band, and that band is a token. Now, every time you go to a server, you will carry the same token, you will carry the same band, and if the band is there, server says welcome. Otherwise, it will just send you back to the login page or to the ticketing area. So here, this is how the JWT works. The first step is the login. So when you go to the login page, it will ask you for your credentials, and once you give the credentials, it will hit this API, which is API/auth/login. It might change based on the project, but just for the demo, we have this particular URL, and this will be a post request. Now, once you send it, of course, from the backend side, it has to verify this detail. Now, it will look for the database, and it will verify if you are real, or if you are that person who you are saying. If I'm saying I'm Naveen, am I really Naveen? So if I have the username password of Naveen, I'm in, right? The second part here is, of course, username can be a simple text, but what about the password? Do you want to store the password as a plain text in the database? We don't want to do that, right? So, and that's why we can use something called a bcrypt, which will encode your password multiple times. And that will take care of hijacking all those stuff. So we'll be using bcrypt for the password storing. Now, once it is verified, once you know, yeah, that's right, he is that person, in that case, it will give you a token, which is your access token. Now, this access token from the server side will go back to the browser. And then on the browser, the local storage, you'll be having this token stored. Next time, whenever you want to talk to the server, let's say if you want to get the task, if you want to move a task or delete a task, at that point, you have to send this token again. If you don't send this token again, it will say, who are you? Go back to the login page. But now I have a token. That's the band. Now I can go back to the server, and then server will check for whatever operation you are doing. Of course, we know that the server is, the person who is trying to access, they're valid. They have their account with us. But do you have the access for it? Example, as an admin, I can create the task, I can move the task, I can delete a task. But what about other roles? As an editor, I can't delete a task. Now that's where we have to check for the roles as well. And that's where we can use something called RBAC. Do we have a short pronunciation for that? RBAC? Not sure. But in fact, I always say role-based access control. I'm using this short form for the first time. Thanks, AI. But yeah, so we got RBAC here, which is a gatekeeper, which will check for the token, and it will verify what role you have. And based on that role, do you have the access to do this? If you have the access, great. If you don't, it will throw a 403 error, which is access denied. And let's say if you have the access, it will render the page. You can see the thing now. So that's the entire flow of JWT. Just to revisit, so once you are logged in, once you provide your login details, it will verify, it will generate a token for you, and that token, you will store that in the local storage. And every time you try to access a particular API, which is behind that wall, you have to pass your token as well. If you're not passing token, it will send you the login page and say, you are not allowed here. But if you have a token, a valid token, that's important, okay? Anyone can create a token, right? Anyone can create a band. But then before they give you the band, they give their stamp, provided you can't replicate the stamp. But let's say if it's a very, very unique stamp, no one can replicate it. And that's what we want. We want to have a stamp which no one can replicate. It should be your secret key, right? No one should have that. That sounds good, yeah. But I'm still thinking, can we just create a stamp like that, which no one can replicate? Anyway, that's a different point. In digital world, we can do that. And then if everything goes well, you can render the view. This is what we want. Now coming back to the role-based access control, so these are the limitations which we can put. So as an admin, I can get the task, I will get this response. I can create a task, I can edit a task, I can delete a task. Everything works here. Then as a content team, I can get all the tasks, I can create a new task, I can update a task, but only which is in code-ready format or code-ready card. Delete, I can't. As a video editor, I can do this. Others, I can't create a new task, but I can update my own task. As an uploader, I can do this, I can do this. Others, we don't have the access. So this is what we want. Okay, perfect. Ignore the last column. I don't know why it was there. AI slop. Anyway, come back here. Now, how do we do this? How do we provide this security stuff in the application? And it's not just stuff, it's very important, right? Securing your application is very, very important. Normally, in the earlier time, we used to write the security thing by ourselves, and it used to take more time than actually building the application. I'm just, okay, maybe exaggerating, but why security takes more time? It's not because it has a lengthy code or it's complex. It's not that complex with all these new tools available. It's not lengthy. The problem is, when you secure the application, you have to think in all the perspective. You can't just write a simple code and assume that it is secure, right? So you have to make sure that you check all the edge cases, you follow the particular plan to implement it, and that takes time. And you have to safeguard your application from all the hacks happening in the world. So that's something you have to take care of. Now, since we are using Claude Code, we are using a coding assistant to build the application. So we'll also use it to secure the application. And to do that, I can write a simple prompt by saying, secure this application using JWT, and job is done. Let's go home. Not exactly. See, if you do this, that becomes a vibe coding. And if something is, of course, you might get an output where you might get a login form and all are happy. You're happy, Claude Code is happy. But not your users and not your servers or your bank balance. Anyway, the point is, this is not how you do it. Since we have talked about this spec-driven development, we will be doing that. So we'll write a spec on how do you secure this application, because it's not just the front-end change now, you have to change certain things in the back-end as well. So we have to do those things. Okay, that's one. So we have to get a spec. But then when you talk about the security spec, I don't want to put the security spec in the features. You can do that. So if you go back to the specs folder, okay, a lot of folders are opened. I'll just minimize this so that we can focus only on the things which are required. So if you look at the specs, we have features here, and also security is a feature. But security is not a feature which is applicable for one thing. It's for the entire application. So it makes sense in the specs if you can create a security folder. And inside this security, you will create your spec folder, which is security spec.md. So this is where you will put the entire specification for the security. And even before we build this, I want to make one more change. Now, what is that change? If you go back to your skill, and we are going to run this, we are going to implement this spec using a skill which we have built before, which is implement spec, which is a skill. Now, in this skill, specifically, we have mentioned that, if you observe here, we are saying implement a feature described in a markdown spec file under spec features. This will create an issue because it will go to the spec feature folder and it will search. I want to say, don't depend upon the subfolders, just say under specs, or I can say anywhere under specs, okay? And then maybe I have to change the example as well, spec file path. Okay, this example should work. It can be security. Anything else I have to change? I think it will cover. Yeah, so the changes I was talking about, I was experimenting with one of the two things, and I did this. Skip this test by default, only run if user explicitly passes a test command. And I did this because our videos were getting lengthy because of the smoke test. Don't skip it, okay? It's very important. And now it's time to build this spec, the security spec. Now, this file will be lengthy. The lengthiest file for all these specs is because a lot of things we have to consider, right? And I'll paste it here and we'll go step by step. What are these specs? So this is the entire spec. And if you scroll down, it's huge. But I'll just give you an idea of what this spec is all about. So the first thing is you're specifying a scope here. So define the scope of authentication and authorization. Authentication is something which specifies if you are saying you're Naveen, are you really Naveen? Authorization, what role you have. Are you the admin or the content creator or the content team? For the Telusko workflow engine backend, replace existing UX only role checks with the real server-side security, because at this point we were just doing that drop down, but now I want to implement a real server-side security. In the authentication, you will be using a username password for the login, and this will be the endpoint. For the password, we are going to use bcrypt, which will be hashed. And successful login returns assigned JWT. That's important. You will get the token. And the token expiry will be 60 minutes. Then you have to also specify the authorization, which is what role you have. The tech stack for the fast API, this will be used for the token scheme. This is for the JWT encoding and decoding. Then we'll be using Parsley for bcrypt. Multipart, because you're going to send a request in multiple forms. and we'll be using the existing SQL alchemy. In the backend, we have to create a new file which is user.py, because that's where you'll be having all the information about the user, the ID, username, password, role, and the data which is created. In the backend, in schema as well, we have to change the schema for this. Then we'll be having the auth py. This is for the bcrypt. That's for the token creation. This is for the dependencies. And if you scroll down, so we are also touching what files to modify. Don't touch anything else. Now, by default, when you do this, when you create a new table, of course, we have to also create a table. We have to add some dummy data so that we can test it. But don't use these actual values in the production. You will delete this and you will create new accounts with a strong password. At this point, the password is admin123. This is just for the testing purpose. Of course, this will be hashed, but the password is not strong. Anyone can guess it. Then we have to also create the environment variable. So this thing, we are asking the Claude Code to generate, but I think this is something which I will create. I don't want Claude Code to touch my environment variables. Don't do that. And since it is giving the schema, what I will do is I will just copy this so that we can just use it. And I will put that in my environment variable. So we have the example file. I'll just rename that and remove .example from it and replace. Do we have to change any of this? I think not required. Yeah, okay, a lot of things are mentioned here. I'll just replace this with this. Again, the same JWT security, the secret key. This, I don't want it to generate. I will generate this by myself. The JWT algorithm is this, and the expiry is 60 minutes. Okay, so I can just safely remove these things from the spec. Then it will change for the settings.json read. Okay, I still want it to not touch my .env. I'll remove this. Frontend changes, this spec especially override the CLAUDE.md no frontend rule. Yeah, because we have mentioned before, don't touch the frontend, but here we have to touch the frontend. So make the changes. In frontend, these things will change. There will be changes in the HTML file as well and the CSS. And then the acceptance criteria, very important, right? We have talked about this before, and your skill says that you need acceptance criteria. So these are the acceptance criteria which we have mentioned. With all the thing, as an uploader, you cannot create a task. As a video editor, can advance an editing task, but not other tasks. Out of scope. So we are not doing refresh token here. You can just put that out of scope part out of the scope of this. I know, poor joke, but yeah, works. Password reset, we are not giving that option. Email verification not happening here. Account logged out after few login. These are the important criteria, but we are not doing it at this point because then we have to make this video or this particular section of 3 to 4 hours. Okay, now we are also doing the smoke test. Yes, I've mentioned somewhere, but it will be doing this smoke test here. And looks good. This is your specification file. I know it looks big, but everything is logical. And maybe you're thinking, how will I create this specification file? Don't worry, AI will help you. You just have to mention the requirements, how your login system you want it to work. And then you can ask AI to generate a specification. Okay, cool. This looks good. We got security spec created, and now it's time to run this. But before that, we need to change one thing. And that one thing is this. I want to change this value. And you can get this value. You can get the secret key. Remember that stamp I was talking about? This is that secret key. So you can just copy this particular statement here, open a terminal and paste and say enter. And now this is your secret key. Just copy this and replace this particular line here. And this is fixed now. So one of the reasons why I'm not giving it to the context, or I'm not asking Claude to generate, because every time Claude generates something, it will have that in the context. And when you say secret, it should be secret. Okay, looks good. The environment variable looks good here. And now I can just go with the flow. Just create this implementation. That's what I'm going to ask now. And to do that, I don't need terminal anymore. I just need a Claude Code setup here. And I can say I can run this particular skill. I know I'm always saying enter. Implement spec, and I'm going to pass specs security spec.md. And now let's see the magic. Let's say enter. Okay, so it's reading these files now, and to see what are the things we have to change. And we have mentioned the file which have to modify, right? So it will check all those files and even the front end. So all this file will be touched. Now it says, let me read the front end file since this spec explicitly authorized modifying them. Yeah, it's overriding the earlier instructions. That's good. Hopefully this will work. Otherwise, we have to do some debugging part. Again, not the structure debugging. That should be part of something else. But here, let's do the prompt debugging. So I'll be pausing this recording for some time so that it will generate. And once we say something important, I will just resume the recording. It's also reading the front-end files. Okay, enough of thinking, I guess. Okay, implementing the security. And it started changing the code files now. So basically, it will look for the acceptance criteria as well. Out of scope, everything looks good. Now implementing, creating all files. Okay, that's good. Started the implementation. Normally what happens before AI, when you want to build an application, depend upon what type of company you work with or what kind of project you're building, the first thing comes to our mind is write code, right? But normally, first step should be always specification. But now after the coding assistance, specification became very important because now code is something AI can generate. Of course, specification can be generated by AI, but you need to be there to understand what's happening. Maybe AI will skip big rip. Maybe AI will put something which you don't need. So you can skip that. Because every additional library is a potential risk. Right? What if the library itself is wrong? Or they have some issues, security issues? So it's implementing the security, the password one, the JWT code, auth. Now making some changes in the init. So earlier we were having state task orders. Now the user and user role. These two are also included now. Now update. What other file it is changing? The task.py. Okay, added this dictionary, what others can do. Admin can do everything. Content team can do this. Editor can make the changes. This is based on the RBAC or RBAC. Now in create task is not just simply creating a task, it's also checking your role, who is doing it. Okay, now it's trying to do the migration. Okay, go with the migration, create the tables. Oh, I think one thing I forgot to do. So I wanted to have this project ready without security, and that's what is there in before auth implementation, but I'm making the changes in the same branch. I forgot to change the branch before recording. And it's tricky doing the recording and doing this at the same time. Okay, generate a user table. So the seed file also changed. You can see we have added the roles as well now. Okay, when I say we, I'm including Claude Code with me. It's just that I don't want everyone to know on GitHub that I'm using Claude Code. Okay, run the seed. So migration generated. Next is, okay, doing the BigQuery part. Okay, problem with the library. So parslib isn't compatible with BigQuery 5. Rewrite Python to use BigQuery directly. Oh, it's not using the library. This is another part of research now. Okay, there's already a library called BigCrypt. Then we don't have to use some external libraries. Now it will change the drop down. Time to pause the video for some time. Okay, so now it's changing added the login logout CSS style. Hopefully the new look will look good. It's just that we have asked it to use the previous design or the dashboard design for the login. And now it's trying to run this files. So remove the old style. They're no longer in the drop down. Let's verify the server starts correctly. Okay, checking the server. So all the routes registered correctly. Let me do a final review for the generated migration. Okay. Again, smoke test will take another good amount of time. Check the changes. Okay, smoke test done. Okay, it's asking us to do the, okay, good. So it has not done the smoke test by itself, but I can now ask it to do the smoke test. But for other things, example, login form on first load, that's something a human will do. Okay, we can verify. Let's go back here, refresh. Okay, so it says logged in as logout. No, not working. Something is wrong. Let's see what is wrong. Is the backend running properly? We should get users as well. Let me try to log in from here. I'll say admin 123, execute. Yeah, we got success. We got a token as well. Something wrong with the UI connection. Let's ask Claude, what's the issue here? Okay, the error is from the browser serving the old cache along with the new HTML, the old. Okay, hard refresh. Will that solve the problem? Okay, so it was the cache issue. Let's see if that is the real issue. Login, signed in. Okay, works. Perfect. So I logged in as an admin, but I want to test if I enter a wrong username, password, sign in. Okay, that's good. Admin, some wrong password, still works. If I say I'm the editor 123. Okay, now I'm the editor. I can move this files. Delete is only for the admin. So you can see we don't have the drop down now. And let's try with admin. Admin can delete. But that's still broken. The delete part is still broken. I have not specified that delete is not working, but it should be working for you. That's not the main idea of making a perfect application. It's more about, are you following the steps? Okay, so that was fixed and this is working. So certain things which you have to remember. Whenever you log in, you get this access token, and that's what we got here, right? You can test it in different ways. You can just do things on terminal. You can just ask for the token for the admin, and then you can just hit a request with that token and see if things are working or not. A lot of things you can try it out. But here we got a token and we can use the same token to, different user will get different token and you can use those tokens to hit the server and see if things are working out. Perfect. This looks good. The only thing which I want to do is I don't want to commit here. I'll say, first I want to check the Git status. So I'm in this branch, but I don't want to commit in this branch. Or maybe I'll just figure it out. I don't want to waste your time in my issue. So this is the spec-driven development of the security. We have talked about JWT here, which is this. And that's what we have implemented. And time for the next part. So at this point, things are working out, right? We got the application, the front end and back end. In fact, we have implemented the security as well. What else you want from an application? Now, the thing is, in future, of course, you want to add more features, right? And then normally when you work in a team, basically you have a team who will make their own changes. They will create their own feature branch. They will push the code. And then there's a step where you basically raise a pull request. And then the other team members will verify it. And once they verify, they can just accept or merge the branch, right? That's how the entire process is. Now, since we are using Claude Code, I want to automate this process as well. I know that sounds weird, but let's try. So the idea of this section is to work with MCP, which is Model Context Protocol. Why do we need it? Of course, we'll not go in depth of MCP. That's need a separate entire long video. But let's try to see, even if you don't know MCP, and if I can explain you MCP, with this example, that should work. And majorly, it's all about how can we use MCP servers? Does Claude Code understands? Do we have the MCP clients? Now, the thing is, before I talk about MCP, I just want to check if I just say MCP command here, which is inbuilt. And if I try to run this, let's see what the output is. So basically, there are two by default, which is Gmail. So basically, Gmail has its own MCP server, and then Claude Code can connect with it. It's just that I need to provide authentication. Same goes for Google Calendar, right? So these two are already there. Now, what we want to achieve is we want to talk to GitHub. Of course, there are a lot of MCP services which we can use. Here, let's focus on GitHub because we are using it. So it makes sense to use that. Okay, so I will just escape, and now let's try to understand what is MCP. See, what we are trying to achieve is, let's ignore what we are trying to achieve. Let's say I want to use some of the GitHub features. Example, now in GitHub or on GitHub, you can do a lot of stuff, right? So you can push your code, you can raise a PR, you can merge a PR, you can create an issue, and then based on that issue, you can implement, and you can, when you build the branch, and the moment you want to merge it, you can close the issue, right? So those are the things you can do on GitHub. If I want to show you what I'm talking about, let's say I'm on GitHub now, this is my account, and this is where this project is there, which is content tracker. And by the way, we have two branches, one without security, one with security. Okay, so we are in main now, everything is there, it's with security, and I'm recording this after 2 days, or maybe I've not merged it, maybe, doesn't matter. So this is the status of GitHub, right? This is my repo here. Now, apart from code, and that normally as a beginner in GitHub, this is where we focus on. We got a code, we just clone it, and then things works out. But apart from it, there are multiple options here. One is you can create issues. This can be bugs or this can be new features, okay? It's not like the moment you say issue, it's always issues. Maybe this term came from ticketing tools, like one of them is Jira, where you create issues, right? But this can be a feature as well. Example, if I try to create a new issue here, and I can give a title for the issue, and I can just write description, and then we can give a label to it, okay? So one of the famous label is bug. I found a bug, just solve it. Something is not working. It can be documentation, it can be enhancement, it can be a question, right? So you can have those things, and you can edit the label by saying, I want to also have a label called new feature. Okay, that's your choice. That depends upon how you use it. I'm not a big fan of this, but there's options, right? So this should not be called as issue. That's my issue. Okay, but anyway, issues there. So we can create issues here. Then there's something called pull request. So when you create a branch, and then when you want to merge it, your team members will raise the PR, which is your pull request. And normally what you do is you don't directly merge it. You verify the pull request, you see what are the changes, and then based on, is it matching with the guidelines, is it suiting for everything which you have built, then you will merge it. So you will see all your PRs here. Then there's something called agents, which is part of GitHub. Let's ignore that. And a lot of options. We also have actions here, and then settings for the project. Okay, there are a lot of options which I want to talk about. So at this point, I will focus on these three: code, issues, and pull request. So maybe from my project, I want to create a new issue. Okay, not from GitHub. So of course, I want this issue to be on GitHub, but I want to do that from the project. So somewhere here, I can say, create a issue on GitHub. This is what I want to achieve. Okay, so let's see what happens if you do this. Issue with title, add a feature, update. I want to update one of the file, which we have not done. So if you remember, when we created this particular file, which is spec, yeah, the API contract, nowhere we talked about the security APIs. If you see, it's normal CRUD operations, but security APIs are not here. I want to update this. I will say update API contract MD file with auth APIs. Okay. First of all, it should understand what auth APIs I'm talking about. I'm not very specific here. And we can be very specific by saying descriptions of what exactly things you want to add. And you can mention all the things here. Okay. So at this point, I'm just saying some gibberish terms. And let me say enter. It will try to do that. Let's see. So it is trying to create a new issue. Now the thing is, GitHub has, so it is expecting that my machine has GitHub, or this particular system has GitHub. If that tool is available, it will try to do that. By the way, I never used the GitHub tool in my machine. Let's see if it is able to create that. I was expecting some error. It will say, I can't do that. It's trying to do something. Let's see. It will be interesting to see. So creating a GitHub issue now. Okay, it needs a token. So it will try to fetch the token. Okay. Okay, so it says GSCLI is not installed. That's what I was expecting. It is not installed. How you're doing it? Isn't installed on Git and no Git token. So we have not also provided the token here. So you can either set the token in your terminal and okay. Now it is asking me to put the token here. Don't you think that's risky? You are sharing everything with the GitHub here. But there should be a way, right? So I should be keeping the token somewhere. Okay, first of all, why do we need tokens? I'm using Claude Code or maybe VS Code, and then from VS Code, I'm talking to GitHub by saying, create an issue or do something on that repo, which is private to me. And then anyone can do that, right? If that is the thing. So we have to provide a token, the same logic which we have used for DW token. But here we create something called a person access token. So we have to do these two things. So instead of doing this type of things, because VS Code knows about it, right? Or maybe your Claude Code will find some workaround and it will try to connect with the GitHub server. But that's not how you want to do it, because every server will have their own process, right? So, and we have learned about API. Normally what happens in API is we have a client, we have a server, and then if server wants to expose certain methods, you basically create an API, right? So you create a REST APIs and you create the endpoints where you can connect with. But that's only one way. We want a way when there's a server and if you have certain methods available, your client should know what methods it can access to. Okay, so there should be a two-way communication where the server can talk about, I provide these things, and not just methods. Normally or the functions, normally we call them as tools in Agentic AI. So apart from these tools, we can also have resources and something else, we'll talk about it. So basically, this is not a right way which I want to achieve. So to solve this problem in the AI world, we have something called MCP. And let me show you how MCP works. Now, if I go back here to my drawings, so this is the Model Context Protocol, which is MCP. And the term is very famous. So basically, instead of using an API where your client, so at this point, my client is Claude Code. Claude Code is trying to talk to GitHub. And GitHub says, okay, I will try to access some of my resource. And those resources, it can be tools, it can be other things, but I will give you the access to those tools with the help of MCP server. Now, you can imagine MCP server as a client wants to talk to this server. So if you have one client and a lot of servers in the world, every server will have their own implementation. So client basically has to work with those implementation. You have to write a lot of manual code, connect with each API. And once you connect with one API, how do you know what other APIs are there? And normally as a developer, we use documentation, right? So in the documentation, you have everything. You can use this API for this request. You can use this API for this request. But that's a human part, right? So human uses API. But MCP or the AI says, I can do a lot of stuff, right? You just give me description what this tool does. You don't have to provide exact thing. You can just provide description. I will take care of it. That's AI. And to do that, MCP is much better than creating an API. So what you do is you create an MCP server. Okay, so this is your MCP server here. Okay, not a GitHub server, but MCP server or MCP GitHub server, I can say. So on this server, basically you provide three things. So from the GitHub, you can provide resources, you can provide tools. I mean, GitHub will do that. I'm not doing it. GitHub has created this MCP server by saying, these are the resources I can provide. These are the tools I can provide, and this is the prompt I can provide. And it's not like only these companies can create MCP servers. You can create your own MCP servers, but that's not the topic of this particular section. What we are focusing on, how can we use the pre-built MCP servers? And GitHub has MCP server, and that server provides resources, tools, and prompts. So resources, it can be some data, some files. Tools, it can be your methods, functions which you want to execute, maybe creating a PR or creating an issue. Those comes under tools. And then there are certain prompts which you can use. So the servers can provide you some prompts which you can directly use. It's not compulsory. Logically, if you have an MCP server, you need at least tools, right? Or maybe some resources, but prompts are optional. But most of the servers provide that. Now, the advantage is if there's an MCP server and there's a client, you don't need to have a common ground here. Something like, when MCP came into picture, they were saying they are the USB of AI, like a USB port. So if you remember the old Apple devices or iPhones, you need to have lightning cable or lightning port. But now, universally, we use USB. So that's your, or we use USB-C, but you know about USB, right? The old ports. I hope everyone have seen it somewhere. I still have on my laptop. Okay, so you have USB port, right? So you can connect with the mouse, you can connect a keyboard, you can connect a pen drive, you can connect, what else we can connect? A joystick. So there are so many options, right? So you need a common protocol between two devices, and that's what MCP provides, a protocol. Now this protocol will have some rules, some way of working, some handshake, and that's what it's called protocol, because there are a lot of things which is involved in this. Just like TCP protocol or HTTP protocol, they have rules, they have handshake format and all those stuff. So your client need to have a MCP client. Okay, that's the only requirement. So the server will have MCP server, your client need to have MCP client, and Claude Code has MCP client. Now, if you have this client, you can just use this protocol and talk to the server. There's no manual API call and stuff. You just connect it and you can just work the way you want now, right? So from Claude Code, you can work with GitHub Server, and not just GitHub Server. Most of the companies, they have own MCP servers now. You can just simply connect with all. Your job is done. So one project, just this project, and you can add all the servers. Don't you think that will be amazing? But there's a drawback. The moment you use MCP server, okay, first of all, before we talk about that problem where you add all the servers, let me just talk more about MCP server here. So it's an AI USB hub. So you have your Claude Code where you have the MCP client, and then you have the MCP server. And also you can have multiple MCP servers, not just one. GitHub, Postgres, Slack. Maybe there's some message on Slack based on which you want to do something on your Claude Code project. Maybe there's a new Jira ticket which is created, and based on that you want to create a new feature. So you can do that. You can connect all those things with the help of MCP here. Okay. So now there's a cost. Okay, there's a hidden cost with MCP which I want to talk about. See, when you don't have any MCP server at this point in our project, and that's why I've shown you when I ran this MCP command, we don't have any server. We do only have two, but even those need authentication, and logically you should remove them. If you're not using Gmail, if you're not using Google Calendar, remove them. Why? Let me show you. When you don't have any MCP server, there's a context, right? By default, we are working with the context. And in this context, there will be user message, there will be Claude.md, and then your conversation history, whatever we discussed. And we have seen the more you talk, the context get full. But if you go down, let's focus on one MCP server. So now we are talking about one MCP server, which is your GitHub. Now, the moment you add the MCP server, this MCP server will have a lot of things, right? Resources, tools, and prompts. Now, let's say we have 40 tools. I'm not sure if the number is correct, but let's imagine we have 40 plus tools available with GitHub. These tools will always be loaded. That means even if you're not using them, let's say in the entire project of, let's say 2 months, you're using these tools only 1 or 2 times, or maybe 10 times. But these tools will be always there in the context. That means you just have to keep your context clear every time or make the compact. And you're wasting tokens as well. Okay, so it's good having the MCP server. If you want to do something, it's good. But enable it, disable it. When you want to use it, enable it, use it, again disable it. But then a lot of people don't think about this perspective. What they do is they just keep adding MCP servers just because it is there, right? It's free to use. And then now, let's say you have added 10 MCP servers, and 10 MCP servers will have more than 400 tools schema, right? This can be other resources I'm talking about. This 400 tools schema will be loaded in your context. Okay, so don't do this. And this is the mistake which I did before when I was trying with different MCP servers, and I was not knowing that my context is getting full because of this. I was like, why my context is always full? And then I realized this thing, and that's why I wanted to point it out. I'm not sure if they have some solution for this. There should be, right? Because if I'm connecting with 5 to 6 MCP servers, we should have some solution where we can summarize. Okay, come back here. So apart from the GitHub MCP server, there are multiple MCP servers. So GitHub has its own. We can also work with the file system in your own machine. So if you want to do, every time I copy something, it has to do, maybe my Claude Code should read the files again. Maybe I'm adding a new image from the file system. The Claude Code should process it, something like that. Even for that, you can use the file system MCP server. You want to work with the Postgres, you can work with Postgres MCP server. Same goes for Notion, Slack, Playwright. You want to do something on your browser, you can use Playwright MCP server. As I mentioned, we can also use Jira here. The thing is, most of the servers are actual servers hosted. So when you want to talk to them, you use HTTP. In the earlier days, we used to use SSE. So there are 3 ways. I will just write it somewhere. You can connect with MCP. One is the SSE, which is server-side events. And then there's something called HTTP. And then we have Studio IO. Okay, so we have these 3 options. So SSE server-side events. So in the earlier days of MCP, when I say earlier days, I'm not talking about 10 years ago. I'm just talking about recently because MCP just came last year, if I'm not wrong, or last year. So SSE is server-side events, which was there the earlier way. But now we use HTTP. So even if you see SSE somewhere, it's still valid. You can use it, but not recommended. We have to use HTTP. So if you're talking about the GitHub server, then that is HTTP. But if you have this server running on your local machine, you can use the Studio IO or STDIO Studio. So we have these three options here. Okay, enough of talking. Let's start working now. So basically, to connect the MCP server, it needs authentication the way you have for the Gmail. So even GitHub will ask for that. So what we can do is let's create that token first and then we'll move forward. Now, when you go to your repo, in fact, in your own GitHub account, this is my account, and I can go to settings and I can create my token here. So go to settings, there should be a developer setting option. And here in the developer settings, you will be having an option of personal access token. Go there. Now there are two options. One is the tokens and second is the fine-grained tokens. Tokens, if you can use when you want a lot of access, but if you just want the access for one project, okay, specifically I'm going to work with the content tracker project. Even in that, I can specify what permissions I have to give. So it's always better to go for fine-grained tokens so that if something goes wrong, you will know what's going wrong. And I did this for the experimental purpose. I'll just delete this token. Okay, don't ask me again. Done, okay. Yeah, so now you can see we have two options. We had two options, and now I'm in the token here. So no fine-grained tokens created. Let me get a new token. So I will click on generate new token. And now it will ask you for the name. So I will say Claude Code demo. And I can provide some description. Experiment with Claude Code MCP. Okay, that's my description. Not needed, but let's give some description. Then who will be the resource owner, which is I'm the resource owner, and then the expiry. So this will be 30 days. Now you can provide the access for public repository, all repository, or you can select one repository, okay, or yeah, one. So here I'm going for the only selected repository. Don't go for public, otherwise if your token get leaks, you're gone. So I will just select one project here, and you can see I have a lot of multiple projects here, not my official account, but anyway. I mean, this is my personal account. So we have a content tracker here, and this is what I was doing experiment before. So for this project, which is content tracker, and now I can give some permissions here. So basically you can just click on add permissions, and what are the permissions I need? So first permission I need for tokens, and then I'll be working with issues. Metadata will be by default there. Then I will need for pull request. I think that's it. These are the three things we are going to work with. There are a lot of options, but be very selective with what permissions you're giving. And I'm telling you, if you have a very good GitHub account, and if you're creating tokens, if it get leaked, you're gone. Your account is gone, not you. So give permissions properly. Since we have selected only one project, whatever happens, it is going to affect this project. So I'm safe there. Okay, so we have given this 4 permissions. Now for the content, I'm also going to write something. So read and write. For issues, same, I'm going to write something. And for pull request also, we are going to write. So we'll give read and write access. And once you're done that, click on generate token. You can just verify if everything is good. Yes, generate token. And it says error occurred. What went wrong? Let's do once again. Okay, I don't know what went wrong. I'll just copy this here, and I'm going to show you as well. GitHub pad, which is personal access token. I will just paste it here. Now I know you can see this token. I'm going to delete this after recording this video if I don't forget it. But this is my token here. Okay, I'll just have this copied again, just so that I can use it. Now, once you have the token ready, let's go for the next step. The next step is to add the MCP server. Now, this is a command using which you can install the server on your machine, the MCP server, the GitHub MCP server. So it's Claude MCP, add with the transport layer of HTTP. We are not using Studio because HTTP is for the remote. Then we are using GitHub. That's the name of the repo. And then this is the URL, okay? The GitHub Copilot MCP. So I know it's GitHub, but they are into GitHub Copilot. And then we are providing the authorization as well. So we have to paste our path here. So this is our path. I can just copy this and paste it here. Now this is my entire command. I can just copy this and go back to the, in fact, I can do this here, but by doing that, I'm sharing my path, my access token with Copilot, with the Claude Code. I don't want to do that. So I will open a new terminal, and this is where I'm going to paste it. Remember this. Enter, and it says added the HTTP MCP server GitHub. Okay, so GitHub is added now. Now, once you add this, I can just go back again and check. It's still not there. So when you add the MCP server, you have to restart this session. So I will just create a new one, delete this, and let's see if this works. /MCP, that's my new. Okay, so now you can see Apart from this too, we also got GitHub, and GitHub is connected. So authentication is done, it's connected. Now I can do the other stuff. Okay, terminal work is done, so I can just close this. Now we don't need that. And now I want to check. Of course, I got the GitHub MCP server. I want to know what tools it provides. So I can just check. So what tools does the GitHub MCP server expose? List all of them with one line explanation. I want to know what tools they provide and what it does. Enter, and now it will go to the GitHub. Okay, I have to change the model as well. I'm using Opus here. Okay, so we got the entire list. So we got create repository. So you can create a repository from Claude Code, fork a repository, create a branch, list branches, get file content. Imagine how much powerful this is. Using Claude Code, you can just use all those features now. Maybe you don't have permissions for all. We have given permissions only for a few things. Example, we have given the permission for the pull request. So we can do that. We have given the permissions for the issues. So issues should be somewhere. Yeah, so we can list issue, we can add and we can create a new issue, right? So we can use those things from the Claude Code. So powerful, right? And that's the power of MCP server. So when a server exposes these things, you can do all those things from your AI tool. Okay, now since we are talking about the issue here, we also have issue read. Okay, so at this point in my server, so if I go back to my project, I don't have any issue here. Let me create a simple issue, and I will say issue 1. I will just give a random number so that that issue will be there. Issue 1, I mean, never write your issue like numbers. It should be a description, proper title. But here say my issues which I don't want to share about the project. I don't know how AI will interpret this. But let's say this is the enhancement issue. Of course, I can write a better issue here, but let me just test it. So let me create the issue. So we have given the title, the description, and the label. That's my first issue. We can create one more issue. I will say issue 11, this number. And I would say add a flashy login page where user can't find the text field. Okay. And again, I will put that into help wanted, just for that. And then I will just say create. So I've got 2 issues here, right? Where are the issues? Issues, and you can see there are 2 issues. Now I want to read those issues from my Claude Code. I don't want to go to GitHub and see what issues we have, others I have created and which I want to solve. I can just ask here, using GitHub MCP Server, list the open issues from content tracker repo. Now why I'm mentioning the project repo name as well is because maybe you have given permissions for multiple projects for this particular Claude Code or multiple repos. In that case, mention the project name as well or the repo name and give me the description. Okay. Let's see what it does. I forgot to change my model. So I will load the GitHub tool schema, then list all the open issues. So you can see from using the GitHub MCP server, it is doing this, list the issues for my account, and the repo is this, state is open, and I will say enter. And these are the issues. You can see it is able to read it now. So issue is issue number, help wanted, enhancement, and whatever description you have given, that's here. Again, I don't need these issues. I will delete that later. I just wanted to show you how it reads that. Now, those are the issues I've created from GitHub, right? I went to GitHub and I did that. But what if I want to create an issue from Claude Code, which should be created there? Okay, now what kind of issue I want to create? So basically, again, in the API contract, if you see, there is no auth API endpoints. We have done that before we implemented security. So I want to update my API contract with the auth API ends as well. And for that, I need to write a prompt. And I will be writing my prompt. I think I've created one of the file for the prompts, right? So yeah, here. So I'm just going to paste another prompt here. Paste. Now this is the prompt which I'm going to use. So create a new issue on the content tracker repo using the GitHub server. Title is this, update specs API contract.md with the new auth endpoints. Body, explain that 3 auth endpoints were added but never documented in the contract file. List them and note that this should be done before adding more endpoints so contract stays the source of truth. And this is the and apply the label as documentation. Okay, so this is my issue and I'm going to copy this and paste it as a prompt. Let's see if it creates the issue. Asking for permission, so create an update issue. That's the tool it is going to call. And now if I say enter, see, even if you are saying that's MCP, maybe behind the scene they are using API. Of course, right, when they are calling some functions, they will do that. So you can see this is what it is doing. Create repo, the undocumented endpoints. Okay, these are the endpoints. It's going to add. Okay, it says created the issue. That's great. Let me just verify now. Go back. So we got 2 issues. And now we got, yeah, so we got the issue. You can see it says update spec. That's the right title. The same description. And it says documentation. Perfect. This is what I want. And we got the issue now. Okay, we have the issue ready. But we also need to do this, right? We have to add this. So from the issue, it will do that now. So we got a new prompt. Create a new branch called fix the document auth endpoints from main. On that branch, update this to add documentation for 3 auth endpoints. Post, okay. Post login, post user, get user, match the existing format in the file. Commit with the conventional commit style message. Do not push. Do not open a PR. Stop after commit. So at this point, I just want to commit it and then we'll do the push and PR later. So I'll just use this. And before I do this, I just want to change my model to Sonnet. I want to save certain things. Let me just paste it here and enter. So now it will create a branch. Okay, so you can see switching the branch done, fix document auth endpoints. And it has added this particular endpoints here. Looks good. And then I will say, yes, add that. Okay, so update done. And you can see I'm still in the fix document and I want to push it now to the GitHub. So I will say push this branch. Now this branch will be pushed. Okay, so at this point, I just have 1 or 2 branches if I'm. So in contract tracker or content tracker, you can see I have, okay, now the new branch came. It has done its work. Yeah, new branch is here. And you know, when you have a new branch, the next step is to create a PR. I want to merge it. And before you merge it, you create a PR. So let's go back here. Okay, now we got a new prompt, which is the branch fix document auth endpoints is now pushed to GitHub. That's done. So using the GitHub MCP server, open a pull request from this into main on the content tracker repo and write a PR description with explain what was changed and why. Reference the issue you created earlier. Notes this completes the contract documentation gap from the earlier thing. And use the conventional commit style, which we have done before. So basically, it will create the PR now. So let's do this. So let's write this prompt. Copy and paste. And let's see if it creates a pull request. So at this point, you can see there is no pull request. Okay, it is giving suggestion. This is just pushed. Do you want to create a pull request? No, let my Claude Code do that. So just calling the GitHub now. So PR opened. Okay. Can we see the PR here? Okay, PR is open here. And okay, this is the PR summary. Why now? Because it was not there. And you can see it is also says closes the 4th issue. Okay, I know that there are 3 issues, but then the number for the issue here is 4th, if you can see. Okay, this need to be closed the moment you merge this. Okay, now it's important for us to basically look at this PR. I can also ask my Claude Code to also merge it by reviewing it, but as a human, it's your responsibility, right? You have more wisdom than Copilot at this point. I'm saying Copilot, Claude Code, yeah. So make sure that you check what other changes have been made, review it properly, and then once you're happy, at this point it's not a big file, so I'm happy, I can just merge it. I can add my own comments, but I'll just go with the merge. And once you do that, of course, it will merge the pull request. That's done. The pull request successfully merged and closed. So if you click on pull request again, it's gone. There's no more pull request. And if you look at the issue is also gone, right? That's the GitHub part, nothing which I'm doing. But from Claude Code, you can access GitHub, and that's the part of MCP. And as I mentioned before, it's not just like you can only use MCP servers, you can create your own. And maybe I'll just make a video soon. How do we create an MCP server? That will be fun. So now it makes sense. What is MCP server? Hopefully, it makes more sense when you make your own. But at this point, just remember, any server service, like we have GitHub service or file service or Notion, Slack, they provide their MCP server so that you can do certain operations. If there's any server which don't have MCP server, they will have it soon. So now let's move to the next section. So the app is built. We got everything which we wanted. The app is working. The security is done. Now the main part, or maybe I can say the extra bonus part, is deploying this on cloud. Now it can be any cloud which you want, and I can do this manually. Okay, so there are a lot of steps I can follow, and it also takes a lot of time to do the deployment part. So normally you have to do some configuration, and maybe if you want to use Docker or not, that will be your choice. Instead of saying Docker, I could say you can containerize it or you can avoid it. You can just manually upload it. We can follow all those steps. But here I want to take help of Claude Code. And let's see how that goes. And I'm not sure if this will be a happy ending for this course because a lot of things I'm going to keep it to Claude Code. I'm not going to change a lot of things manually. Yes, I have some prompts created with the help of AI, and I'm going to use those prompts. And again, I will give you those prompts to use. So this is our prompts window. Again, not the previous one. I will just paste it, the new one here. But what are the things we have to change? So the flow here is very simple. So we are going for a deployment of our application, and we are going to use Google Cloud Run. You can use any cloud service which you want. I prefer Google for this type of projects. Now, the deployment pipeline will look something like this. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to prepare our project for the deployment. Now, it says Claude Code's single origin changes. The thing is, we have two different things. We got front-end and we got back-end, and both are running on different port numbers. We can do that, okay? So we can just deploy it on different port numbers, then we can connect it. But again, we have to use two services. And then our front-end is simply HTML, CSS, JavaScript, right? So why can't we just use a single origin where I can just use this as the static files from the back-end? So that's what I'm going to do. So we'll make it single origin. We'll use one port number, and then I'll give those things as a resource or a static resource from the fast API. So those are the changes we have to make here. Next, we have to create a Docker file. So I'm going for a containerization because if it works on my machine, it should work on Google Cloud as well. Otherwise, I have to do all the debugging part, a lot of steps. So we'll Dockerize it. So first thing we have to do is we have to create a Docker file. And again, I'm going to use AI to do that. Next is once it is done, we'll try to run this locally on using Docker. And if that works, then we can go for the Google Cloud setup. Okay. Now, there are two options. You can just go to their website. You can create the project ID. You can just deploy it there. Otherwise, you can use a Google Cloud SDK, and you can just run some commands. You can do the deployment from there. And again, you don't have to by heart all the commands because maybe you're not going to use Google Cloud in future. You're going to use something else, maybe AWS or Azure. So I will give you these commands. The logic is important, not the actual commands. And if everything is done, our cloud build and registry. So your artifact will go into the registry, it will build it, and you should be able to see your page. And that's, again, that will be the happy part, okay? If everything goes well, that's what you're going to get. But disclaimer, even if something goes wrong, that's fine. I'm going to tell you the steps. Try it out. If it works for you, great, let me know in the comments. Otherwise, the steps are important. The way you work with the Claude Code is important. So let's get started. And by saying that, I'm feeling much better now because if something goes wrong, don't blame me. We need to make sure that from the fast API, we should be able to send only static files. That change we have to make. Before that, we have to make one more change. Now, if you go to your app.js, if you scroll down, look at the URL here. Now, when you say API fetch, of course, there are different endpoints which you have created, but this is the base URL, right? Which is http localhost 8000. So that's our base URL. And I mean, this is what it will hit. But when you deploy it on the cloud, you don't want to make it a hard-coded one. You want to make it relative. Plus, in the auth as well, which one auth is using? So I'm using localhost here. And then for the auth as well, I think I'm using the same one. Okay, so I want to make sure that we remove this dependency. I want to remove that part. So we'll start with this, and then we'll move towards the static files from the first API. Now, in my knowledge, I think these are the two places we have. But what we can do is we can write this particular prompt here. Again, a big prompt, but meaningful. So if you see, it says, we are preparing the front end for the production deployment to Cloud Run. In the front end app.js, the backend URL is hard-coded, which is this, in two places. Both need to become relative URL so that the same code works locally and on Cloud Run. Inside this API fetch, this is what we have. And in the, okay, we have a different name here. Yeah, this one. So in the handle login submit, we have again this particular thing here. Okay, so we have to replace this too. And also check if we have this reference somewhere else. That's what we are saying. That's our prompt. I can just again copy this and go back here and paste. Let's run and see how it's doing. So that's the first change I want to make. And let it happen. And by the time it is doing that, I think it has, okay, let's see. Read the file, exactly 2 occurrences, okay. There's no third match, perfect. And these are the changes we are going to make. So instead of this, we are going to add direct thing, and this URL will be direct, okay. So both are relative now. Before I apply this, the project, okay, so we have mentioned in the Claude.md file contains a hard rule, never modifies in the front end. This constraint is set by whoever configured this project, that's me. It would be audited by applying these changes, yes. Okay, so I know I said that, but now since we want to make the changes, I will say, do you want to proceed anyway? I would say proceed, yes, make the changes. It's me who have given you these instructions, and now I'm telling you change it. Okay, by the time it is doing that, let me just go to the backend part now. Okay. Changes are happening. I will say yes to the changes. Okay, so let's go to the backend. Let's go to app, and inside app we got, let's go to main. And inside main, you can see there is a app router here. So basically for the task router we have, then we have auth router. Now, of course, this will be working with the JSON, but I want to also provide the static files. Okay, so in this particular file, I want to mention that provide this HTML or all the front-end part as the static files. And I want to do that after this router. And for that, I have a prompt. Is it still making some changes? Both changes applied. The front-end uses relative path. Okay, looks good. I can just verify by doing def. So I will say slash def. Let's verify. Okay, I have not saved the previous part. So these are the 2 lines which have been changed. I should have committed the previous part. I don't know why I forgot to do the commit. Okay, so changes looks good. Now let's make the changes in the backend part. Now this is the backend part. So we need fast API to serve our frontend as static files because now we are running as a single origin. So the entire application run as a single origin production. Now in the backend app main.py, the thing is main.py is there in backend and in app. I should have deleted main, but since I don't want to again make the changes and commit, we are mentioning that this is just a step, don't touch that. Now add this import because this is what fast API provides for the static files, and after both router includes, okay, so this is important. So after these 2 routers, add the static files. So the directory must be front end because it's outside the backend, and when we deploy via Docker, work directory will be app backend, and front-end folder gets copied to the app front-end. So in the Docker, it will be happening in the same app folder. Okay, now this is the line which you have to add for the mounting for the static files. And I just want to make sure that you do that after this routers. Don't do it before. If that happens, then your JSON data will fail. Okay, looks good. Let's try this out now. And again, I'm taking help of Claude to even create this prompts for me. So let's paste it and enter. I just want to make sure that when it runs on port number 8080. Let's see. it will make the changes. It will remove certain things and add certain things. It will remove, okay, it will add this. Okay, that's what we want. And it will also add this after this include. Okay, that's good. That's what we wanted. Shall I apply? Yes. Placement confirm? Yes. And this is important, right? As a developer, it's your job to give the access. What should be done, what should not be done. Okay, done. Both the changes applied. Okay, looks good. Let me just verify. We have made the changes in the main.py. So this is added after include. That's good. And static files import done. This is what I wanted. Of course, I could have done that manually, but controlling myself by using Claude Code. And next, let's run this locally to check. So I'm in the content tracker. Let me go to the backend, and here we can just use uv run uvcon app main app, and this is the port number it is going to run. Let's see if this runs. Okay, application is running. Let's verify. So let's go to localhost :8080, and it's working. Okay, so admin 123. Okay, things are working fine here. Okay, looks good. Now, so local is running. It's time to Dockerize it. And before we do Dockerization, the first thing you have to check is, do you have Docker? So in my machine, I do have Docker. So download Docker Desktop and install it, and make sure that your engine is running before you do any other step. Of course, you can create a Docker file. We don't need Docker for that. But if this is running, you'll be happy. So Docker engine is running. Or you can just minimize this. And now let's create a Docker file. Again, I can create it. It will take entire day for me to create that. But we have AI. So you can basically ask it to create a Docker file without a lot of prompts. But you need to, if you specify certain things, it will not make mistakes. Okay, so I tried to put up those things which I faced the issue before in this Docker file. So write a Docker file at the project root for Telusko workflow engine. That's our project description. Python, this is the Python version. You have to make sure that, otherwise it will create issues. Then these are the backend files which I have to work with. Frontend is here. Specs are here. Because when it runs on the backend, the C data it has to load. And Docker requirement, this is the Python version which is a lighter version. The package manager will be UV. These are the work directory, which is app backend, and we have mentioned somewhere that it will be using the .frontend, which will go into the app folder, and that should be somewhere here. Yeah. So copy frontend to this particular path. Specs will go here, and the port number. This is what I want. Now, if you don't mention the port number here, which is 8080, of course you can write on a different port number, but Cloud Run will default go for this port, so it's better. Okay, so once you have this prompt ready, this will be helpful to create your Docker file. So I can just copy this, paste it here, enter, and let's wait it to create a Docker file for you. So it should start creating the Docker file. Okay, now it's checking if the Docker file is already exist, and it's not, I know. So it will create a Docker file. So it says no existing Docker file, write it now. So it's writing the Docker file, and that's here. And we got our entire Docker file. Again, I'm not going to verify this manually. If something goes wrong, we'll fix it with Claude Code. Okay, so once you have the Docker file ready, it's time to build this. And to do that, I can just write a command, and I'm going to stop this. Let's verify if our backend is stopped. Okay, perfect. Okay, now the thing is, we want to build this. To build this, first of all, we have to come to the project folder and say Docker build. Let's give a name to it. So we'll say Telusko app, and then in the current folder, enter. Exporting. Okay, so you can see it says unpacking, and then we have our build ready. Perfect. And the name of the build is Telusko app latest. In fact, I will just copy it somewhere so that I will remember that this is the file name which you're going to work with. Otherwise, there are so many things we are going to work with: the project ID, the repo name, So it's Telusko app, Telusko app latest. That's the name. Okay, looks good. Now, once the building is done, it's time to run it. Now, this is the command using which I'm going to run this. And again, I will share this command with you, but let me show you what this command says. In fact, I will just paste it here. Now, this command is docker run because we want to run this image. And this is the mapping which we have done. Now we have to also provide this secret key. At this point, I'm just providing a fake secret key here because we're not doing it on the production, and even if something goes wrong, that's fine. So there's a fake key which I'm creating, which is easily guessable. Anyone can hack it. Then we are providing the algorithm because this is the environment variables which we can provide. So all the environment variables are here, and then we are specifying the app name. And then if you see, after running this command, it's running. Let's verify first in the Docker. And you can see this is what we are doing it. We have Telusko app running here on this port. Let's verify. Let's say enter. We are running on the same port number. So admin 123. So Dockerizing, not a big thing. It was simple. Running it was simple. Since we got a good Docker file, that's the advantage here. But this is what we have done. We have provided this secret key, and again, not a good secret key, but that works for this example. It's running locally now. Now, since it is running locally, I can just simply stop this. And it's important to stop it because now build is ready. I can just push this to Google Cloud. But before I do that, I need my command prompt back, the terminal back, in fact. Okay, so first of all, I will check if the app is still running. It's still running. I can say docker stop, and I can just provide this container ID here. Now this will stop it. And once it is stopped, let's verify if the app is still running. No, it's not running, and it should be stopped here as well. Perfect. Okay, so what are the steps we have done? So first of all, we made the changes in the URL. We have added relative path. Next, we are saying that we want to provide the front end as the static files. Next, we created a Docker file, and then we have built it, and we have run it. So those things are done. Now it's easy. You have your Google account, and I will show you now. So let me just go to my Google console. So when you search for Google Cloud Console, make sure that you have the account. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, when you go there, when you go to your console and when you click on the Google API here, this is where you have to create a new project. And before doing this, I was testing it with my name. So I can create a new project ID here, and I will name it. Wait, let me just zoom it a bit. So in my free quota, I got 19 projects left. So I'll say Telusko Content Tracker. That's the project name, and make sure it is unique. Otherwise, it will create issue. Then parent, I don't have any organization, so I will just skip this and create. Okay, creating. So I was just testing it before doing this. If my quota is there. Okay, so Telusko Content Tracker. That's the project ID. I will just save it somewhere so that we'll remember. In fact, we don't need a project name. We need a project ID, which is same. I can just go back here and save it somewhere. In fact, here. I will name this as Docker image, and that's my project ID. Okay, once you have your project ID, now you need a Google Cloud SDK. So just search for this and go to this link, which is Cloud SDK. And it's easy to install. You can just click here, and this will take you to this page. And if you scroll down based on which OS you are using, so if you're using Windows, just click on Google Cloud's CLI installer and just follow the steps. One thing to remember, when you do that, it will ask you to add the path. Okay, that path is important. So this is where I am when I was doing that. Okay, so when you open this, it will ask you to log in. So make sure that you can use Google Login to do that. And once it is done, it will ask you, you're signed in with this email ID, pick up the cloud project to use. Now in this, I don't see the new project which I've created. So I can just simply say enter the project ID, which is 7 in this case. And the project ID is Telusko Content Tracker. Enter. Hopefully this will be loaded. So your current project has been set and I can use it. Okay, so I did that on this particular terminal. I want to do that in my VS Code, but I just want to check what command I want to execute to check if Google Cloud is working properly. So I will say Google Cloud version, and this is the version. But if I open my terminal, I hope this should be done. Okay, not there. Then we need to open a new terminal. Okay, but I realize we need to close the entire window to do that. Let me see. If I close this and new terminal, no, still not there. So what I have to do is I have to reopen my VS Code. So that's the issue I was facing before. So we are in the terminal. Let's see. Okay, it works now. I also need a Claude Code, not just Claude. Okay, let's change the model. We'll stick to Sonnet. Okay, before it was also Sonnet. Now from this terminal, I want to do the login. So I will say Google Cloud auth login. It's so weird, it's Cloud, tricky. So I will say gcloud auth login, enter login through Google and say allow. Okay, that's done. You're now authenticated with CLI. Perfect. Okay, so your current project is Telusko content tracker. That's right. You can change the settings. So I don't want to change it. This is my project. Project config is set. Let's also set the default credentials. And again, it will ask for the login. Allow auth library already has some access for services. I think I've given that before. So you have to give the access. Since I'm not doing this for the first time, it has taken the access. Perfect. And don't worry, in the document, I will give you these steps. And to verify if all my settings are proper, I will say gcloud config list. So account is proper, project ID is proper, looks good. Okay, now to make this project run, we need to get some services from Google Cloud to run it, to save our Docker or to save our image as a artifact. And to do that, I have a command. So this is the command to do that. So Google Cloud Service enable run this artifact Google APIs and Cloud build, because this is responsible to build your image. And this will take some time. It says operation finished successfully. That's great. So we got the service enabled now. And now we have to also create a repository. And we can use different region. I'm going to use US Central. So this is the command for that. So Google gcloud artifacts repository created. Create Telusko repo. And remember, we are going to use this repo name. So I can just use this. Store here. Repo is Telusko repo. And this is the description. So waiting for the operation. Done. Complete. So the repo is created. And now once the repo is created, I can push my image to the repo. So this is the command to do that. Okay, this is the command. So Google Cloud build submit, tag US Central Docker package. And now you have to provide your project ID here, which is Telusko content tracker. The repo name is Telusko repo. And the app name is Telusko app latest. Okay, nothing changes there. It's just that you have to provide your project ID. And once it is done, just copy this, paste it here. Okay, it's only copied the repository. Copy, paste, and enter. Now this will submit your image, the Docker image, to the Google Cloud. Let's see if we face any issues with this. Okay, already have image. Checksum complete. So it will get all the things which we require, which is the Python part and other requirements. Working directory done. And downloading the packages. Okay, looks good. It will run on this port number. Okay, these are the instructions. And okay, nothing wrong. So we got our image ready at this location. Now once we have our image ready, it's time to run it. And to run it, we have a command, a big command, but it's sensible again because we are passing different flags here. So Google Cloud run deploy, and this is the app name. We are doing it on US Central. This is the location. If you can see, US Central Docker dev. It's just that we have to update our project ID. Then this is the repo, this is the app name, platform manage, region mentioned, allow authenticated, so I can directly go there, port this number. The only thing is you have to set the environment variables. Now in the environment variables, we have to pass three things the way we do it before: the secret key, the algorithm, and the access token, expiry minutes. Now this time I want to provide a strong secret key, not the default one which we did before, local test secret. So how do we generate this? And we have done this before. So I can just use this, and this is my new secret key. I can just paste it here, and that becomes my command. So I can just copy it from here, copy and paste. So this is the entire command. Just verify once if everything is set properly. Enter. Am I missing a double quote? Yeah, we missed a double quote. So deploying container. Hopefully this will be successful. Okay, it was successful, and you can see it's running 100% of the traffic. That's great. Only one server, and this is the public URL which even you can access, provided I don't stop this service. I have to check my billing. I will click that and open admin 123. Oh, finally we have things working out. Okay, but is it really working? Yeah, it's working, and it's working on the public URL. I know a few things I did manually, but oh, why it is asking me to log in again? Did I just say back button? What happened? Maybe I just clicked the back button. And things are working out. Let me also log in with editor 123, and voila, things are working out. Editor can move this, yes, but can't move back, can't delete. Looks good. I'm happy. Finally, things are working out, and all these things we have done with the help of Claude Code. I can say 90% work. 10%, yes, if you have, even these things you can get it from Claude Code, okay? And since I wanted some control, and that's why I did this manually. Again, when I say manually, I've not written all those prompts manually, all these commands manually. But yes, I have provided good specification, what exactly I want to build, where I want to deploy, what is my repository and all the stuff. And based on this, it has given everything. So it is helpful if you know development, if you know what is deployment means. And that is something as a developer you need to know. So use AI, use Claude Code, but have these things in your control. In future, if the cost of AI goes up, you can take more control. So yeah, that's it from this. I hope you enjoyed. And just to wrap up, we have done a lot of different stuff in this particular section, or in the entire video. We started understanding all the tools, starting from how to use Claude Code, /commands. We have worked with the agents, we have worked with the skills, MCP. Then we have seen different commands. In fact, using skills, you can create your own commands, and yeah, prompts as well. So it was a great journey. I hope you enjoyed. Show your love. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.